Ah. Listen, I got sick, okay? I got sick again. For different reasons, but I got sick. Also, I technically partially blame. No, no, I don't. It's a joke. I was joking! Oh my goodness. I'm loading up the game! What? What?
Is stream audio on?
What?
Is stream audio?
What?
Is stream audio on?
What?
Is stream audio on?
What?
Is stream audio on? You took melatonin before you had to go get the.
I didn't know I had to go get that. I thought they were gonna go pick it up and then they wanted me to go with them. I took melatonin before that.
You took melatonin at 1 p.m.
Because I couldn't sleep. I slept a little bit. I slept a little bit. And then I woke up. Then I couldn't sleep anymore. Then you messaged me about Kung Fu on. So I'm like, okay, I'll go say hi to Kung Fu. And I told him, I can't sleep. And he's like, go do the melatonin. And I'm like, okay, melatonin. And I took melatonin. And then I get call from brother. And he's like, alright, so we're gonna go pick you up. We go get your package now. I'm like, oh, okay, dang. No sleep then. And then I die. I die in the car. And I come back. And I die on the cot. And then I die. And that's what happened.
You're sick and you sleep on a cot. You sleep on a cot.
It's all I have.
Get up.
There's no space for a bed.
You have one singular small twin bed in there. If it
would
fit a
not
cot,
fit
it
in
could
here.
fit a bed.
No, it would not.
All right, how about the little fold-out sofa? How about that, huh?
How would that fold out? There's no space for it to fold out into.
You can sleep on it. You can sleep on it. You will not slander the beautiful, wonderful chaos in this stream.
I didn't.
You can stop yourself and everything.
Yeah, that means I didn't do it.
I hope
I didn't do it. That means I didn't do it. Therefore, it's fine.
Chaos. He came back all excited that he could have cold beverages in his room. He's very overjoyed. When you watch the VOD and you hear us yell at Nico, that he's just doing his whole tsundere thing.
You don't even say the word right.
Okay, bye.
Get out of here.
Tsundere?
Get out of here. Get out of here. Goodbye. Go back to watching the stream.
Do the story first.
Go back to watching the stream. I can't because I gotta do the dailies. Oh my god. Eat your pizza rolls while I do the dailies. It's not even logging in. Let me in. I can do maybe one thing of story before I have to immediately switch back to do the dailies. I can mark down the logistics or like.
今日も時間通りですね。スケジュールはすでに送信しました。異議がなければすぐに取り掛かりましょう。
Oh my goodness. I gotta fight you. Alright, I did click some of this stuff. Excuse me. Excuse me. dying. Excuse me. Again. I'm sorry. I'm dying.
指揮官同行希望
Food. Oh look, it forced Boy Messina again.
あなたにお喜びいた
Please
だ
don't
けた
kill
な
me, Boy Messina. Also, she's so tall. I keep forgetting how tall she is.
どうぞ召し上がってください
The dish contains additional micronutrients that the human body needs. Please try it. Mouthful tastes like
時間
this.
通りですね
Let's give you a critique. What do you mean it's not exact? It was perfect! It was literally perfect! What do you... what is this description here? Hola. What is this description here? What are these descriptions when it was it was literally the gold light and everything? Which is worse, saying it's not exactly pretty, or I'll just have to eat it with my eyes closed? What is it? Also, you said you weren't feeling well enough to go feed them right now. Second option worse? Okay. I did pretty, but it actually tastes decent.
あなたにお喜びいただけたなら
It's all very beneficial to your health, so please try not to leave anything. I'll clean my plate. Now we're just being mean. She did a perfect job. Is puppy dog eyeing you? That's fine. I do not see the
指揮
problem.
官
I'm gonna drink more ginger ale because it helps my stomach. It has the most minimum amount of ginger extract, but I think it's the combination of the carbonation that helps. I still find this one funny. Just no.
あなたの目的は理解しています
What happened?
I have something I wanted to show you before you started stream.
What? What happened?
Lizard is bigger. See? Much bigger.
Oh yeah. Have you seen her eating?
No, but I don't see all the others. Look how much more hyper she is.
Alright. Did you spray her?
Yeah.
She is feasting upon
She's looking.
the creature. She's
She's
looking
looking
at
at me.
you. She's
yeah.
looking at you with
Take her
disdain
chin
of
over.
what are you doing? What are you looking at me for?
Yeah, I'm perceiving her. I'm not supposed to do that.
That's supposed to perceive.
See the head tilt?
Don't perceive, you're gonna get killed.
Well, if she doesn't want to be perceived, she shouldn't be cute. How about that? See her right there? Look how much bigger she is, see?
Yeah.
She's like way bigger.
Yeah.
She's twice the size she used to be. Okay, bye everybody. Have a good day.
I'm dying. Oh god. Oh, I forgot to change their team.
ちょっと試してみよ
I don't know if I can stop the loot.
う
The
みん
loot.
なの
Yeah, whatever.
想定通りの勝利です
I'll hopefully remember to do it next time. It started so late. I guess we're almost done with all this stuff, so then it'll be time for the story.
いっちょ試してみようみんなのために味方立ってろ交代するなら今のうちよ想定通りの勝利です いっちょ試してみようみんなの総菜降りるかな想定通りの勝利です
No. No, Jill. Bad. Oh wait. Maybe? Yes! Yes! I never have to deal with that stupid map again! Amazing. It's really amazing. Excuse me. No, not this. There. This is okay. So, I don't know. Ooh, that sounds really nice. Sounds okay. Nah. It's okay. It's okay. I know you got Springfield, you told me. Nope. No. That's okay. Neither were shotguns. That's whatever. Did I finally get the skin? Yes! Alright, let me pull up the the guide and just do this, get this out of the way.
Okay.
What? Oh, I messed up.
Doesn't go here. But why there? Is there like a range thing? Yeah, that's odd, but okay. Maybe it is a range thing.
I said I'm using a guide. I even said it.
Just want to get it out of the way because I've been doing it.
Okay, so this one likes to go like this. Alright, so it wants this.
Okay. You go there. Go there.
Why are you scared? What happened? Oh, this one looks obnoxious. Why are you scared?
Oh, there we go. 4. Like this. 5 is do this. Then hit him. Several questions. Let's see. Okay, so 1 goes here, activate, hit. Here, activate, hit. Here, activate, hit. Okay. Dandelion doubled in size. She's going to keep doubling in size until she's bigger than you are. You know this is true. Okay, so you want activation. Go here. Activate. And shoot. Rotate like this. Step 2 is activate. Go up here. Activate. Intern. Okay. I don't think I can control her. I'm sorry, humanity. I don't think anyone can control her. It's too late. Humanity's time is it's over. You want to go here. Intern. You want to go here. Intern. And you want to go here. Intern. Okay. You just in action, really? Excuse me. Okay, you should go here, do this. And you want to intern. just retreat you. It's over. It's over. The only shot we got is Sweet Pea. There's my free 500 points. Has this updated? It still hasn't marked me down for logging in. Now it did. It only took forever. Okay. Screw it, why not get a Planeta? See if I get one. Nope. Still have 29 rolls. Maybe I'll get one this time. Of course not. Why would I? Maybe I'll get one this time. Yep. Almost hit hard pity for that. Wow, thanks. It better be the weapon. Because then I'm just building a second Planeta. Okay. Good. Planeta. Because like this,
何見てるの？
I can go to Vomistina,
ここに
switch to the second Planeta, because it'll have higher skill regardless. Do this. Where's the other locked ones that I got? There's like a really good locked one that I had. This one? This one maybe? I think it was this one. Or maybe this one? Hold on. Okay, well, we're just equipping this one then. I think it was the sight that I had that are good. Guess not. Was it a sight for a different gun, maybe? Okay, well, guess I'm equipping that one on here. Okay. We'll equip that one and calibrate that. I think that one's still good to have. Calibrate this one. I think I can do a little better than that. Ooh, that hurts a lot though. Store. We'll just leave it with the crit rate increase. Okay, yep, that was a good play. It boosted her from like 1300 to 1600. So yeah, just giving her a second play does really good. She's now my 5th strongest. That's okay. Yeah, this is good crit rate, crit damage. Attack is almost at 3000, which I could probably up by just upgrading this fully. But it takes away like half. I'm doing it. That'd be really strong for her. There. Now she's 2nd strongest.
私の銃が見たい？
Wonder if I can improve any. I have no idea if that made it better or not. Barely. And she's at 3000 now. Okay, that's good. Please tell me I didn't waste any gems. No, I didn't. Okay. Let me just do one of these, because these are quick. And you get currency for them, which I need all the currency I can get. All the boost. No. Ow. Okay, that works. There. I'm gonna hold on.
Can't seem to find. Why would you send me that cursed thing? I saw it, and I'm upset. Ooh. I don't know if you get anything from this. There's just currency. Treasure gallery. Just more gold. Whatever that is. Okay, this is open 24/7, so. So I guess it's just adding another level. So I guess there is reason to progress. Yeah, I'll do them another time. And I did see the curseness that you sent me. Oh. A sticky, choking darkness plugs her nose and throat. It's disgusting, but she can't even throw up. This is the only thing Alva can feel right now. It's as though she's drowning in a huge swamp, unable to breathe or move. Roars slam into her ears, accompanied by the nauseating sounds of chewing. They're elids. These aren't the usual elid creatures, but human-based infected, surging toward her like a flood. Alva has never seen such a variety of elids before. At the monsters before her eyes take all kinds of forms. Some look like beasts, others resemble insects, still more appear human, but all of them radiate the same terrifying presence. Their claws can easily rend a doll's armor, and so Alva fights back with all her might, her gun spewing fire and bringing down one elid after another. However, more elids rush up to meet her, as though they were endless. Alva can feel her bullets hitting them, even smell the charred odor in the air. However, these monsters appear to know no fatigue or pain. There are far, far too many of them. A powerful sense of helplessness fills Alva's neural cloud, a profound realization that nothing she does matters, driving her to lower her gun. What are you doing, 94? Keep shooting! The sound of a sharp rebuke behind her. The frame shudders as she frantically reloads and starts shooting once again. Take out this wave and we'll withdraw together. I already have charges set, so make sure you move fast. Anja emerges from behind her cover, and it is then that Alva sees her fully. Her hair is tied up and she's barking orders while firing her gun. In other words, she is just the same as she used to be. After emptying her last magazine, she throws her weapon at the oncoming tide before punching Alva on the shoulder and yelling at her. 94 with me. Anja retreats and Alva immediately follows her. Anja pulls out a detonator and tosses it to Alva. The elid horde has already swamped their previous position. Blow them all to hell, 94. Alva presses the detonator without hesitation and an explosion erupts. A wave of searing heat washes over her from behind and sends the surrounding sand and dust flying.
this point, Alva finally sees that this is an old train station and Anja is leading her deeper inside it.
よくやったわ。
Well done, 94.
もう安全かしら。
You think we're safe? Anja and Alva run over to the platform. Rail lines extend as far as her eyes can see in either direction, but there are no train carriages within the station. The place where the train should be is instead full of monsters, their eyes filled with savagery. They emit low growls as they slowly begin to close in.
まだのようね。
Looks like I spoke too soon.
AN94。弾は残ってる。
94, what's your ammo situation like? Eva looks down at her weapon. All she has left is the final magazine that's already loaded into her rifle. Meanwhile, Anja pulls out the MP443 at her waist and her combat knife before smiling bitterly at Alva.
熱車が駅に着くまで持ちこたえるしかなさそうね。
Looks like we'll need to hang in there until the train arrives. It's going to be a hard fight.
一緒に生き残るわよ。
So let's get ready for it, 94. We need to survive this. Countless elids flood the train station, but the train Anja is talking about does not arrive. Eva mounts her bayonet and lays into the elid horde with all her might. Disgusting fluids and limbs fly through the air as she stabs and slashes them while her bayonet gleams coldly. Where's the rest of Task Force Defy? Why aren't they here to protect Anja? That's right, how's Anja doing? Eva suddenly thinks back to the one person who requires the most protection in this desperate situation. Tries to call Anja's name, but she's unable to project a sound. Certainly not for any lack of trying, but any vocalization she can manage is drowned out by the thunderous roars of the elid horde. Her throat feels dry and painful as though someone is strangling her. The only thing that leaves her mouth is a weak expulsion of air. Desperately opens her mouth, but all she manages to do is inhale more of the choking air. She sees Anju. And just standing close by, facing away from her, she struggles valiantly against the elids. As though she can't see Alva. Her gun spews flame as she pulls the trigger without stopping, bringing down one elid after another. Oh, there are simply too many elids. Like an endless tide, wave after wave washing in with no end in sight. The elids have already fallen around Angelia, but even more elids are already lunging at her. One of them pounces from behind, its sharp claws seeking her exposed back. Angelia nimbly evades it, but another elid charges her from the side. She puts fire and kills at it, but even more rush up and surround her. Angelia's movements begin to slow down, and the gun in her hand locks open on an empty chamber. For all her strength of will and extensive training, she is ultimately only a human being. Her body bears several wounds, so fresh blood oozes from them. Alva wants to rush over, but the elids have already surrounded her as well, to the point where she can't even take a step forward.
Anje.
All she could do is watch the horde swallow up Anje, powerless to help. This powerlessness is very familiar. A huge elid throws itself at Anje and knocks her to the ground. Alva reflexively reaches for the gun at her waist, but her hand finds nothing. At almost the same time, she sees Anja's pistol on the ground. It is the MP443 that has accompanied her for 10 years. Anja tries to struggle to her feet, but the elid's sharp claws have already pierced deep into her body. Crimson blood stains her clothes instantly. It is a more visceral and shocking sight compared to how electronic components are exposed when a dull synthetic skin is tore open. Anja collapses to the ground, still struggling weakly. Eva can also see that she is looking at her. While her eyes are filled with pain and a refusal to accept her fate, there is no fear or despair there. Her lips are moving slightly as though she's trying to tell Alva something. However, Alva cannot make out what she's trying to say. All she can hear are the howls and roars of the monsters. Suddenly, Angelia pounds the ground and all the surrounding sounds vanish, as though Alva had gone deaf all of a sudden. The fallen Angelia suddenly kicks away the elid attacking her and shouts at Alva. In a world of silence, her voice is clear and almost deafening. Alva, board the train. What? Sound suddenly returns to the world. The elid's howls pierce the silence first, then the urgent blare of a train horn as it thunders into the station. You can also hear a machine gun firing from behind her. The elites around her collapse to the ground.
大変そうですね先輩
What? I was not expecting to see GFL2 art version of RPK 16. Also, what's with that? Like, hold on. Hold on. Wow, it literally is her. I was seeing if there were any differences, but no, that's literally her. You're a mess, senior of mine. How do you? Doll with a machine gun winks, but her weapon never stops firing, cutting down one mob of elites after another. She smiles as mysterious as Elva remembers, but after learning the full truth, she realizes that there's something else behind the mystery.
いやあなたは確か
This isn't right. You're...
はい死にました
Yes, I'm dead.
死は誰にも訪れます
Omen must die, after all. After laying down a torrent of ferocious firepower, PK-16's LMG finally falls silent. She's out of ammunition.
でも人形は死と無縁あなたも同じですアルバ
But dolls did not die, and neither will you, Alpha.
ほら列車に乗らないと
It's time you boarded the train.
列車
Boarded? All Alpha feels was a stabbing pain in her neural cloud. It's as though she's forgotten something very important. Train's brakes shriek as they engage, and it slowly grinds to a halt amidst a spray of sparks. Then the door to its cabin suddenly flies open as though it were waiting for someone. Alva opens her mouth to ask what is going on, but she doesn't get a chance to say anything, because RPK-16, still smiling, suddenly raises her hand and shoves her into the train.
愛する娘よどうか
Take care of yourself, dear daughter. Force of the shove sends Alva rolling over the floor of the cabin. The door immediately closes and the train begins to move. Alva rushes over to the door and pounds on it. Through the glass she sees the doll, who calls herself Embla, walking slowly toward Angelia. Meanwhile, more and more elites rush toward them, and soon they are buried beneath a tide of corpses. No matter how Alva shifts herself, she can't see them.
RPK!
Well, I made Boimistina even stronger, so let's see if it does the funny. Almost. Almost all of them.
ご命令を逃げられるエンジン起動エンジン起動
分かった
Let's see it. Alpha suddenly snaps awake. Her originally blurred vision begins to focus. Her frame's functions quickly recover and the scenery before her gradually focuses into a cold, white expanse. She is lying in a half-sealed capsule, and the cables used to assault her neural cloud are still connected to her access ports. This place is cramped. She is surrounded by icy cold metal on all sides, covered in a complex array of wiring and indicator lights. Her body is bound to a chair. She is unable to move except for some small head movements. The capsule is filled with a quiet hum. Upon closer listening, it turns out to be the running noise of various pieces of equipment, which make her feel anxious and uneasy. A wave of dizziness washes over Alva, and she even feels the phantom pain of several limbs. Phantom pain of of severed limbs, a simulated nociception signals assault her neural cloud. The signals feel incredibly real. So real that she's actually experiencing a sense of weightlessness, as though her body no longer belongs to her. They force-activated all her biosynthetic sensory feedback links, so her experience during the enhanced interrogation session is as close to humans as possible. She even experienced that ordeal in level 2 as a human being would. All this manages to disorient even the present Alva. Her neural cloud is slow and chaotic, like she's been forcibly subjected to excessive input. It takes her nearly 20 seconds before she can come to her senses and start thinking again. The outer offensive barriers of her neural cloud have been broken. The opposition is now flooding her level 2 lair with huge amounts of sensory data, simulating human-level torture-induced suffering, in a final attempt to overwhelm her operating logic. They are also attempting to override Alpha's original cognitive process of the large quantities of phantom signals, aiming to force her defensive systems to self-destruct. However, these attacks have not been effective, and Alpha thus woke from her nightmare. Alpha falls silent. Had she awoken from the nightmare because of Angelia? Or is it because of her? As she peers through the observation port of the neural capsule, Alpha can see the spacious lab where she had been just a while ago. The researchers in white are working on the lab instruments and recording data. They don't seem to have noticed that she's woken up. Alpha frowns because she sees Igla standing in the middle of the lab. She doesn't know how long she's been unconscious after all. There's no way to judge the passing of time in level 2, and her internal chronometer doesn't work anymore. Perhaps Igla is still here because she was only shut down for 2 minutes. Maybe it's been a full day and Igla had already left and returned. This is by no means an unimportant matter. While Alpha is pondering this, she suddenly notices a human soldier rushing in from outside the lab. His outfit looks very similar to the armed troops she fought earlier. There's an anxious, frightened look on his face, and his forehead is covered in sweat. I have news, ma'am. Despite his evident panic, he walks and carries himself like a proper soldier. However, it's still obvious that he's forcing it. Alpha can tell that he's wounded even from a distance. Igla maintains her calm bearing even after seeing her subordinate's condition. She turns slowly, her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she studies the guard. Please explain the reason why you have come here. The guard gulps. His throat shifts visibly as he swallows, but he does not answer Igla's question right away. Igla's frown deepens. A flicker of unease passes through her eyes, as though she already knows his news is not good. Is it about AK-15? Did she manage to break through the lockdown? Or did someone force their way into the sewer search area? No, this has nothing to do with her. Our squads are still carrying out their search. More sweat beads on the guard's forehead. He knows that no matter how hard he tries, there's no avoiding what's coming next. Iga's gaze is gentle but still terrifying. It's about the young mistress. He takes a deep breath and finally manages to work up the courage to speak, but before he can even finish explaining why he is here, hearing that key phrase causes Igla to instantly lose her composure. Fueled by a rare savagery, she seizes the man by the collar and lifts him off the ground. What happened to the young mistress? The lab was attacked. But the young mistress she's alright. The man frantically tries to explain himself like he's pleading for his life. Igla's face goes pale. She lets go of the man, drops to the ground amidst a fit of coughing. He forces herself to stay calm, but the anger and worry in her eyes is obvious to anyone. The guard doesn't dare to raise his head or look at Igla's face. He opens his mouth as though he's about to speak, but he doesn't manage to utter anything beyond nonsensical syllables. He's heard rumors about Igla. Just as the guard is teetering on the verge of panic, Igla suddenly reaches for the pistol at her waist. Looks like it's been custom made, and its gold-plated body shimmers with a faint blue light. She raises it with a blank expression on her face, so fast that the guard can't even react to it. By the time the guard realizes what's going on, all he can do is close his eyes in resignation and despair. However, Igla defies everyone's expectations by turning and taking aim at Chilovig, who's spinning lazily in her chair. What? She pulls the trigger. A fireball erupts from the gun's muzzle. Its primitive black powder propellant belches a thick gunsmoke cloud. Chilovig's face disintegrates into crimson mist, the massive impact sending her entire body crashing to the ground. She doesn't even manage to cry out. Her fingers twitch slightly and then she goes limp. Foul-smelling blood oozes from the hole in her head and makes a huge stain on the ground. The guard's eyes go wide as he covers his mouth, desperately fighting the urge to scream. It's not that he hasn't seen dead people before. In fact, he's personally created many corpses in the line of duty. But right now, he is terrified beyond the capacity for rational thought. Ava observes all this with a blank look on her face. Igla's actions are ruthless and decisive, but not surprising. Ava's already seen through Igla's true nature from the start. After Chilovig collapses, the marionette dolls milling around the lab, indistinguishable from human beings, all start to collapse lifelessly one after the other. Meanwhile, a device on the other side of the lab suddenly comes alive. Looks like the sleep capsule Alva is currently occupying. Its silver-colored exterior and hatch gleam with a dazzling light. It's a burst of noise as machinery runs and gears engage, and then the capsule's hatch slowly opens, emitting a cloud of white vapor. Naked woman steps out of it, wreathed in wisps of what looks like some sort of refrigerant gas as it evaporates. She casually reaches for a lab coat from a nearby peg and throws it on. With her entrance, the collapsed researchers, who look like puppets with their strings cut, all begin to slowly get back up. They appear as though they had been recalled to life and carry on with their task like nothing had happened. I kinda expected them to just give her the same outfit again. How barbaric. The wind from the capsule sighs heavily, but her tone is theatrical and mocking. Her hair is damp and her face is oily, like someone spread a layer of butter on it, but it's plain to see that she looks identical to the Chilovig who's lying dead on the floor. You don't feel good? Oh no. Was it from the food? Or like, just in general? Why is the temper tantrum? This is how you treat an old friend, Miss Igla. How rude. As she says this, she snaps her fingers like she's performing a magic trick. In response to her signal, several researchers like the one who cleaned up the coffee spill before promptly appear from a corner of the lab. They begin clearing away the corpse and bloodstains. Their movements are swift and practiced, as though they've rehearsed this countless times before. Or maybe they've had to perform this procedure innumerable times before. After carrying the corpse away, mopping up the blood and rewaxing the floor, everything is back to how it originally was. What'd you miss? You missed Alva's, like, torture-induced nightmare, and then you missed a guard rushing in, telling Igla that the lab was attacked. Igla's face, she shows a face she's never made before. She pulls out a gun and then shot Chilovig, and then one of these tubes opened up and another Chilovig came out. So now we know that yes, she's died twice at least, and she just has like clones of her or something. Everything's back to how it originally was. And now Chilovig is naked with a lab coat. It is as though nothing had ever happened. No, Chilovig. As though nothing had ever happened. We don't know what happened with Orphaluna yet, but the guard said that she's okay. But Igla got really angry at hearing that Orphaluna was attacked. It is as though nothing had ever happened. Please return to your post. Yes, ma'am. The guard scrambles out of the lab as if granted a stay of execution. After watching the guard scramble away, Igla turns to regard the quote-unquote brand new Chilovig. I thought I would not need to explain myself, but clearly I have overestimated your intelligence.
ジラードグループ。ひいてはお嬢様の利益のためです。
Don't forget, the only reason I am going along with your despicable schemes is for the sake of the Gerard Group and the young mistress.
覚えてるに決まってるじゃん。それにそんなのどうでもいいっつうの。
Aren't we a paragon of virtue? So how was that my fault? You think I sent people to attack the lab? I'm a scientist, and I swear on the name of science that my brain is perfectly normal. Sure.
いきなり人のこと撃っちゃってさ、何も解決しないよ。
Meanwhile, what good does putting a bullet through my head do for you anyway?
怖い怖い。だからオルフェルーネにも文句言われてるんじゃない？
You're always so violent, Miss Igla. No wonder Orphe thinks you're so strict. She did not like that. A wisp of smoke coils up from the barrel of Igla's gun as she takes aim at Chilovig again. Its muzzle is trained squarely on Chilovig's head, and she looks like she might fire again at any time. However, Chilovig doesn't seem the least bit afraid of her. All she does is shrug and mock innocence as madness twinkles in her eyes. So this was why she could appear again like nothing had happened even after committing suicide. Chilovig follows the gaze back towards its source and realizes that Alva is awake. She bats her eyelashes and opens her mouth in a parody of surprise, then tosses off a wink while smiling with a twisted playfulness. Alva coolly meets her gaze. Resurrection, is it? What a disgusting technology. Igla narrows her eyes and studies Chilovig. She takes notes of the latter's antics, but she doesn't seem to care about them.
私が研究所を後にして30分弱で襲われた。偶然にしてはできすぎていると思いませんか？
I was away from the lab for less than half an hour, and it just so happened to be attacked during that time, right when I wasn't around. Do you really think I would write it off as a coincidence?
そういう予想できないことが偶然でしょ。私たちの出会いも含めてね。
Of course it was. Isn't everything in the world a coincidence? Even us meeting each other is a coincidence. Chilovig turns in place like a kid, her lab coat flaring out in the air around her.
反逆への尋問のためにと。私をここへ呼び出したのはあなたです。
You asked me to hurry here because a critical issue arose during the Defy members' interrogation.
そうだっけ？最近物忘れがひどくてね。
Did I actually say that? Yeah, I'm a total scatterbrain, you see. Chilovig affects a look of vexation. Then she throws herself back into her chair and kicks her legs like a child.
でも私なら八つ当たりするより今すぐオルフェルーネのとこに戻るかな。
Still, if I were you, I'd hurry back to the young mistress's side right now instead of blowing off steam by blowing up my head.
無事だとしてもきっと心細いと思うよ。
Even if she's fine, she might be super scared.
襲撃も一度で終わるとは限らないしね。
And besides, if the attackers come back for another go, do you really think she might be as lucky the next time around? Iga's face turns pale and a momentary panic flashes through her eyes. Then she adjusts her jacket, holsters her gun, and her movements regain their usual smoothness.
お嬢様にもしものことがあれば、あなたはもう二度と復活することはないでしょう。チルロビグ様。
If anything happens to the young mistress, I will personally ensure that there is no coming back for you, Lady Chilovig. Her voice is calm again, but the chilling threat she utters is more terrifying than any shout could ever be. She shoots one last icy look at Chilovig before turning to leave. She doesn't bother with affecting elegance. Her priority is returning to Orphalune and the lab post-haste. Her footsteps fade into the distance and vanish. All that remains in her wake is gun smoke and the stench of blood.
ほっと余裕ないんだからねえ。
And there she goes. Someone clearly doesn't know how to enjoy life, don't you think? After Igla leaves, Chilovig jumps out of her chair. She spins around happily like she's putting on a show in this lab, which only has marionette dolls in it. Alva knows Chilovig is talking to her. However, she has no intention of replying. Gilvig skips over to Elva's hibernation capsule. The hem of her lab coat drags on the ground and her bare feet make a padding sound as she moves. Like a curious child, she taps the observation window and cranes her head to peer at Alva inside the capsule.
まさか途中で意識が戻るなんて。あんたのメンタル、想像より強いな。
I didn't expect you to awaken halfway through. Looks like your neurocloud is stronger than I expected. She looks at Alva in amusement, her eyes twinkling like she's appreciating a precious work of art, or a beloved toy.
普通の人形だったら3秒もすればメンタルがメルトダウンしちゃうのに。
A normal doll's neurocloud would have burned out in less than 3 seconds after being hooked up to her.
それをあんたは自力で抜け出しちゃうんだから。
And you actually managed to break free of that peak grade torture program all by yourself.
実はさ、イグラよりあんたの方が第三世代人形っぽいと思うんだよね。
Want to know something? If you ask me, I think you're more of a third-gen doll than Iglia is. What, Chillavag? Alva looks at the NATO researcher. I think it's Nito, isn't it? Nito researcher before her. Her heart is filled with revulsion and weariness. She has no idea what this woman is up to.
オルログ財団の連中は揃いも揃ってボンクラだらけ。
The folks from Orlog are all dim-witted plebs. Their approach to development has gone astray.
性能だけやたら重視してメンタルは個体を追うごとに稚拙になっていくばかり。
Each one they develop is stronger than the last, but the neuroclouds get more childish with each generation.
強さが第三世代人形をたらしめる要素なら最初の第三世代人形は RO635 じゃなくて AK15 になるはずだよね。
I mean, if the mark of excellence was fighting power, then the first third-gen doll wouldn't be RO635, but AK15 of Defy, right?
Rad thought of the day. Don't kill her, just take as many of her clones as you can, capture them and torture them alive. The bodies are too risky, she'll have backups. Make her want to die. I mean, tee hee hee. Snakes are cute, look puppies. Yeah, that.
Oh my goodness. Also, yeah, here we go. More confirmation that Robella is the first third-gen.
イグラはあの戦車ばかり気にかけてるけど反逆正体で一番貴重なサンプルはむしろあんたなんだよね。
Igla's got her little girl crush on that war machine, but she never noticed that you are the real treasure of Task Force Defy.
サマンサ将はやっぱ天才だよ。生涯の大半を軍事産業に費やしてきたのにいざ人形に転向したらあのパンドラとあんたを作っちゃうんだから。
There's no doubt that Samantha Shaw is a genius. She spent most of her life devoted to developing military hardware, yet despite only being a newcomer to the doll field, she managed to create that Pandora. And you.
ああ、あの才能が羨ましいや。
I'm so jelly. Chilleg heaves a theatrical sigh, her face falling into gloom before brightening suddenly with a huge smile.
でもどんな天才でも死んだら終わり。
Still, however talented or outstanding she is, she's dead, returned to the earth, and that means it's all over for her. It's not because... Okay, so she's third gen, right? But she's third gen in terms of advanced tech and electronic warfare, along with her, how her neurocloud is. How advanced her neurocloud is. That's how she's third gen. So she's not like... She's like what she mentioned. She's not... It's not strength, it's not literal power that makes a T-doll third gen. It's their capability when it comes to like how advanced they are, basically. And Robella was the first one to come with a neurocloud that basically matches what a human brain is. She's the closest to a human that a T-doll can be, basically. Or that a T-doll could be until more third gens started coming out. But then, as she said, the neural cloud started getting kind of worse for the stronger third gens. Which is why AK-15 is a second gen, despite being ridiculously strong. I guess the thought process, we gave the doll PTSD. Okay, we didn't necessarily give her, well, partially. She gained PTSD a lot from just stuff that happened. She got a whole host of PTSD from the whole, what's it called? The KCCO betrayal incident. And being turned into a diner gate. That also gave her a lot of PTSD. That means it's all over for her.
最後まで生き残った者だけが勝つんだよ。
The true winner is the one who survives to the end. She indicates herself with her right thumb. Despite her beaming smile, there's a frigid edge to it.
あの天才たちほどの頭脳はなくても、私は真理に触れるまで生きる。
I may not be as smart as those geniuses, but I will survive to the end. Stand on everyone's shoulders and be the first to reach the truth.
あんたはそのための布石だよ。あるばっちゃ。
You're my next stepping stone, my cutie. Chillaveg bares her teeth in a grin as she knocks on the observation window like she was rapping on a pet's fishbowl. Fishbowls are evil!
さて、続けようか。大丈夫。今回はちゃんと意識が戻らないようにするから。
Now then, let's continue our little game. Don't worry, I'll make sure you won't wake up this time.
あんたのメンタルに隠されたもの、全部掘り起こしてあげるからね。
Let's see just how much I can extract from your neural cloud. I wonder what surprises I'll find. Saying so, yes. Saying so, she saunters over to the control panel in front of the hibernation capsule, shoves away the marionette doll working there, and begins operating the instrumentation herself. The capsule emits a low hum in response to Chilovic's manipulations, and Alva feels her mind going blurry again. Darkness envelops her once more. The last thing she sees before she passes out is Chilovic's playful, excited expression. And then, she plunges into darkness. But this time she does not know if she will awaken again.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Look how you literally did nothing. Why are you in the in screen? Oh.
指揮官、研究所に侵入した敵は全て撃退したわ。
Commander, the enemy has been driven out of the research facility.
404の一番隊が残敵と交戦中。そよ風小隊もここへ来てる。
404 is engaging the remaining hostile forces near the site. Monsoon Squad is on the way to provide support.
404に繋いでくれ。
Connect me to 404.
ええ。
Understood.
来るかい。状況は？
What's the situation?
交戦中です。敵の装備は強力ですが、所属は判断できません。
We're still exchanging fire with them. They're armed to the teeth, but we can't identify their affiliation.
生け捕りにしますか？
They're deliberately concealing their identities. Do we need to change the rules of engagement?
いや、殲滅を優先してくれ。情報はその後集める。
No. Eliminate them as the top priority and gather as much information as possible.
了解。ですが数は相手の方が上です。オルフェルーネを狙って3回されたら止められません。
Understood. They were outnumbered. If their target is a young lady and they split their forces, we may not be able to intercept them.
これから彼女を避難させる。それが済んだら、私の位置へ接近してくれ。
We'll take the young lady to a safe location first. Once we have her under control, you move toward my position.
はい。指示を待ちます。
Roger that. We'll wait for your signal. I've got the connection and turned to Groza and Kofne.
ひとまず404に時間を稼いでもらう。
Let 404 buy us some time first.
コルフェン、そちらの状況は？
Kofne, what's the situation around us?
研究所の職員は全員逃げました。武 当警備がいないんですね、ここ。
It looks like everyone inside the facility has fled outside. This place really doesn't have a single armed guard.
じきにジラードか警察が来るはずだ。それまでオルフェルーネを保護する。
Maintain control of the area. People from the Gerard group or PSA should arrive soon. Until then, we need to keep Orphalune safe.
彼女の位置はわかるか？
Can you locate that young lady?
さっき最上階まで逃げたのを見ました。
I saw her run up to the experimental area on the top floor just now.
あそこか。わかった。すぐに向かう。
She's there, huh? I see. Let's move. Avoiding stray rounds from the firefight between the unknown forces and Squad 4-4, we rush up to the rooftop. We smash through the glass doors of the experimental complex and force our way inside. In the isolation chamber where Falune has demonstrated an experiment for me not long ago, a figure sits there blankly, knees hugged to her chest. Garza and Kofna check the surroundings. No armed personnel are in sight. Stow my weapon inside my clothes and stride quickly toward that figure.
オルフェルーネさん。
Miss Orphalune,
あなたどうして？
why are you here?
帰りの車に乗る前に煙が立ち上がったのが見えたので助けに。
I was about to get in the car and leave when I saw black smoke rising from this direction, so I rushed over with everyone.
記者なのに英雄を気取らないで。
He's just a journalist, don't play the hero. Her tone is harsh, but the panic and tears in Orphalune's eyes betray her true emotions. I hurry over to assess her condition. Though she's trembling all over, she doesn't appear to have any external injuries. Judging by her breathing, her internal organs likely weren't damaged by the explosion either. I extend my hand to Orphalune. After hesitating for a moment, she finally takes it and stands up.
研究所を襲った連中は
You are the people who attacked the facility.
撃退されました。
They've been repelled for now.
撃退？でもここに警備は。
Repelled? But there aren't even any armed guards here.
私たちが撃退しました。
We found a way to drive them back.
あなたたちが？
You did.
とにかくここは危険です。早く逃げましょう。
In any case, this place is extremely dangerous. We don't know when the attackers will strike again. You need to leave immediately.
冗談じゃないわ。ジラードグループの次期当主があんな奴ら相手に逃げるだなんて。
Don't be ridiculous. As the heiress of the Gerard group, how could I be frightened off by a bunch of small-time thugs?
それに貴重な実験データを消されるわけにはいかないわ。
Besides, these research data are absolutely priceless. As if I could let them be destroyed. Despite her tough words, Orphalune almost drops the haphazard pile of data pads and test tubes in her arms.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they attacked the lockdown lab. Sure, it didn't have any guards, but also the fact that we have literally just been told by 404 that they are armed to the teeth and are actively hiding their affiliation. No small time does that. She bites her lip, trying to shoulder everything on her own.
そんなこと言ってる場合ですか？植物ならまた育てればいいですが、あなたに何かあれば全部終わるんですよ。
Now isn't the time to worry about that. Plants can be cultivated again if they're destroyed, but if something happens to you, then everything really is over.
私に何が起きるっていうのよ。私がこの私が。
As if something could happen to me. I'm... Her voice suddenly trails off as if she's talking to herself.
この研究がなければ私はきっと自分を見失うわ。
But without this research, I don't even know what else I could do.
あなたはまだ20代です。これからいくらでも巻き返せます。
It's too early to say that. You're only in your 20s, you still have a long life ahead of you.
フランクフルトで生き残ったんでしょ？なら今回も同じです。
Don't you remember? You survived what happened in Frankfurt. Compared to that, this is nothing. Orphalune's eyes flicker slightly, as though a memory has been stirred.
そうよ。ついでに研究所を一時的に移すのもいいかもしれないわね。明日のデモンストレーションは絶対に予定通りに行うわよ。
You're right. But don't get the wrong idea. I'm only agreeing to temporarily relocate the research. Tomorrow's demonstration will absolutely not be cancelled.
さあ、行きましょう。
Then come with me. I signal for Kofner to take hold of Orphalune. This time, Orphalune obediently follows as Kofner starts moving. But just as we reach the doorway, intense gunfire erupts from below. Shots and explosions coming one after another.
敵は研究所に強襲を仕掛けるつもりです。
The enemy has begun a full assault on the research facility. Be careful not to get caught in it.
わかった。
Thanks for the warning.
できるだけ食い止めてくれ。 今からオルフェルーネを連れて離脱する。
Hold them off. We're escorting the young lady out of the lab.
了解。お気をつけて。
Roger, stay safe.
Is Orphalune not gonna make a comment about us clearly in contact with somebody fighting?
Firefight downstairs intensifies further, and several rifle grenades come flying toward the rooftop. Get down! Shoot Orphalune as we dive toward the doorway. One of the grenades hits the isolation chamber directly. The glass shatters, fragments hurtling towards us under the force of the blast. It hurts. Orphalune cries out, her face strained as she tries not to show too much pain. I look down and realize that a shard of glass has lodged itself squarely in her leg.
コルフェン
Golta picks up a pair of lab forceps and carefully pulls out the glass shard. Then she rinses the wound with distilled water and applies an adhesive bandage meant for emergency treatment.
Isn't it nice having a medical doll just right there on standby? She immediately dealt with that.
もうすぐ安全な場所に着きます。我慢してください。
Bear with it for now. Once we reach a safe place, you'll be fine.
これくらいの傷どうってことないわ。
Just put a scratch. Doesn't bother me at all.
Even as she says this, a small sob escapes her Orphalune. She bites her lip hard as if ashamed of her own weakness.
この建物に守りやすい場所はありますか？
Is there anywhere easily defendable in this building?
正門は敵だらけ。突破するのは危険です。
Oh. Hello.
No joke. This is actually breaking my heart. This is the first time a character has made a dumb decision that has made me this sad. Because, like, I 100% get why she's doing it. Like, if you were to take all the stuff I work on, like all the stuff for the terrariums, and tell me I had to leave it behind because my house was on fire, I would lose my mind. This is good writing. Also, but that said, you would not get me to leave my snakes behind. And I would try to get Dandelion.
Yeah, but there's a difference between, you know, living creatures and stationary plants. So it's like the plants you can regrow. The creatures you kind of can't just regrow them.
Yeah, that is true, but like her research is what I was talking about.
Oh, her research. Yeah, no. That makes sense. Yeah. I get you.
Like, that's why I compared it to the stuff I craft. It's just
Yeah.
It's knowing that, like, hours and years of your life are gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But also, Kulfne is the best of the beginner characters next to Krolik on personality. I swear they're the MVPs of making sure people don't fucking die. Like, every time it's like, oh no, thing is going wrong. It's either Krolik. Yes.
Are we really gonna say this though? After she jumped on a bed, somehow managed to land right in her head on the floor, and you hear a crack come from her neck.
She's a robot.
Still.
Oh, what I was gonna say though, you go back, you play those original stories. Krolik has saved the commander so much money. Giant pillar coming at Kolfnik. That's okay. Krolik throws her out of the way. Helena nearly gets crushed or taken by the enemy. That's okay. Krolik picks her up. That scene where like Nemesis and Kolfne cannot pick up Helena in her box, but Krolik picks it up like it's nothing is so great.
Yeah.
Like the amount of T-dolls we would have had to rebuy if not for Krolik is unreal. And then Kolfne, whenever there's a human, it's like, oh, they got hurt. Hey, Kolfne, can you fix that? Thanks, Kolfne. We do realize there are other medical dolls on staff, right? We could call somebody else.
No. We only have Kolfne.
Canonically, we have Reshi. She's a healer.
But she was specifically on standby at the what's it called?
Why do we go anywhere without Kolfne? Ever? We don't tend to, do we? Actually, now that I think about it, the
No.
commander almost always goes with Kofi now. Now doesn't they? Don't they?
Usually are, yeah, they usually are with their, like, the main cast.
No. There's a lot of times now, like when they're like, okay, we have to be discreet, where it's just Kofi.
Well,
Good
it's
job,
because
Kofi.
she's literally a civilian medical doll turned into a T-doll, so much easier to. Not to mention she's small.
Hider. Also, the other option is Krolik, and Krolik's not great at the whole subtlety thing. I mean, she is. She's a lot more like people act like she's just a yelly, angry thing, but she is quite capable of being intelligent if she's not being egged on by Nemesis.
Also, Kofta has a much smaller weapon than Krolik does.
That's a fair argument, actually.
Kofta can just hide the pistol because it's small. Krolik has a big sword.
Where does Krolik even put her sword?
I think on her back. I feel like I've seen it on her back.
Because she doesn't have a sheath.
My guess is some magnetic thing where it just slaps onto her back or something.
Gotcha. Also, I didn't realize when she said that her ears help her hear things, that was a true statement, which I've learned from GFL1. It seems that all of the like canonically faster units have some sort of ears. I guess to get the signal faster. That was a thing. Although I don't think they have to be bunny ears. I do think she's bullshitting us with that one because she's got the ones that drape down, and they're mostly like they're only doing that on the top. The ones I have, the like lop-eared ones.
Yeah.
And so she definitely doesn't need it. But I didn't realize that like, oh, this thing has ears. It's so it moves more. Like, okay, cool. That makes sense.
Okay.
So it gets the signal faster while it's running around. Also because they go further away. Oh my god, I just pieced that together. I hope that Sapo has good mobility. Okay, bye.
Bye.
I'm still mad at you.
What? Why?
That you didn't tell me about QVZ 191's event so I could do it.
That was ages ago.
Yeah.
Before you even had QJ.
Yeah.
How was I supposed to know?
I don't even think I knew you.
You might. Yeah, you probably didn't.
How dare you?
I'm gonna. You know what? No. Get out of here. I bonk you. So mean to me.
Back to your regularly scheduled gunfire. The main interest is swarming with attackers. It's too dangerous to go out that way. Below this building, there's an air raid shelter for emergencies. Take us there. Proceed with extreme caution with the air raid shelter while being targeted by successive explosions and attacks. Are you alright? Can you walk on your leg? Fine. Felina endures the pain along the way, still trying to maintain her pride. I've been through worse in Frankfurt. Back then, Igla hadn't been created yet, so no one could help me. It was my father. Felina's voice suddenly wavers with both nostalgia and unease. Igla still hasn't come back? How could you not be at my side at a time like this? Felina rarely shows such helplessness, but she quickly straightens her back again. Not that I need her to protect me all the time. I'm the heiress of the Gerard group. I can protect myself. I look at her face, not quite sure how to feel. Yes, I'm sure you can, Mr. Flynn. After passing through long corridors and descending flight after flight of stairs, We finally reached the air raid shelter entrance that Orphalune mentioned. In the journey, whenever her injured leg is jostled, Orphalune would grimace from the pain, only to quickly force herself to straighten up each time. She then fumbles awkwardly for quite a while before finding and pressing a button, opening the door at the entrance. They're made of half-meter thick, homogeneous... Genus? Genuous? Okay, if it's igneous, with this part. Homogeneous? Steel slowly swings open. Supporting Orphalune, we help her inside. As the heavy door closes, I issue orders to Group 2.
裏庭の防空壕に入った。敵を近づかせるな。
We've entered an underground shelter in the rear courtyard. Secure the surrounding area and don't let the enemy get close.
了解。
Roger, on it right away. That little guy didn't
敵
count.
が撤退を始めました。
Commander, the enemy is beginning to withdraw.
やっと諦めてくれたか。
So they've finally given up?
いえ、そのようには。
Doesn't quite look like it.
そよ風正体から報告です。あの第三世代人形が戻ってきました。
Wait. Monsoon reports that the third gen doll who left earlier has returned.
イグラ。早かったな。
Igla. She sure reacts quickly.
到着まであと3分。このままでは鉢合わせしてしまいます。
Her vehicle is 3 minutes out. She'll intersect with our team's position. Commander, how should we proceed?
撤退だ。彼女との衝突は避けたい。
Withdraw from the research facility. Do not engage.
狙いはオルフェルーネに違いありません。指揮官の方こそ離脱してください。
But our target is a young lady. She'll run into you, Commander.
私たちなら大丈夫だ。そっちは離れた位置から防空壕を見張っててくれ。
We'll be fine. Maintain a safe distance and observe the air raid shelter where we are.
今のままではイグラに勝てない。むやみに攻撃しないように。
Igla isn't someone we can handle right now. Don't engage her unless there's absolutely no other option.
了解。いつでも動けるように待機します。
Understood. We'll remain in the perimeter and be ready to provide support at any time.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Over. Attackers seem to be withdrawing because they've also received news of Igla's return. Something is fishy about the Gerard group having such up-to-date information about the situation within the research facility. There are emergency medical kits inside the shelter. Kofne takes one and redresses Orphalune's wounds. Orphalune nods and thanks to Kofne, but she's still trembling. She's still clearly worried that the enemy will make their way here. I step forward to reassure her.
もう大丈夫ですよ。襲撃は終わりました。
Don't worry. The attack is over.
あなたたちどうして武器なんか持ってるの？
There it is. Why are you carrying weapons? Aren't you journalists?
近頃物騒ですから、ご信用に射撃を学んだことがありまして。
Journalism is a high-risk profession in this day and age. Knowing how to shoot for self-defense isn't that strange, is it?
そういうものなの？
Excuse me. Is that so?
ええ。オルフェルーヌさん、この研究所は過去に襲撃されたことはありますか？
By the way, Miss Orphalune, has this research facility ever been attacked before?
いえ、一度もないわ。
No, never. Not even once.
ここはずっと安全だったし、機密保持のためにグループの警備も置かなかったわ。
This place has always been very safe. Its secrecy level is extremely high. Not even the group's own security forces are allowed to approach this facility.
それはおかしいとは思いませんか？
No armed security at all. Don't you find that strange?
どうして？リビューはずっと平和だったのよ。
Not really. The wave is so safe, what would we need armed guards for? So this attack was likely triggered by recent events. Is the goal to destroy the research, or are they coming after the young lady? If the young lady is a key figure in Project Eden, there are certainly no shortage of forces who'd want her gone.
指揮官離脱しました。
Commander, we've completed our withdrawal.
イグラが研究所に入りました。お気をつけて。
Igla has entered the research facility. You must be careful.
あ
Got it.
あなたたち本当に記者なの？
Are you really a journalist?
さっきからのやりとりどう見ても。
From how you acted just now, you... A sudden deafening crash interrupts her Felinium sentence. Shelter security doors blasted open with a massive hole. Tremendous impact twists and warps the heavy steel door. As dust settles, Igla's figure appears in the doorway. The scabbard of the sundered rapier at her waist gleams with subdued silver light, mirrored by the silver and gold pistol in her hand. Her posture is immaculate, not that of a doll who blasted through a steel door, but of an aristocrat stepping into an opera house. Igla raises her gun, aiming it directly at my head. Step by step, she walks slowly toward me.
ご歓談の最中に申し訳ありませんが、
Pardon me for rudely interrupting your conversation. If there's any discourtesy, I ask for your understanding.
今すぐお嬢様から離れてください。
I humbly request that you all immediately step away from the young mistress.
これ以上お嬢様に不快な思いをさせるものなら、強行手段に出ます。
If your hesitation causes Miss Orphalune even one additional second of discomfort, I fear I will have to resort to methods that are less polite. His voice is glacially cold. At my signal, Gross and Kothin do not draw their weapons, like eyes with Igla, refusing to bend to her will.
イグラやっと来てくれた。
Igla, you finally made it! Orphalune's eyes glisten with joy, the composure she'd forced upon herself completely crumbling. Igla steps forward. The sound of her heels is clear and crystalline. She bows slightly, left hand to her chest in a flawless gesture of courtesy.
遅れてしまい申し訳ございません。
May I apologize for being tardy, young mistress.
お怪我を。
You're injured. For the first time, Igla's voice wavers ever so slightly, though her near-perfect posture doesn't change. Guilt flashes across her face for an instant, swiftly replaced by resolute restraint. She drops to one knee, right hand to her chest, performing an impeccable oath of loyalty.
これはお嬢様の助手として耐え難い屈辱です。
Seeing you injured is the greatest disgrace of my service as your assistant.
一番必要とされている時のおそばにいられなかった。
It is an
私は自分が許せません。どうか罰を。
It is an unforgivable failure on my part that I was not by your side when you needed me. Please punish me.
大げさよ。ただのかすり傷じゃない。どうってことないわ。
It's nothing. I was just cut by some glass. As a member of the Gerard family, this kind of injury is nothing at all.
お強いのですね。この無礼者どもを追い払った後、傷跡が残らぬよう最良の処置をいたします。
Your strength moves me, young mistress. Once I deal with these uninvited guests, I will take you to the finest hospital to ensure no scarring occurs. Ila rises from the floor in one fluid movement. Her gaze settles on us again. With such icy murderous intent, it sends a chill down my spine.
ファルベングループの回し者ですか。でしたら平和的な商談といきましょう。
If you were sent here by such Fabin, perhaps we could conduct a more civilized negotiation.
いくら受け取ったのかは存じませんが、ジラードグループはその10倍を出す用意があります。代わりに二度とリビウへ足を踏み入れないでください。
Gerard is willing to offer 10 times your current compensation in exchange for your promise never to set foot in Lviv again.
ホワイトエリアで一生遊んで暮らせるだけの金額なはずです。不満はないでしょう。
That sum should be enough for all of you to live as upper-class citizens in any white zone. What do you say?
イグラ誤解よ。
You misunderstand, Igla.
この人たちに助けられたの。
Actually, they came back to save me.
お嬢様、どうか私にお任せください。
Young mistress, please allow me to handle these trivial matters.
これは私の責務です。
This is my duty. His tone remains gentle and courteous, yet carries an unmistakable finality.
あなたはいつまでも高貴で純真であるべきなのです。陽光炉の前で私を拾ったあの日のように。
You should always remain pure and noble of heart, just as you were on the day you found me before the furnace.
そしてこういう不埒な輩の還元の真偽は私が見定めます。
You may discern and eradicate the lies of these filthy individuals.
さて、お嬢様を解放する条件は
Well, on what conditions would you release the young mistress? Name your terms.
それともお嬢様の目の前であなた方を八つ咲きにするべきですか？
Must you force me to tear you apart in front of Miss Orphalune?
オルフェルーネさんの話を聞いてみてはいかがですか？
You really should listen carefully to what Orphalune is trying to tell you.
私が信じられなくてもこの状況を見てください。
Even if you don't trust me, at least calm down and analyze the situation in front of you.
もし襲撃者の味方だったら、あなたが来る前にオルフェルーネさんを連れて逃げています。
If I were in cahoots with the attackers outside, I could have just taken Orphalune and left, no?
こんなところに残る必要があるのですか？
Why would we stay in this shelter?
お嬢様を助けるふりをして信頼を勝ち取るためとも考えられます。
Perhaps your purpose was to play the savior and deceive the young mistress into trusting you. Do you deny it?
そんなことして何になる？
What would even be the point?
この人たちは命をかけて守ってくれた。
They protected me the entire time during the attack.
それに私の人を見る目は確かよ。私が気に入ったのだから間違いないわ。
Besides, I'm a good judge of character. Someone I personally chose to interview me couldn't possibly be a bad person. Vanilla lifts her chin proudly, though the tension in the air makes her unconsciously clutch the hem of her clothes.
わかりました。
Very well.
お嬢様に免じて釈明の機会を与えて差し上げましょ
Since Miss Orphalune trusts you, I will grant you an opportunity to explain yourselves.
う。なぜ武器を持った戦術人形が付き添っているのですか？編集長。
May I ask this editor-in-chief to explain why your entourage consists of armed tactical dolls?
研究所の外でこそこそ隠れているネズミもそちらの手のものなのでしょう。
And there are also some sneaky rats lurking around the perimeter spying on this place. I assume those are your subordinates as well? You actually noticed Group 2 monitoring the perimeter. As expected, she's not an easy opponent.
ファルベングループではないのなら非軍事勢力管理局かその他ロレンの下部組織。
If you're not lackeys sent by such Fabin, then you must be dogs of the Non-Military Forces Administration or some other URNC organization.
残念ながらそのどれでもありません。
Unfortunately, you're wrong on all counts.
では誰なのですか？
And may I ask your affiliation?
私は自分の目的で動いています。どこの勢力にも所属していません。
I'm not affiliated with any faction, but I do have my own agenda.
お嬢様、お聞きになりましたか？やはり信用できない相手です。
Young mistress, you heard it yourself. This man has ulterior motives.
決してもよろしいですね。
I deal with them now.
でも
But
近頃の情勢からオルフェルーネさんに危険が及ぶかもしれないと思ったので戦術人形を連れ込みました。
one reason I came here was because I heard that Miss Orphalune might be at risk of an attack. That's why I brought T-dolls with me.
そして事実、彼女たちのおかげで襲撃者を撃退し、オルフェルーネさんは助かりました。
And thanks to them, we were able to repel the first wave of attackers and ensure Miss Orphalune's safety.
まさか私たちと襲撃者の違いがわからないなんてことはありませんよね。
Surely you can tell the difference between the attacking forces and us, can't you?
もしかして最初から私を守るためにここへ？
You came here specifically to protect me? Igla frowns. Though she wants nothing more than to kill us immediately, there's no changing Orphalune's mind about this. Orphalune raises a hand, signaling Igla to stay her head. As her attendant, Igla cannot disobey her order.
はい、それも目的の一つです。もう一つは、オルフェルーネさんに私の本当に聞きたい質問に答えていただくためです。
And the other reason I came here was to ask Mr. Orphalune a burning question.
本当に聞きたい質問？
A burning question? I ignore the rapier pointed at me and asked Orphalune in an unmistakably firm voice.
オルフェルーネさん、楽園計画の本質は おそらく発表されたものとは違うのでは？
Mr. Feluni, I'm afraid there's more to your Project Eden than meets the eye.
何を言ってるの？
Don't know what you mean.
楽園計画についてならさっき見せたものが全てよ。
I've already shown you everything about Project Eden during the demonstration earlier.
あなたは確か研究にあたって技術援助を受けたとおっしゃりましたね。
You said your research had received technical assistance from another scientist, didn't you?
それは誰から受けたのか教えていただけませんか？
Could you tell me honestly, who exactly was this other scientist? His posture shifts subtly, sharp edge flashing in her eyes. She steps forward half a pace, the sound of her heels echoing out clearly in the shelter.
お嬢様にそのような質問にお答えする義務はありません。
Allow me to issue a final warning, Mr. Editor-in-Chief. Mr. Feluni has no obligation to answer such questions.
重ねて警告しますが、私が未だ攻撃を開始していないのは、お嬢様に血生臭い光景を見せたくないからです。
The only reason I haven't acted yet is because I don't wish for the young mistress to witness something cruel. Do not mistake my tolerance for leverage. Completely unlike her earlier unflappable demeanor, I see unmistakable anger in Ingela for the first time. Must have hit a nerve.
指揮官、イグラの頭部に狙いを定めました。いつでも撃てます。
Commander, we have a bead on the third Gen doll's head. One slight tilt of your head and we'll fire immediately. Goka's voice comes through my earpiece. I remain outwardly calm and decide to press on. But before I can speak, Orphelina begins on her own.
大丈夫よ、イグラ。
It's fine, Ingela.
隠すほどのことでもないわ。さっき少し喋ったし。
There's nothing to hide. I've already told them some of it earlier.
彼女は同じ植物学者よ。前は遺伝工学を専攻してたけど、10年前から植物学に転校した。
All I know is I just hope Orphelina will be okay. But knowing these games, knowing this franchise, it's a little more difficult than more difficult ask. The person who assisted my research is also an expert in plant sciences. Her earlier work focused on genetic engineering. She only shifted into botany about 10 years ago.
名前はチルドビグ。親友よ。ネットで調べれば出てくると思う。
Yes, I'm talking about Chilovik, the good friend that I mentioned before. You should be able to find her profile on various academic sites.
正直、初めてあなたと会った時、なんかチルドビグに似てるなと思ったの。
To be honest, I met you under very similar circumstances as when I first met her.
当時研究で壁に当たってどうしても乗り越えられなかったの。尺だけど。
At the time, I had hit a bottleneck in my research. I tried countless methods but couldn't break through. Though I hate to admit it, I was stuck.
その時、あの子が現れた。
And then she appeared at just the right moment.
ボトルネック解消の他に新たな方向をも提示してくれた。
Not only did she help me overcome the technical obstacles, she even proposed more innovative solutions.
私の植物が人類の未来を導くという理念に完全に賛同してくれたのよ。
She fully agreed with my philosophy that plants could lead humanity toward a better future.
粒子変化の媒体問題もあの子が解決した。それがあの花たちなの。
She's the one who had me solve the practical application of the particle transformation carrier. Those flowers.
あの子には本当に感謝している。数少ない私のことを。
I'm very grateful to her. She's one of the few people who didn't treat me as Evelina stops, unwilling to continue.
とにかくシルロビグにはいろいろ助けられたの。
In short, Chilavig helped me a great deal back then.
はい、私の答えは以上よ。
There, I've told you everything. When it turns away from me, her shoulders are trembling slightly, and her voice has lost its earlier edge.
次はそっちの番。
Now it's your turn to answer my questions. Her voice quivers.
あなたが取材しに来たのは本当に私の研究に興味あるから。
Let me lie to myself, let me have joy.
When you came to interview me, were you really only interested in my research?
はい。
Yes.
でも編集長なんかじゃないでしょ。
But you're not really an editor-in-chief, are you?
はい。違います。
That's right. I'm not an editor-in-chief.
ですが、研究には本当に興味があります。ただその理由は、あなたの研究がとある邪教と関係があ
You
る
could have said that nicer. But I am interested in your research. Only because the subject of your research is connected to a cult.
チルロビグもその一員かもしれません。
This Chilavig you mentioned is very likely a member of said cult.
邪教？
A cult?
パラデウス。この名前に聞き覚えは？
Paradeus. Have you heard of that name? Evelina looks bemused. She glances at Igla, then slowly shakes her head.
私の知る限りだと、あなたが受けた援助はパラデウス由来の可能性が高い。
Yeah. Yeah, no, I actually care because it literally could save the world from the collapse radiation and fix everything. There's more than just the... okay, whatever, fine, sure. Based on what I know, the assistance you received came most likely from Paradeus.
パラデウス、あのドイツで有名な？
That famous organization in Germany from years ago?
あれは汚染エリアで何千何万という人間を使って人体実験を繰り返してきた邪教です。
It's a long-standing cult. It has used tens of thousands of people as test subjects in contamination zones, all to satisfy its ambitions.
昔滅んだはずなのですが、また復活しました。
They were supposed to have been eradicated, but now they've resurfaced.
そして人体実験の成果がその技術援助につながった。
Which means the so-called scientific assistance you accepted was very likely the result of human experimentation.
嘘よ。いい加減なこと言わないで。
Impossible. It's nonsense.
エピフィラムのことを思い出してください。
Those epiphyllums?
粒子の媒体となる植物など自然発生するわけがありません。
Your so-called particle carriers were never naturally occurring plants.
あれは何者かが明確な意志を持って作ったものです。汚染エリアでコーラップス粒子を拡散し、人々を傷つけるために。
They were deliberately cultivated and designed to spread collapsed particles in contamination zones, destroying and mutating the living environments of the people there.
そんなことができる人間、あの植物の由来、本当に何も知らないのですか？
Who could do such a thing? Where did those plants come from? Do you truly not know anything at all?
そんなこと。いや。
I didn't. Evelina stares at me with wide eyes and looks away as the heiress of the Gerard group. It's impossible for her to be completely uninformed. She tries to deny it, but her nature won't allow her to lie.
そこまで。
Have you said enough?
昼食のお時間の前にお嬢様の食欲をそぐ存在は抹消せねばなりません。
Before Miss Orphaluna's lunchtime begins, I must remove anything that could affect her appetite. Points her gun at me.
編集長、まずはあなたからです。
Mr. Editor-in-Chief, let's start with you.
待って。
Wait. Uta struggles to her feet, raises her arms, and steps between me and Nigla.
お嬢様、下がってください。
Young mistress, please step back. Panic seeps through Igla's voice for the first time, though our grip on the gun remains steady.
聞いてイグラ。
Listen to me, Igla.
あなたはずっと私のことを守ってくれて、私の代わりに全てを決めてきたけど、今回は自分で向き合うわ。
You've always protected me, made decisions for me, solved all my problems, but this time I have to face it myself.
それくらいの勇気もなければ世界を変えるだなんて少子千万よ。
If I don't even have the courage to face this, what right do I have to claim that I want to change the world? There's no trace of forced arrogance in Orphaluna's voice now, only a mix of determination and vulnerability. Igla's hand trembles slightly, and she slowly lowers the gun. Orphaluna turns back to look at me.
チルロビグが邪教に所属しているかもしれないって話よね。
You said Chilaveg might belong to a cult.
人体実験なんてそんなの許されていいわけがない。
Human experimentation is definitely wrong.
でもあの子からは植物学に対する情熱を感じたの。
But what I felt from her was genuine passion and sincerity toward botany.
たとえあの子が悪い人でも、あの子の知識で研究が前に進んだのも事実。
Even if she really is a bad person, the knowledge she brought has undeniably advanced my research in a substantial way.
でもそれは無数の悲劇の上に成り立ってるんですよ。
But excuse me. But that knowledge is built on the suffering of countless innocent people.
ええ、そうかもしれないわ。
No, you don't understand what I mean.
あなたの言ったことが本当だとしても、楽園計画が進めば世界中の人々を救うことができる。
Even if what you say is true, as long as Project Eden is successfully launched, if everything I envision comes to pass, it will bring immeasurable benefits to the entire world.
放射線に苦しむ人も、イエローエリアで生存が脅かされている人もみんな助かる。
Those plagued by radiation sickness, those struggling to survive in the yellow zones, all of them will be redeemed.
たとえ後ろめたい事情があったとしても、知識自体に善悪はないわ。でも私ならその知識をいいことのために使える。
Knowledge itself isn't evil. Even if it originates from mistakes, I can guide it into the right path. Or is that wrong?
今日の取材で見たでしょ。放射線をエネルギーに変えられれば人々の暮らしを改善させるだけでなく、無意味な単純労働から労働者を解放することもできる。
You saw my demonstration earlier, didn't you? Energy converted from radiation can massively boost productivity, improve quality of life, and free countless people from meaningless repetitive labor.
そうすればより多くの人が生産的な活動に従事できるわ。
Then everyone can devote themselves to creative and productive work.
そんな世界が実現した時、果たして私の研究が悪だったと本当に言えるの？
If we're on the brink of such a world, can you really dismiss my research as evil so lightly?
科学がどういう結果をもたらすかはそれを扱う人間次第よ。
Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends solely on how people use it.
あなたの研究が悪用されない保証はありますか？
Can you be certain your research will be used that way?
それは
確かに科学に善悪はないかもしれません。
Science may have no stance, but those who wield it do.
しかし逆に言うと、制御する術を失えば悪魔の道具になりうる。
When you can't control the power science brings, its stance will no longer bend to your will.
そして誤った方法で正しい結果は導き出せない。
And a path built on a wrong foundation can never lead to a right destination.
私はそれを見てきたんです。
Something I've experienced personally.
フランクフルト事件の生き残りなら本当は分かっているはずでしょう。
You lived through Frankfurt as well. You should understand better than anyone what really happened.
エピフィラムが吸収したコーラプス粒子が何に使われるか、あなたに制御できますか？
Once collapsed particles are gathered by those collapsed epiphyllums, can you truly control how they'll be used?
楽園計画自体がすでに悪用されているとしたら、
Your Project Eden will be harvesting an immense quantity of particles. Will you have full control over what they will be used for?
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
とある事件現場でバイオポッドに詰められた人間が大量に発見されました。
At the site of an incident I encountered, we found large numbers of victims sealed in culture tubes.
現場は非合法の地下実験室で、ポッドの中には被害者の他にあなたが研究しているものと酷似した植物がありました。
It was an illegal underground laboratory. The victims were packed into containers like livestock, and inside those containers were plants very similar to those in your research.
Oh, chaos! Yeah, I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate. Hold on. The commander is being both right and very wrong at the same time. And it's a problem. Because did you okay? Did you I hydrated, by the way. Did you have to say that part though? Did you have to include me in there? Why must you include my suffering? It was an illegal underground laboratory. The victims were packed into containers like livestock, and inside those containers were plants very similar to those in your research.
彼らは生き袋やブージャムの製造に使われていたのです。そしてそれは大量の粒子による被爆でなければ不可能です。
Jayu, I understand you. I understand you. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I promise it's alright. It's okay, Jayu. It's okay. We're gonna see where this goes. Okay? Because it might be a, because I'm pretty sure this is him getting, like, overly emotional about, Petadeus, you know? What do you mean, rude? I understand you, and I'm on your side. I promise. You... No. No, you stick to that. You stick to what you just said you're gonna do. You stick.
Okay.
And I'll be good.
So much has happened while you were gone, Cass. So they tortured Alba, which I guess we thought was gonna happen. Like, we knew that was gonna happen. And she won the fight, and she said to be like, where second gen dolls become third gen dolls, and then Robella, another one that is in the game, was canonically confirmed to be the first third gen doll, which has something to do with how technologically advanced in sort of arbitrary terms. Like some are stronger, some are more human like. There's third gens are supposed to be very human like, with some of them being more strong, like Sextons and Igla. And then some of them, and like Darcher, being more like humanoid, like Rebella.
The way I see it, just sorry for interrupting, but the way I see it is like how there's a difference between like the generations of phones, or like generations of what's it called, consoles.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, some of those older consoles are extremely durable, even if they're not powerful.
Right, exactly. And like what the rules are for what is third gen is a little bit like it isn't like, oh, here's the line brain like humans. Some of them don't have human like brains, but they trade that off for like turning into a giant mech instead of having to pilot a giant mech. That's what they do. Anyways, from there, Igla was hanging out with crazy lady whose name I can't remember. Chilibeg? Anyways,
Chilibeg, yeah.
Oh no, Orphalune got attacked. Or Orphaloon got attacked. Okay, cool. It's probably Orphaloon, because it's loon, like lunar. It is. So I think Orpha is something like that too. And so the lab that she was in got attacked. Luckily, the commander saw it go down. You turned around, and they just had to be like, "So I have an army of T-dolls. How's it going?" And so a bit of backstory that is important that I don't think we tackled is the commander has been heavily mentally declining ever since Paradeus got confirmed. Because the commander basically gave up all their T-dolls, all their friends, every connection they had to kill Paradeus. And just found out that didn't happen. Like, they have a whole breakdown where they go like, it made so many people's lives miserable. It made everybody miserable. And for what? Literal towns are getting eaten up by them and experimented on, and it's awful. And it's like Resident Evil 2 remakes, Flash Hallways type thing. Like, literally, it's awful. And the commander's like, so all my friends suffered because of this. Everybody suffered because of this. So the commander's not in a good headspace either. So that's why the commander's making more and more rash decisions. That's kind of important. Like, the commander's typically kind of thought out, but they're human and they do freak out. Like, they yelled at Helena at one point just for being a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Wolfney and Mailing have regularly called out, like, hey, your mental health isn't good. They screamed at Groza because Groza made an analytical choice as a robot that was right, but the commander didn't like that Groza made a choice before asking the commander and stalled 15 minutes yelling at Groza and then told Groza to go through with it anyways because it was the right choice, but the commander wants to be the commander. And commander's kind of getting bombarded by all their old friends. Anyways, so here's Paradeus again. And Gerard Group was one of the people they were up against before. And Gerard Group has reappeared a few times. Wasn't Gerard Group in the Robella plotline where we had to beat up Krolik? Other form, like other Krolik? Who, by the way, we captured, so that's interesting.
Other Krolik wasn't with Robella, that was with Lind.
Okay. Either way, like, that underground whole corrupt thing had
yeah, that was being run by like the son of like the leader of Gerard
yeah,
Group.
so the commander's really mad at Gerard Group and has already seen that the kids kind of suck too. So they've already come in with this bias for Orphalune, where they just can't break it down, which is so sad because she's going at them with the opposite of that. But innocent person can't die. Commander goes in, tries to save everybody. They all get outed as being there. Igla is very reasonably like, hey. Oh, Igla shot Chilibeg. This is what's important. And Chilibeg came out as a clone, which implies that there is no way for there not to be a clone. You can't kill Chilibeg because it died twice now.
At least.
And she goes like, yeah, she implies that Igla's not really working with her because she wants to. She's doing it for Orphalune or Orphaloon. And she implies she did do this attack on Orphaloon, but Igla can't prove it. And Igla keeps saying, like, I can't prove this. And of course, it's a weird look that the commander happened to be interviewing her when this happened. Which she points out, and the commander's not in a headspace to calm her down. So that's basically what's happening right now. Is they're currently under attack. The commander basically just said they're the commander, and now the commander is arguing that everything Orphaloon has done is wrong because it was based on an evil science. Because the commander is thinking in absolutes because the commander is not okay. And this is bad because
the only thing keeping Igla from exploding, and Igla is this immensely powerful doll that is like 10 times more powerful than like a unit of 10, is, and they're currently in a stock room together, Commander, is Orphalune liking the commander, and the commander's kind of losing his mind right now. So we're doing great. Everything's good. We're definitely not going to die, and it's not going to go awful. Right, Blazer?
Yep. Everything
That's
will
it. That was my
totally be
summary.
fine.
Alva is still with crazy lady that melts from time to time, as you do. And that's where we're at. Because apparently we left off when everything happened. Is that wrong to say? I think it's been like major story drop after major story drop, like every 10 minutes right now. Blazer?
Kinda, yeah.
All right, I'll go now. I just figured that it would be really confusing to jump in now. Bye.
Alright, bye. And that's fair. That's fair. Oh wait, Chaos, are you still there? I hope you're still there. I hope you've been there. I have news. Once I see you respond, I'll tell the news. Pretty sure I already told you. But I'll tell you too. Excuse me. Oh wait, there is an outlet here too. Okay. So, remember the mini fridge? So, you got it, and they weren't lying about the mini part. It's a lot smaller than I thought it was, so I put that on my list without realizing just how small it actually was. I haven't unboxed it yet. I still have the box though. I still have it in the box. I haven't unboxed it yet, but I got it. Plan is I could probably put it on the shelves right here, connected to the outlet that's under the window. Wait, no, I don't think I can do that. I think there's something else. Then I can plug it into this thing. That's fine. And it'll have, I don't know how much space it has. According to the thing, it has enough space for 6 cans. I don't know exactly what that means. But I'm hoping it can fit at least, you know, a couple little things. Because if that's the case, I could do something like put in water and a couple nutrition drinks and like a soda or two. Maybe fit in like a sandwich or something. I don't know. But yeah. A mini fridge, yeah. I'll get it out and like take a picture of it and everything and post it later. But yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna use it. I want you to know I'm still gonna use it because I don't want you to feel like you ended up wasting your money on me. I'm really sorry, but I'm still gonna use it. About Dandelion. Oh yeah. So Dandelion, Jiu's gecko, has grown. She is growing again. Finally, it seems the crickets thing is actually helping. She's becoming larger, and she's going to become too large, and Jiu has no way of stopping her, and it's too late for humanity. Dandelion will take over the world. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Alright. They were cultivated into elids, even boogems, without high-density particle ray radiation. That simply couldn't be achieved in such a short time.
そこにさらに粒子を集める技術が加われば、ブージャムの量産すら実現してしまうかもしれない。
With technology that gathers collapsed particles in high concentration, not only elids, perhaps even boogems could be mass-produced.
あなたの研究がどれほどの被害をもたらす可能性があるか理解していますか？
Given how well you understand your own research, you must know how catastrophic it would be if the massive stockpile of collapse particles from your project were misused.
それでも正しいと言い切れますか？
Do you really think that would still be right?
それは
I
そんなこと全然知らない。
had no idea.
イグラは知ってるの？
Igla, have you heard of this? Feline's voice trembles, her arms hang limply at her sides. She no longer tries to hide her confusion and fear behind a proud facade.
お嬢様
Young mistress. You know. I know you know.
イグラ、本当のことを教えて。
Yes, you? Be honest. I want the truth.
先日ジラードグループ
I got
管轄な衛
Springfield.
星都市で
Oh
似
my.
たような事件が起き私もその捜査に参加したことがあります
I'm gonna bonk you. A similar incident did occur recently on the outskirts of a satellite city. Since it fell under the jurisdiction of the Gerard Group, I conducted a brief investigation.
ですがこの件はすでに非軍事勢力管理局に引き継がれたので詳細は分かりません
Later, the matter was passed over to the Non-Military Forces Administration, so I don't know the details beyond that.
つまり編集長の言ったことは事実なのね。
In other words, this editor-in-chief was telling the truth.
けれどそれがお嬢様の研究やチルロビグ様との関連性を示す証拠はありません
Liar. All I can say is that a similar event has occurred, but there's no proven connection to your research, nor is there any evidence linking it to Lady Chilaveg. Absolute liar, because why would you be going after Helena if that were the case?
そう。
I see. If Luna clenches her fist, not daring to look at me, she turns and issues an order to Igla.
イグラ、命令よ。今すぐその事件のことを調べて、徹底的に。私の研究を悪用する奴がいたら、絶対に許さない。
Igla, I'm ordering you to investigate this matter immediately and thoroughly. I'll never forgive anyone who dares to abuse my research in such a way.
今ですか
Immediately?
ええ、そうよ。この研究はより良い未来へ導くためのものなのよ。
Yes. This knowledge is meant for a better future. Past mistakes can be corrected.
ですが
But
この者たちは
what about them?
返してあげて。
Let them go. She's not happy. Yeah, there's bread this time. I made sure to have it on this time.
それはできません
Miss Orphaluna, we absolutely cannot let them go.
どうして？さっきはお金を払って返そうとしたじゃない。
Why not? You were just offering them money to keep them from ever setting foot in Lviv again.
状況が変わりました
The situation is different now.
この者たちが技術援助の件を暴露すればお嬢様の研究は無に帰すでしょう
If we let them go and they expose the fact that you accepted external scientific assistance, your research will be ruined.
それがあなたの望む結果ですか
Are you truly willing to accept that outcome? Felune turns back, gathering her courage to face me again. Food time for you? Yes, get food.
もしあなたたちの目的が悪事を暴露することなら、好きにして。
If your goal is to make this public, then be my guest.
私は自分の研究が、たとえどんな後ろめたい事情があったとしても、世界のためになると信じている。
I believe in my research, regardless of its origins, as something meant for the future of this world.
私の立場は変わらない。科学はあくまで道具であって善悪はない。それがどう使われるかは人間次第。
I stand by my view. Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends on how people use it.
私の研究は絶対に悪用させない。
I believe I have the power to ensure my research is used on the right path.
楽園計画は明日から正式に始まる。それを見たあなたが意見を変えることを期待しているわ。
Project Eden will officially begin tomorrow. When you witness the beginning of the experiment tomorrow, I hope you'll change your mind. He reaches out and forces Igla, who had pointed the gun at me again while speaking, to lower her weapon. Orphaluna, now fragile yet resolute, is no longer the haughty young mistress.
返してあげて。 命を救われた恩をあだで返したくないわ。
Let them go. After all, they just saved me, and I don't want to owe them a debt. Ayla looks at her Flune, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. Finally, she nods.
仰せのままに。
As you wish, Miss Orphalune. Orphalune leaves the shelter with Ayla. The research facility is now teaming with members of the Gerard Group and the and the PSA. The duo board a luxurious sedan and gradually disappear into the distance. Well far behind them, a team of dolls. Dang it!
次の目標を教えてください。
Hold on. Why is this so laggy? I hate this browser so much. Nope. 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 Go back. The duo board a luxurious sedan and gradually disappear into the distance, while far behind them a team of dolls silently follow in pursuit. There we go. Now, do I continue? Do I take break? Or do I switch to doing some of the minigame stuff? I think I could do real quick is this. More. Alright. Hold on. Just do this one real quick.
Go 命令を。逃げられる。エンジン起動。エンジン起動。
I don't know, I guess I put her there.
わかった。
I wish the damage was higher, but it's not. Oh, I have this now. Okay, you know what? We'll do one more before I take a little bit of a not break, but just go grab myself like something. After the aftermath of the research facility is dealt with, Iga calmly steps into the laboratory where Olva is confined. Her footsteps strike the marble floor with precise rhythmic clicks, each step carrying an undeniable authority, yet landing with a lightness of a ballet dancer's point. Pointe? She still hasn't put on clothes. Welcome back, Miss Igla. Tillavik is still wearing nothing but a loose white lab coat. She sits barefoot on a swivel chair and spinning happily, a cup of coffee in her hands nearly drowned in syrup. Her smile is dazzling to the point of being unnatural, while cunning and madness glint in her eyes. She lazily swings her legs, the faint curves of her body beneath the lab coat forming a stark contrast with the laboratory's solemn atmosphere.
ご無礼をお許しください。チルロビグ様。
Please forgive my discourtesy, Lady Chilovik. Igla inclines her head slightly, then suddenly lashes out with a kick, sending a marionette doll nearby flying straight into the wall with brutal speed. The metal wall cracks open on impact, leaving a human-shaped dent. The marionette doll, dressed as a researcher, sticks to the wall as if glued there, limbs hanging limp like a mosquito slapped flat. The laboratory walls that are growing under the strain. Good heavens, you brute! Tillavik jumps to her feet, dramatically cupping her cheeks. Her eyes widen with excitement as she hops over to the deformed marionette doll, tilting her head to admire the artwork.
いいね。こういう八つ当たりの仕方好きだよ。
Much prefer this way of expressing your anger. Way more creative than shooting me in the head.
率直に申し上げます。
Allow me to be frank, Lady Chilovig. Igla calmly smooths her sleeve. Her voice is velvet soft, but her gaze is glacial.
今まで再三強調しましたが、今回が最後です。私たちの協力関係にお嬢様は関係ありません。
I believe I have made my position very clear on multiple occasions, and this will be the final time I reiterate it. Our cooperation is strictly between you and me. Miss Orphalune is not included. Now that's interesting. Chilovig clasps her hands behind her back and circles Igla like a curious little girl, thinking aloud with exaggerated flair.
どうしてまたいきなりオルフェルーネの話を？
Why bring up Miss Orphalune all of a sudden?
もしかして私とオルフェルーネの関係に焼いちゃってる？
Is it because my interactions with her made you jealous?
それとも私がお嬢様に何か悪いことでもしたから？
Or do you think I gave our dear little young mistress something I shouldn't have?
あなたにそう呼ぶ資格はありません。
She was never your young mistress.
そう。でもあの子はあんたの所有物じゃないよ。
Naturally, but she's not yours either.
ま、確かに裏でいろいろやりとりしてたけどさ、それも個人指導のためだよ。
I suppose I have been having some private exchanges with Miss Orphalune lately. After all, your mistress needs someone to tutor her studies.
でもやっぱりあの子は可愛いから、つい必要のないこともしてあげたくなっちゃうよね。
And just like you know. She's such an adorable young lady, I just can't help but get a little attached now that I've spent time with her.
何の話ですか？
What exactly are you talking about?
だから私もオルフェルーネの味方ってことだよ。
Saying I'm doing the same thing as you, helping Miss Orphalune.
それもこれも全部オレクのジジイが非軍事勢力管理局に尻尾振ったせいだからね。
But
あいつはジラードグループをロレンに明け渡すつもりだよ。
but really, blame that old man. It's all because that fossil Oleg actually wants to bow to the Nomfa goon called Kruger. In plain terms, that senile old fool wants to sell up the Gerard Group to the UNC government.
あたし、もとい、パラデウスがジラードに協力したのは全部オルフェルーネの研究のため。ついでにグループの再建もしてあげられたら万々歳。
But we, or rather Paradeus, have always wholeheartedly collaborated with Gerard to help the young mistress advance her research. And while we're at it, make the Gerard Group great again.
オレク様の思惑通りに進めば、あなた方との協力は一切中止されます。
If everything proceeds according to Lord Oleg's arrangements, Gerard's cooperation with you will come to an end. There it is, by the way. She knew. She knew, and she lied to Orphalune.
それ以上だよ。あの薄汚いハゲジジ。
Not only that, that filthy bald geezer.
保身のために私たちを売るつもりなんだよ。
He'd sell us out in a heartbeat just to save his own skin. That's a no-brainer. Suddenly stops and hops onto the lab workbench, her legs swinging cheerfully in the air.
だからイグラあんたを呼んだわけ。あのジジイと違って頭いいからね。あいつになり代わって管理局からジラードグループをオルフェルーネとの協力関係を守ってほしいんだ。
That's why I came to you, Miss Igla. You're not like him. You're smart. My hope is that you can stand against the pressure from Nomfa and his steed and protect the Gerard Group, as well as our collaboration with Miss Orphalune.
楽園計画明日からなんでしょ？
Miss Orphalune's project Eden officially begins tomorrow, doesn't it?
あの子が10年もの間積み上げてきたものが壊されるのを見たくないでしょ？
She has devoted 10 years of her life to this research project. You wouldn't want to see it destroyed like this, would you? Igla makes no response. She walks forward slowly. She stops in front of Chilovig, inclines slightly and gently places one hand on the surface of the workbench. The moment her hand makes contact, the surface lets out a faint groan, then collapses. The entire workbench splits apart as if ripped by an invisible force. documents, instruments, and coffee cups spilling onto the floor in a chaotic avalanche. Yet Igla herself remains utterly still, without so much as a wrinkle in her clothes.
この愚かで物質的な提案を飲む唯一の理由がお嬢様のためだということをお忘れなく。
Food acquired, that's good. The only reason I agreed to that foolish, presumptuous, and unreasonable request was to protect Miss Orphaluni.
彼女を傷つけようものなら、あなたであろうとオレク様であろうと関係ありません。
If anyone dares to harm her, be it Lord Oleg or you, it makes no difference to me.
あのさ、もうちょっと頭を使ってよ、イグラちゃん。
Oh, come on, use your brain, my sweet darling Igla. Jill nimbly hops off the shattered workbench, clapping her hands together as a manic grin spreads across her face.
私がオルフェルーネを傷つけるわけないじゃん。オレクと管理局の密約をわざわざ教えてあげたんだよ。
Food hype has no O. What? Anyone not been betrayed by bird? How could I ever hurt her? Was it me who helped you obtain the agreement Oleg signed with Nomfa? Also, I messed up. It wasn't Oleg Conglomerate, it's Orlog Conglomerate. So not the thing I thought it was. Jilvig leans close to Igla, her lips almost brushing Igla's ear.
あのじじいが守りたいのは自分だけ。
That old man is willing to confess to all his crimes in exchange for his own personal safety.
お嬢様なんか最初からどうでもいい人なんだよ。
Your precious young mistress is not even on his list. Igla tilts her head slightly and stares at Chilivig without expression. The next instant, with a movement too fast to see, she grips Chilivig by the throat and lifts her into the air.
言われるまでもありません。
I hardly need reminding. Igla's voice is ice cold. Her usual air of elegance has vanished entirely by now.
たとえオレク様にお嬢様を裏切る意志がなくとも、お嬢様をお守りするのは私です。
You. Even if the young mistress were on that list, I would never allow such stupidity as to entrust her very life to another.
そうだよね。
You're right, that's exactly it. Jill smacks Igla's wrist in surrender. When Igla releases her, she drops to the floor.
だから一緒に楽園計画を完遂させることがジラードが返り咲く唯一の
Don't
チャ
just
ンスって
trust
わ
her.
け。
That's why we have to complete Project Eden together. It's Gerard's only chance to turn things around. I told you that already, didn't I?
オルフェルーネは頭が良くて勤勉で夢が大きいし何より超可愛い。だからこそあの子は計画に必要不可欠なんだよ。あんたが何百回私を殺したってそれは変わらない。
And your precious Miss Orphaluni truly is a genius scientist. Brilliant, diligent, full of ideals, and absolutely adorable. That's precisely why she's an indispensable part of Project Eden. Even if you kill me 100 times, that fact won't change.
それにもともとこれはあの子の研究だしね。
More importantly, this was her research to begin with.
どうあがいても無関係ではいられない。
I didn't say that was the line. What do you mean?
So once the project becomes our core objective, she naturally has to take part in it.
計画のためにも私があの子を傷つけるわけない。理解した？
So for your sake, and for the sake of our plan, of course I wouldn't hurt her.
計画の成就はお嬢様の宿願です。それについて反論するつもりはありません。
It's definitely been sabotaged in some way by Chilovig, so it's not gonna work like she wants it to work. Like Orphalune wants it to work, I mean. On that point, I have no objection. Completing Project Eden is the young mistress's long-cherished wish.
ただ、お嬢様は純粋な科学者であられます。彼女の研究はあなた方の道具ではありません。
However, Miss Orphalune is a noble scientist in pursuit of a pure and lofty ideal. not a pawn in your so-called game or plan. Perhaps swayed by Chilovig's words, Igla's hostility eases slightly, but when it comes to Orphaluna, she yields not an inch. Chilovig rubs her throat. Rising onto her toes, she peers up at Igla with an ominous gleam in her eyes.
そうだね。私なんかと違ってオルフェルーネはいい子だから。
Yes, yes, the image is nothing like me. She's a good little girl.
でも考えたことある？
But on that note, there's something I wonder if you've considered, my dear Igla.
楽園計画が実現すればジラードは新たな高みに到達してオルフェルーネも世界から注目される。
Once Project Eden is complete, Gerard will reach new heights, and her talents will gain worldwide recognition.
そうなったらあの子の体に隠された秘密も知られちゃうかもね。
And then, those little secrets hidden within her will become extraordinarily valuable. Igla's gaze turns icy once more at those words. Posture remains flawless, only the tension in her jaw betrays the slightest ripple of emotion.
その無礼な発言の趣旨がわかりません。
Pardon me for being blunt, but your insinuation is both vague and impolite.
はっきり言われたらいかがですか？
If you have a point to make, you could perhaps state it more clearly.
私は事実を言っただけ。真相は隠されるから面白いんだよ。
I'm just telling it as it is. Truth is like candy. The prettier the wrapping, the sweeter it tastes. Chilovig prances right up to Igla, looking up at this most powerful third-gen doll with a smile both innocent and dangerous.
この世にバレない秘密なんてない。パラデウスの知ってることは他の誰かにもいずれ知られる。
Walls always have cracks, Miss Igla. What Petadeus knows, others will eventually know too.
気をつけてね。
There are no true secrets in this world, only truths that haven't been spoken yet.
それは脅迫と捉えてもよろしいですか？
Should I take that as a threat, Lady Chilovig? Igla's voice remains courteous, but her tone is chilling. Even the air in the laboratory seems to freeze under her words.
脅迫？そんなことしないって。
A threat? No, that's far too crude. Chilovig waves her hands exaggerately, then suddenly grows somber. Presses her finger lightly against her lips, her eyes flashing sharply.
これはただの忠告。
I'm merely offering a friendly reminder.
私は楽園計画がうまくいけばそれでいいし、あんたはジラードグループを立て直せる。オルフェルーネは生涯を。まあ、あの子の年でそういうのは早いけど、生涯を費やした夢が叶う。
This matters of no consequence to me. All I want is for Project Eden to be completed successfully. You get to revive Gerard, and Miss Orphalune fulfills her lifelong ambition. Well, she might be a bit too young to be talking about lifelong ambitions. Cherished wish, then.
みんなウィンウィンのハッピーエンド。
Sounds like a perfect happy ending.
その後起こることに目をつむればね。
As long as we don't consider the risk that may follow afterward. It takes a slow, deep breath.
それについて対策は？あなたの目的は何ですか？
What is your solution? What do you want?
まあ大前提として楽園計画を完遂すること。あの子を守るためとか言って計画を中断するのは言語道断。
First, Project Eden must be completed. That's the premise of everything. Stopping the plan to protect her would be the stupidest case of putting the cart before the horse.
今言ったリスクを回避する方法は簡単。あの子にスポットライトを当てなきゃいい。
But avoiding risks is easy. Just don't put her under the spotlight.
あとは O43 をできるだけ早く連れてきてくれたら私一人だけで楽園計画を進められるかもよ。
If you could retrieve O43 and hand her over to me as soon as possible, then perhaps I could complete Project Eden independently. Flashes a radiant smile again, a shrewd glint dancing in her eyes.
そうすればお嬢様を危険なことに関わらせなくても済むじゃん。同じ科学者としてそんなことをするのは両親が痛むけど。
That way, whether Princess Orphalune stays or leaves would be entirely up to you, Miss Igla. Speaking as a fellow scientist, it may be a bit unfair to her, but She shrugs dramatically and spreads her hands.
協力相手の気持ちの方が大事だからね。
I value my partner's feelings more.
そんなことをしてあなたに何のメリットがあるというのですか？
And what do you gain from this? From what I could tell, fame is beneath you.
あんたとの友情。
Your friendship is the sweetest candy of all for me, Miss Igla.
それに秘密を知る人間は少ない方がいい。
Besides, secrets only become resources when they're held by a select few. Chilve winks playfully.
でもそれもあんたの鬼ごっこの腕次第だけどね。
But of course, everything depends on how good you are at catching mice. She sends the ball back to Igla's core and looks at her expectantly, waiting for an answer. Igla's gaze flickers. In the end, she says nothing. Her eyes turn toward Alva inside the specialized hibernation capsule. Through the observation window, Alva can be seen writhing in agony within a hallucination. Igla knows Chilevig is right. No matter what, capturing Voimastina, retrieving O43, and completing the mission she was given from the start remain her top priority. As for Chilevig, there will be a time to settle the score later. Hibernation capsule's indicator lights flash incessantly. Alarms echoing as Alva's neural data register extreme instability.
反逆の干渉がなければ簡単なはずでした。
If not for Task Force Defy's interference, this wouldn't have become so complicated. Igla gently rests her hand on the capsule's control panel and connects her own port to it. A moment later, she turns back to Chilevig and inclines her head slightly.
O43 は連れ戻します。その代わり一つだけ条件があります。
I will retrieve O43. Please honor your promise. This is my only request.
必ず約束をお守りください。
You gave me your word. Inside the capsule, Alva's body convulses violently, as if enduring unimaginable pain that intensifies further due to Igla's connection. Igla smooths the hem of her suit and walks toward the exit, her footsteps still calm and measured.
おやおや。
Chilevig watches Igla's receding back, then turns to Alva writhing in the capsule, her expression peculiar.
悪く思わないでね。本当はもっと優しくしてあげたかったんだから。
This really isn't my fault, darling. I was planning to treat you gently. What a shame. What a shame. She sighs and beams brightly again. Up back to her seat, she picks up a fresh cup of coffee and gazes at the hibernation capsule as though watching a performance.
どうせ死ぬ運命なんだし、せいぜいデータを貢献してよ、アルバちゃん。
What did it say? Since your fate is sealed. Hold on. Since your fate is sealed, you might as well contribute a bit more data before you die, my dear. We're only halfway. We have until April 1st. I think I'll stick with this. Let's see. There we go. Dang it. I lost what I just gained from her, are you kidding me? Okay, we got the resource hub, let's do the development plan. This one. No! Poverty sure is hard. Have one of these. No, we'll grab all of them. Getting absolutely annihilated currently. Dang it! Dang it. Yes, that's good. Okay, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. They really don't want me to win. Yes! And I have all my remote die. Okay, do a normal command die. Now we'll do one in the remote die. We'll do another one in the remote die. Now we'll do another command die. Yeah! Let's go! Ow. Do I want to buy this? I'm not sure. I need another development plant. Yeah, that's alright. Don't you dare. Okay. Okay, you know what? I'm doing it. We're doing 4. Go on, good luck. Dang it! Dang it! I don't like how close she's getting to me. Okay. Nice. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. You know what? 1, 2, 3. We have to win this one. Oh my goodness. That came down to the wire. He's crying. It's okay. I did it. It's okay. I did it, so it's fine. Oh, she has the luck thing. Zambus. No one buys 50k over my eyes in general. You okay? I care. You okay? Okay. Give me some good stuff. Those are good. Need a little bit of income immediately. Yeah, you know what? That's good. That's a good start. Good start. Okay. We'll save that. Save that for later. Yes! Yes! Okay. Build a resource hub. Okay. Dang, so close. I need one of those, honestly. The Neko ones. Sure. Thank you for not clashing with me. Okay, at least got that one. One more of these. Oh no. We'll do a remote too. Dang it. Okay. Chance of triggering a good fortune event. Sure. Dang it, no good fortune. Dang it. Still got a little bit from that. Sure. 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 Technically, they give me more moves, you know? Give me low numbers, please. Low number, low number, low number. Dang it. Okay. Let's go with 4. I'm gonna put another development. Okay. Nice. This has one of those tank nuke fish. Tank nuke fish? Oh, what do you mean? Ooh, nice. Yes. 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 Let's go. What if I use this? Can I just put it back into a... No, I can't. Okay. Oh, guess I'll do one more gamble. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let me see. Cowfish? That's what people are saying it is. Let me just check something. Okay, yeah, it is the nuke one. It shouldn't be with invertebrates. Some people are saying that the toxin thing is a lie, but there's a lot of other reasons why you shouldn't keep it in a reef tank. Especially not one that small. That tank is way too small for that. What a surprise. Is this, Jill, is this good enough RNG for you? Is this good enough? have a difference in points. Oh, that's a good stage for the stuff I like to do. Let me get rid of the. I need to do a bunch of these. I should try to just do them fast. What's with all the garbage? There's so much. No! Dang it. A good combo of items. Ow. There's so many. What is this? How was I ever supposed to know it was going to be that many? Okay. There we go. I do wish you could just click next. Rather than, you know, having to dang it, I thought I had it. It is weird that this minigame of all minigames is the one that they brought back for this event. There we go. Alright, so I can't do those.
There's so many more things to do.
Uh-oh. Turning to nightmare, it seems. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Had to check some. Still checking, actually. Oh, okay. Anyway, to discuss fish I mentioned? I did, yes. I will hydrate. You know what, actually, I already hydrated a little bit. But, you know what, I'm gonna see if I can set that little mini fridge thing up. Hopefully, it doesn't end up making the electric bill crazy or something like that. I don't think it should. I mean, it's tiny. But yeah, anyway, I'll be right back. Let me just go grab that. Okay, hold on. Gio wants to be on the entertaining of the chat duty, so here. If she'll pick up. Uh, or oh, never mind. There she is. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, cool. So now I'm in charge. Hi. So like, let me give you just like a little hint about this. I won't say whose name because I don't want to get him in trouble. But when said person came back, I was all like, "Oh, I got addicted, and that's why all my animals died." And like, uh, I got addicted because my boyfriend wasn't nice. Like, I totally am sympathetic to addiction and what a bad relationship can do to you. But two things: she was warned he was garbage by I think two different people early in, and secondly, whenever anybody says this about any snake, right? If any reptile owner says this to you, like, "Oh well, yeah, I let them die, but it's because of addiction." There is a rule we all know about snakes the moment you get your snake. I can't even cook with Teflon because my snake's respiratory system can't handle me cooking in another room with Teflon. I can't work with polymer clay because my snake can't handle that. And I sure can't light any candles or anything like that, even in other rooms. Snakes' respiratory systems are awful. I don't know how anybody gets the point I'm trying to make is that, like, she already didn't care about the animals to get to the point of addiction. Does that make sense? Like, because what she was doing, she knew would hurt her animals before she was addicted to it. And like, there, I guess what I'm trying to say is hello, nice to meet you all. What I'm trying to say is to me, it's the difference of someone who has a kid and then starts smoking versus someone who was already addicted to cigarettes and can't quit, right? Like if you got the animals mid addiction, whatever, but she didn't, and she still chose to light one up. I have 4 air purifiers in my house because my neighbors smoke. One of the hardest rules in my house is I don't care what it is, you can't wear cologne, you can't wear perfume. It like if you come in here, you can't wear bug spray. You can't wear, I think, sunscreen around my snakes because they'll die. You literally can't own a reptile and not know that. And I think that's the hardest part of owning a snake for sure, is the idea that you have to give that stuff up. Um Kung Fu, I had to tell him, like, hey, if you come by, you can't wear cologne again because we found out that that's why Sweet Pea was sneezing every time Kung Fu was holding him. Uh, they're extremely, extremely sensitive. You literally can't own them and not know that. There's no way you could keep them alive and not know. Um, so that's why, like, I was really rubbed wrong by her being like, well, I became an addict and that's why they got neglected. Nah, no. Like, you wouldn't even start if you cared. And I know that sounds like so mean. It does. It sounds so mean. I'm so sorry. I genuinely don't mean it to sound mean. But what I mean is, before the addiction even has a chance to hit you, you would recognize this is dangerous for your snake. It would be like taking a baseball bat to a dog. Like, that's the level of extreme this is for our reptiles. Like, it's just a line you don't cross. But she basically did that, and her prime audience is people who don't know reptiles, who don't know the behavior of these exotic pets and glamorizing this behavior. She also has a video where she opened like her Hognose's tank, and the whole time it was hissing at her, and she showed when she took it out, it was calm. She goes, she's such a drama queen. And I don't know Hognoses like that. I don't. The internet tricked me into believing that Hognoses were like that. They're not. They're so sweet. The reality is if an animal is acting like that, it's because it's either understimulated or miserable. That's where I'm at. I think most of the big name YouTubers aren't good though. But I think that's true of everything, right? Like, we've all just kind of accepted that like big names will do anything for money and clout, right? At this point, in any of the fields, like we've all been burned in every single hobby. But that's why I recommend it. So on a nicer note, I really like Animals at Home podcast. And if you like true crime, he's got a great video breakdown on like that really iconic snake case. Like, I'm gonna be upsetting for a second. There's that really iconic case in Florida where the Burmese, you know the story, the Burmese came into the window and it killed the baby. The real story there is the Burmese belong to the lady. And because that always struck me as weird because you don't have your windows open in Florida because of mosquitoes ever anywhere in the state. That just doesn't happen. You like that would be like having uh you would just be swarmed. Um but what ended up happening was in that actual case, if you look into it, the snakehead was literally visibly starving. Uh it was a pet snake that they had a blanket on that they were covering with just like it was a in a box with a blanket. And it had escaped. Hi, baby boy. Hi. Sweepy's waking up. He's figuring out there's a conversation going on. Um yeah, you want attention? Sweepy, would you rather I put a hide closer to me? Because you always under your water bowl looking at me. And I feel like it's because you want to be comfy, but you can't be close enough to me and be comfy. Do you want your water bowl? Okay. Sorry, he's like looking at he's got his nose pressed on the glass. He's not nose rubbing. He's just kind of like saying, "Hey, I want something right now." Um, but basically, what ended up happening was it was like I think a 2 or 4 year old girl, and they hadn't fed that snake. When they found it, it was a pet snake that was visibly starving. Even the judge was like, "That snake is starving." Like, do you understand how much you have to starve a python for it to visibly, to the average person, look starving? That is 6 to over a year of never feeding it. Like any dog or cat would have killed their owner in that situation too. If the cat could overpower you, they would have eaten you as well. The friendliest of golden retrievers would kill their owner if they hadn't been fed in a month. Like, I don't even know how you go without feeding an animal that long. Um, but anyways, Animals at Home podcast kind of has like a breakdown that's very tasteful like that. He tries not to, he doesn't do what true crime people usually do where they go, this person was walking home and they were thinking, wow, what a lovely day. And then they got shanked. And it's like, don't speak for them. He didn't do that. He presents just facts, just info, and talks about how that one case where they broke through the ceiling and killed the 2 boys was likely a cover up for murder. He doesn't say it himself, but it becomes very clear from the evidence that it was likely not the snake's fault. Um, because the snake just happened to bite both boys on the neck. Also, they showed signs of strangulation, which is very odd because snakes don't strangle. Constricting isn't strangling, it's cutting off blood flow. Also, snakes don't know to bite your vital organs. I mean, a rock python's pretty smart. I wouldn't put it past them. Because I know, like, obviously, corn snakes know to bite veins. But it just all seemed very suspicious. And it's a very good one. But most of his stuff is about ethical care and conservation and just really good, genuine discussions. He is a podcast, but he's a very interesting podcast with educated people for the most part. Um, And then really well done. Boa's and buffoonery is really funny, but he also calls out a lot of stuff. Like he calls out how Boa and buffoonery's thing is more his shorts are really funny. And he does a lot of rescue work. And he also talks about like ethical pet keeping in a all around sense, which I appreciate. Like instead of being like as a reptile keeper, he's like, so here's how many dogs I can handle. Here's how many lizards I can handle. Here's how many snakes I can handle. That's it. That's my line. That's it. And I really respect that. That's something I really look up to. I know it sounds like I just kind of go out collecting these snakes, but the reality is except for Bluebell and Dandelion, of course, I plan for all my snakes. That was a choice I knew I wanted to do down the line, I guess, is what I'm saying. Like, I knew I wanted a mate for Sweet Pea pretty much 2 months into getting Sweet Pea. I could just tell he was special and I needed his kids around. Holly, I got because I was trying to. So Sweet Pea's tank, um, old tank. Doing great, Blazer.
It's a little baby. It's
Little
your little
baby.
baby fridge.
I love it so much.
Chaos, you need to look at this. You need to see this. I put the link in the chat. It's so small.
I was talking about how, and I think Blazer can vouch for this too. All the snakes I've ever gotten, I definitely kind of planned for, except for Bluebell, right?
Yep.
And Dandelion wasn't a choice.
Choices and Dandelion
Dandelion,
don't really go together.
no, Dandelion broke in my house 4 times, and I didn't want her to get eaten, and that was the end of it.
So by 6 cans, I now understand. It means 4 cans fit
Lay
on
them
the
flat.
bottom.
Yeah.
And then there's a little like shelf thing, and on there can fit 2. If I remove the shelf, I could maybe fit like 4 water bottles.
4 water bottles. Okay.
Which
You know what you could do? You could get a packet of water like I have, and just when you take one out, put one in.
it's so small. I don't know where I'm gonna put this. It's
Also,
just
go ahead.
it's just big enough that I can't put it where I wanted to put it originally.
Chaos, watch the beginning of stream because I went to bat for you.
Excuse me.
We can see the evidence.
What is this slander you speak of?
It's not slander if I'm saying to go look at the beginning of stream. What do you mean?
I'm being slandered.
He was like, I got sick going to go get the thing from Chaos. No, he did
I
not.
didn't say that. I didn't actually
You said
say it.
You said
Haven't
he's
I?
very appreciative, Chaos. He's just not good at showing it. He's a Sundari.
No, I
Tsundere.
said I appreciate it. It was a joke. It was going to be a joke. And I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not going to say that. And then you're like, no,
So-
no, you said it. And I'm like, what? Don't be mean to Chaos. I'm like, what? I didn't say
Blazer.
it. I didn't say it.
Blazer.
What?
What do you think the chances of Orphaloon surviving this are?
Don't talk to me.
What?
Don't talk to me.
Do you know?
No, I don't. All I know is that it's probably extremely low.
Also, you didn't vouch for what I asked for, which is that like every snake I'm getting, I planned for a long time.
But no, what'd you just say?
So you didn't vouch for what I
What do
said.
you mean I didn't? I said
earlier.
yeah.
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
okay, good.
How dare you?
I don't.
How dare you?
Dang it, now
So,
I'm so
yeah, like I've always wanted the Eastern black rat snake. So, fun fact, actually, a high nose wasn't the original plan. I wanted to get a leopard gecko for Sweet Pea's old tank, but I didn't want to. Here's the irony. You ready for the irony? I didn't want to have to feed it live bugs. I didn't want to feed it live bugs.
Pure dandelion.
Then 4 months later, dandelion broke in my house. But, okay. Let me tell you how I met Holly versus Bluebell. I was like, okay, they told me that which no, absolutely not. This is why minimums are full of it. I will say this, I don't think all minimums are born equal. Right? Because I don't think so. Sweet Pea's tank is the minimum for his size, right? Is the minimum for his species 4x2x2? Blazer. Blazer senpai.
What?
I said I don't think that like so Sweet Pea's tank is the minimum for his species, right?
What? You're the one who knows. I don't know.
You need to chime in. It's a 4x2x2.
Shush.
Minimum for a corn
I'm
snake.
busy. You are the one who said you're entertaining chat. Therefore, it's your job right now. So no chiming in.
Do you remember the isopod tank? You're the one with the horn. Blazer? Blazer.
What did I just
Blazer.
tell you?
Blazer. Just the last thing I need you to say. Just pay attention for this.
Get out of here, Faith.
What?
Go. Get out.
Don't take it out on Faith.
Then stop. Stop it.
You did not please this. But do you remember the Horns tank? So Holly is small for his size. They wanted him in a 20-gallon. I can't even imagine Holly in a 20. Please send us Kyle in his sweater. I want to see Kyle in his sweater. He's in a 40-gallon now, which is much larger. Hello, baby boy. And Holly, like, a 4x2x2 is a lot more like maneuverable room for a corn snake than a 20-gallon is for a hognose. Because one is terrestrial and also like corn snake will use every corner of that. The hognose will kind of struggle. And also I love Holly, but he's so I can't even imagine. He'd be like half the size of the thing. It would be so sad. Holly likes to go in circles, so the idea of him losing that would make me cry. So I got Holly, and because I was like, okay, I don't really want to deal with like a leopard gecko and having to deal with live feeding it. I'm not there yet emotionally. So I got Holly, and they told me that they had a friendly. I told them I prefer rat snakes, and they told me they had friendly blue beauties, and they handed me Bluebell, and I fell in love with her. And then I called them back a week later saying I wanted to get her, and they said, "Cool, she's sold." And I said, like what? Because you're supposed to do a down payment, like a prepaid thing. And he goes, "No, if it's you, she's sold." And so he just put her as sold before I even paid for her, which is very nice. Which was another reason I was really devastated when she got out, if I can be 100% honest with you, because my mindset on that was, I didn't just fail Bluebell, I failed him. I failed people who put faith in me to give this snake the best life possible, which I already was going to do. But it was like, it doesn't affect my care, but it did cause me more sadness and more feeling of like failure, if that makes sense. Because my goal is to make her into a pretty princess. She is a pretty princess. She's my precious little baby angel. My precious little angel. That's how I got Blue Velvet. Kyle, I need to see this. Hold on. He look a little grouchy. I like that. I think that's the eye shape, right? Like I don't. The body language doesn't seem to scream that he hates the sweater. Very sunken in eyes. That's a really pretty cat. Also, I like that he looks like one of those wild cats. I don't know what they're called. You know the big puffy ones with the angry faces? You would know this, Chaos. I feel like this is a very Chaos question. I could Google it, but I don't want to because I want to see Chaos if she can guess it. You know what? Actually, I do want to know. Why are you just like in your water bowl? Are we too warm? Is that the problem? Uh, I think I know the name of the one I'm thinking of. This seems right. Yes, exactly it. It is a palace cat. Yes. He gives very palace cat energy. I knew you would know immediately, Chaos. I knew. Chaos, I know I'm kind of dumb when it comes to mammals sometimes. Outside of like domesticated ones. I'm really good with dogs. But the minute we get outside of that, I'm like, I know what park rangers say. But do I get credit for Googling Russian wildcat when trying to figure out the name? I figured I thought it was Russian for some reason. I brought it up, so I guess so. Yeah, it is in Russia. It's in Asia and Russia. I'm glad that I could sort of do a good job. Oh my god, Sweet Pea. Sweet Pea. Do you want to come out? Is that the problem? Like, are you upset because you want to cut? This is like I want to come out behavior. But he's gonna get fed today.
I'm giving up.
You giving up?
I'm giving up. I don't know where I'm
like-
gonna put this. I gotta figure that out another time. I'm just
Hey,
gonna.
Blazer, show
What?
Chaos the art I did of our girl.
But you literally can. What do you mean?
No, it's your chat. We can't self promo.
You do it.
But that's not nice of me. That would be rude. Did you see Kyle in his sweater? I do not think you've appreciated Kyle in his sweater as much as Kyle in his sweater deserves to be appreciated.
My headset disconnected. But okay. I want to get back to stream now.
Okay, are you gonna do more story?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll leave
one.
now.
I'm gonna do this one, then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Blazer,
What?
do you know the Horde?
Mm-hmm.
They said that was a big enough tank for Holly.
Oh no, I heard you. I thought you were gonna say something else about it.
But what do you think?
No.
And Holly's small. Okay, goodbye everybody. You're back with Blazer. I hope you're ready to be upset with the story. Bye.
Bye.
I try to figure out how to hang up. What am I doing wrong?
I'll hang
yeah,
up.
here.
Fine. Bye. Oh my goodness. Taco's treat. That is the face of a menace. Hold on, let me do this too, just in case. There. Oh, I'm so tired. Ova jots awake, gasping for air, her body shaking violently like a drowning person finally breaking the surface. Sweat soaks through her clothes, clinging coldly to her skin, making her shiver. She looks down and stares blankly at her drenched clothing in disbelief. Something feels wrong. Unmistakably wrong, yet she can't quite put a finger on what. She places a hand against her soaked chest, feeling her heart hammering violently as if it's about to burst free from her ribcage. Its dull pounding echoing in her ears. It don't. I told you, this is the Alva nightmare thing. She's back into being tortured in a nightmare. They don't have heartbeats either. Sweat? A heartbeat? She looks around in a daze and realizes she is sitting upright inside a train. The train is moving at high speed. Through the window she can see it is crossing a desert. Yellow sand stretches endlessly in every direction. Fierce winds howl, whipping sand into the air, blotting out the sky and turning the distant landscape into a hazy blur. The blazing sun scorches the earth, filling the air with dry heat, as if trying to bake everything alive. The ground is cracked and barren, with not a blade of grass in sight. A hopeless desolation, fissures crisscrossing the land like scars, speaking of utter death. The scene is painfully familiar to her. She has wandered aimlessly through a world like this for a full 10 years. Countless battles, countless clashes, all gradually forgotten in this contamination zone. You had a nightmare. Mestina's voice sounds beside her, breaking the howling silence. It is soft and calm, devoid of emotional fluctuation, almost like an inorganic synthesized electronic tone. Yeah. But Mestina is seated opposite her, wielding a massive anti-material sniper rifle. Even though the weapon's surface is rough and worn, it still reflects a harsh, piercing cold light. Ava remembers that back when Mestina first realized her specs no longer gave her an overwhelming advantage over everything, she sought many alternatives. This rifle was one of them. Even so, in this desolate world, even holding such a weapon, Voimestina's towering figure still looks so small compared to the desert outside. Insignificant, lonely, forlorn, as if forgotten by the world. Elva's lips are cracked. She opens her mouth and is startled by how hoarse her voice feels. She lifts a hand to her head and lets out a quiet sigh, trying to massage her temples to ease the stabbing pain. Only then she notices her fingers trembling slightly, her palms slick with sweat. Sticky and stifling sensation is deeply uncomfortable. She takes a deep breath to steady herself, but ends up inhaling more dust, triggering a violent coughing fit. The image of Anja being swallowed by the tide of eyelids refuses to leave her mind, replaying again and again, tormenting her. And then there's RPK-16. Why was she the one who helped her? The one who stayed by Anja's side?
アンジェが夢に夢の中でも私は守れなかった。アンジェもみんなも。
I dreamed of Anja. Of Anja when she was still alive. I couldn't protect her. I couldn't protect anyone. Her trembling voice, filled with pain and guilt, breaks as though she might cry at any second. Whenever Elva thinks of Angelia, indescribable sorrow surges in her heart, like it's being stabbed by a blade. Every time she looks back and remembers the first time they lost Angelia, she can't help but wonder. If only she had been more perceptive and discovered the problem sooner. If only she had done a better job at protecting AK-12 so that she hadn't missed that decisive battle. If only she had been stronger. If only she had made the right choices. Maybe none of this would have happened. Maybe Angelia would still be alive. Maybe Task Force Defy would still be whole. Maybe... But there are no maybes. Aoi knows this. She knows it all too well. In this world, there are no maybes.
ごめん。こんなこと言ってもしょうがないよね。
Sorry, 15. That was a bunch of meaningless nonsense.
こういう夢はあまり見ないから。つい。
I hardly ever have nightmares. I guess I'm just not used to it. She rarely has nightmares. Strictly speaking, she almost never dreams at all.
夢？
Dream?
私が？
Do I dream? That's right. She's just a doll. No matter how human-like she seems, she is still a doll. Dolls do not die, nor do they have heartbeats, or nightmares. They do not sweat, either. She stares blankly at her sweaty, sticky hand, her thoughts momentarily unraveling.
よくわかってるじゃないか。
You're surprisingly self-aware. As Alva freezes in confusion, AK-15 suddenly speaks, her voice cutting cleanly through her thoughts. Her tone is completely different from before, cold and sharp, as if she has become someone else.
AK-15?
今まで起きたこ
Everything that has happened,
と、アンジェの死も、パラデウスの暴虐も、
Ange's death, Patadeus running rampant,
そして私たちがここまで落ちぶれたのは、お前のせいだ。
and us being reduced to this state today, it's all because of you.
お前が無能だからだ。
Because of your incompetence. Alva's head jerks up as she stares wide-eyed at AK-15, who is now on her feet, looming over her, gazing down ruthlessly. Alva's pupils constrict in shock. She can't believe her ears. She even wonders if she's still dreaming or if she's fallen into another hallucination. Hallucination?
これはセカンダリレベルの幻覚だ。
There's nothing more than an illusion on level 2.
また言い訳か？
Making excuses for yourself now. AK-15 looks at the shaken Alva, a smile, so derisive it is utterly out of character, appears on her face.
アンジェがいなくなってから、私たちは何をしてきた？
Since Sanja's gone, everything we've done has been meaningless.
来る日も来る日も、パラデウスに何の戦略的意義もない破壊工作を繰り返してばかり。
Day after day, we've been endlessly repeating the same hollow task of eradicating Patadeus.
それで何かが変わったか？
But has anything actually changed?
10年経った今、奴らは依然存在している。基地を一つ潰しても、新たに二つ作られる。
10 years have passed. Has Patadeus truly been destroyed? For every base we wipe out, 2 more pop up immediately.
私たちのしてきたことに何の意味がある？
Tell me, what is the point of it all? Rising higher and higher, AK-15's voice trembles with rage, hatred, and despair. Even as Alva keeps telling herself that this is only a hallucination, her will still threatens to buckle.
どれだけの犠牲を払おうと、奴らを根絶することはできなかった。
No matter how hard we try, no matter how much we sacrifice, we can never eradicate them completely.
このままでは、機能停止するまで無意な日々を過ごすだけだ。
Oh, hey, Orc. Even if we persist, we'll just be endlessly repeating a Sisyphean task.
何の意味がある？
Do you understand? It's all futile. Futile? I technically would have been up earlier, but my whole day got screwed up by so many things. Including getting sick again for like the 3rd time in the past few days. But yeah. AK-15's voice has turned into a roar. Her words crash through the silent desert like a thunderclap.
いや、最初から意味などなかったんだ。
All our sacrifices, all our efforts, none of it means anything in the end.
この終わりのないループに陥ったのは他でもない。
We're trapped in an endless loop we can never escape from. And the one who caused all of this
アルバ、お前のせいだ。
is none other than you, Alva. All of it is because of you.
違う。
It's not true. Alva covers her ears and screams in agony. She wants to run or fight, but she can do neither. She can't move. Her body feels nailed to the ground, heavy as lead, utterly immobile. An inexplicable terror envelops her, pinning her in place. A hallucination. Why is she so certain this is a hallucination? Who's to say the real Vomistina doesn't have such thoughts? At that moment, AK-15 suddenly begins to move. Her movements are slow, stiff, like a marionette pulled by invisible strings, or a rusted machine that squeaks and groans with every motion. As she leans in closer, her face begins to change. As it twists and distorts, her features blur like a sketch rubbed away by an eraser. Her eyes hollow out until they become black voids that seem to swallow everything. Her mouth stretches into a grotesque grin like a wild beast. She bares sharp fangs, sending chills down Alva's spine. That isn't AK-15. It is herself.
私の言っていること、
You know I'm right,
本当は認めているんでしょ
whether I'm a hallucination or not.
なぜなら全部事実だか
Everything I've said is true,
ら。あなたがずっと思ってきた事実。
and you are perfectly aware of that. The Alva before her reaches out and grips her throat. With her airway cut off, suffocating panic floods Alva's mind. The void before her gradually darkens. Is this how it ends? The train horn suddenly blares. The train lurches and rapidly slows, and the Alva before her loses balance, releasing her grip. At the same time, a burly figure slams into Alva, sending her flying. The train screeches to a halt, as the doors click and slide open on both sides of the carriage. Selva clutches her throat and coughs, while Mistina yanks her up from the seat.
行け。
Move. She shoves Alva out of the train. Behind them, furious roars echo from within the carriage. The doppelganger Alva is now covered in grotesque scars that crisscross her face like countless knife wounds, hideous beyond words. Her bloodshot and bulging eyes, filled with hatred and rage, look onto Alva as if she wants to devour her alive. But Mistina turns to face the doppelganger. She glances back at Alva one last time, then strides into the carriage and swings her fist at the grotesque doll.
全部全部全部
It's your fault, it's all your fault. Yet Alva begins to rupture and split apart into waves of elids crashing to the ground, snarling as they surge toward her. Eva feels her breathing quicken, but she must stay calm. She must not be deceived by the illusion. She must not let her emotions take control. She has to find the flaw in this hallucination if she wants to escape. She takes a deep breath and grips the gun in her hands tightly, feeling the cold solidity of the weapon, forcing her emotions back under control. The train doors close and the train begins to move again, carrying away Vomistina and the grotesque Alva, while the tide of elids that has spilled outside rushes toward her. This is a battle she cannot afford to lose. If she loses, she would be trapped in this illusion forever, never escaping, forever living in pain and self-blame, with no chance of redemption. It's your fault. It's all your fault. That was a cool little effect there. Oh yes, it's all my fault. That's why I can't die here. Too many things that I need to do first. Bring it. And then I nuke everything because of the fact that everything is underleveled compared to me. Dang it, too many survived.
ご命令を。逃げられる。エンジン起動。
Can't really hit anything from here. I guess I could do that.
さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
Then I think yeah, I can move up. Top off, tell me what you think when you finish though. I'm probably not gonna finish the story right now. Or not gonna be able to finish 1.5 right now. But at least this. Oh right, I forgot about the wind. Forgot that's a thing. But for this, I think it's great. I think this is going amazingly. Ava opens her eyes. But thanks you for stopping by. She is sitting in a vast desert. Some distance away, the house of an elite horde foretell the imminent battle. Just when she is about to run out of ammo, Angelia will come to her rescue. She just has to accept the fact that she will never be able to pull Angelia onto that train. Alrighty. Good night, Urka. Thanks for stopping by. She'll be ushered into the train by PK-16, then expelled from the same train by AK-15, only to start waiting for Angelia's arrival again. How many times has she repeated this cycle? Ava has lost count. She recalls what AK-15 just said.
この終わりのないループに陥ったのは他でもない。
We're trapped in an endless loop we can never escape from, and the one who caused all of this.
アルバ、お前のせいだ。
It's none other than you, Alpha. All of it is because of you. She lowers her head. What she is experiencing here is exactly the same as what she has been doing in the past 10 years. Going in a circle in a place that defies description. Together with the hulking doll, they have wiped out Paradeos again and again whenever it appears in their sights. Yet as time goes on, the intelligence they receive leads them to a desperate conclusion. Paradeos is reviving in some form, and that revival is accelerating. With her assistance, and the support of their former comrades, Alva and Vomistina have both grown significantly in strength. But even so, the day they can fulfill their former leader's wish seems to be drifting further and further away. This place is both a nightmare and a reenactment of reality. Alva opens her palm, which reveals a small cube. That cube appeared in her hand when she got off the train for the first time. Alva peers at the glowing cube, yet still shakes her head. Even if this is only a nightmare, Angelia's appearance has given Alva second thoughts. But she knows she can no longer hesitate. Something has to change, Alva thinks. With a brief pause, she touches the cube with her fingertips. AK-12! AK-12! The cube emits a faint glow. The blurry figure gradually takes shape in front of her.
どうしたのアルバ。
What's wrong, Alva? Got yourself in a bind?
AK-12
Alva stares blankly at that familiar yet somehow distant face. It's been 10 years since she last saw her in this form.
まさかこんな時まであなたに頼ることになるなんて。
Who would have thought I'd still have to rely on you even here?
私のことが意外？でもここにあるものは全部あなたが作り出したのよ。
Is that so? You do know that everything here is a construct of your own simulation, right? AK-12 casually looks around before letting her gaze settle back on Alva.
私がいるとあなたの防壁は脆弱になる。本当にいいの？
My appearance will only draw the external attacks to you faster. Are you sure that's okay?
知ってる。ただあなたに会いたかった。
I know. I just wanted to see you.
相変わらず甘え上手ね。
Ah, Vodka is still such a baby.
せっかくあのキューブあいつが助けてあげたのに。
That cube, she has already helped you. Why keep yourself trapped here?
私は
Gentle smile graces AK-12's face, her eyes remaining closed.
本当は自分でも意味がないって分かってるんじゃない？
You don't want to keep doing things that seem meaningless even to you, do you?
意味がないとは思ってない。
I don't think what I'm doing is meaningless.
じゃあどうしてまだここにいるの？
Then why trap yourself here?
私は正しいと思うことをやってるだけ。でも何が正しいのかだんだんわからなくなってきた。
I've always done what I believe was right, but that sense of rightness has grown blurry with time.
何かを変えることができたのか。隊長としてアンジェの意志を告げられたのかもわからない。
I can't tell whether my past efforts have truly changed anything. I don't know whether as the leader of Task Force Defy, I'm really carrying on Anja's will.
自分が信じられない？
Have you fallen into the trap of self-doubt?
人形なんだからそんなこと考えても無駄よ。
You're a doll. Thinking about such meaningless things is, in itself, meaningless for you.
なのにそれでメンタルを蝕まれて
And yet these thoughts still plague your neural cloud like a nightmare. Isn't that ironic?
私はただアンジェの目的を果たせないのが怖くて
I'm just afraid that I won't be able to achieve Anja's goal.
じゃあアンジェの目的は何だと思う
And what exactly was Angelia's goal?
パラデウスそして自分のために遺跡を利用しようとする人間の根絶
She wanted to eradicate Paradeus for good. She wanted to rid the world of those who'd try to use the power of the relics for their own ambitions.
本当にそうだと思う
Is that really what she wanted? What?
アンジェはあなたに本音を言わなかったんだ
She never told you her true ideals, did she?
あるいはあなたの一方的な願望かもね
Perhaps all of this is nothing more than your own wishful thinking.
アンジェは失敗の決まった道で倒れたなのにあなたたちは今もその後を追っている
She fell on a path that was destined to fail. And you followers are repeating the same mistake.
彼女は叶うあてもないほど壮大すぎる理想を抱きそれを受け継いだ者は理想の中身すら知らない
Her ideal was too lofty. So lofty that she couldn't possibly pay the price to realize it. So lofty that even those who try to carry on her will after she's gone couldn't understand it.
暗闇の中で光を追ったつもりがその光の下は断崖絶壁だった
Angelia merely followed her instincts toward a place that seemed to shine with light, only for that place to be a sheer cliff.
あなたたちもそこから落ちるつもり
She fell. And you? Are you going to become another lost follower?
10年経っても何も変わらなかったのに
10 years have passed. Has anything truly changed?
どうして私が今もここであなたの話を聞いてるかわかる
Do you know why I'm stuck here listening to your lecture?
どうして
Why?
あなたの言ったことはすべて私の本心だから
Because I know these are all thoughts born from my own neural cloud. The smiling AK-12 gradually turns into Alva.
そして同時に私が克服すべき弱点でもある
This is my weakness. An obstacle I have to face and overcome.
アンジェがどうして諦めなかったのかずっと考えてた
I've always wondered why Anja kept struggling even in such utter despair.
私はアンジェの言葉を思い出したのもし人生が徒労に終わる定めとしてあがく意味はどこにあるのかしら
I remember something she once said. If everything in life is futile, what is the point in struggling?
今の私じゃまだ答えは出せない
I know I don't have all the answers right now.
多分アンジェも同じ疑問を自分に投げ続けてきたんだと思う
I think Anja may have been questioning herself with the very same doubts.
そしてアンジェの答えは
Her answer to that particular question was,
その答えを一生かけて探す
I will answer that question with my entire life.
そう
Yes.
希望が見えなくても変わる日まで進まなくちゃいけないの
Even if no hope is in sight, someone still has to keep moving forward. One day, everything will change.
確かに私はアンジェの本当の理想がわからない
Indeed, I may not truly understand what Anja wanted to achieve.
でも私たちが諦めさえしなければ彼女の意志は生き続ける
But I know this much. So long as we haven't given up, her will lives on.
抗い続けることが反逆の誓いだから
As long as I keep going, I haven't betrayed the oath of Task Force Defy. The Alva before her smiles serenely, finally at peace.
選択には代償が伴うしアンジェはそれを払ったあなたは
Choices always come with a price. She paid the price for her choice. What about you?
代償を払う準備ならできてる
I'm willing to do the same.
じゃああなたの実力を試させてもらうよ
If that's your choice, then let's see whether you truly have the strength to back it up. Alva begins to split apart, rupturing into hordes of Eliads that crash into the ground, snarling as they lunge toward her. But now Alva is no longer stricken with panic. She simply tightens her grip and raises her weapon, aiming it at the Alva before her.
時間をかけすぎた。後でボイマスティナに謝らないと。
I've wasted quite some time. I suppose I'll have to apologize properly afterward.
何があっても私は進み続けるしかない。
But I have to keep moving forward, because not moving forward is not an option.
そうですよね、アンジェ。
Is that right, Anje?
次の目標を教えてください。
Dang it, I want to continue, but you know, one more, just one more. Continue one more.
How does she go up a ladder anyway? I don't think I've seen it. Oh, she just jumps. Well, that makes sense.
エンジン起動。
Blow that one up.
さっさと倒れたらどうだ。エンジン起動。
Move up here.
わかった。
Skip the turn. There's more enemies? Where? Oh, boo. You know what, just so that is something we don't have to... You know what, can I blow them up? You know what, yeah, I'm just blowing them up. The desert, the yellow sand, the campfire, and the endless Elids all vanish without a trace. All that remains before her eyes is a vast expanse of pure white.
ここは
What is this place? And Neurocloud is no longer at the mercy of hallucinations. He calmly awaits the final conversation. She looks up at the sky. There is no sun, no moon, no stars, only a pristine whiteness. Like an immaculately spotless ceiling. She looks around in confusion, sensing the stillness of this world. When she first opens her eyes, the surrounding white seems shrouded in a thin mist or vapor. She begins to observe more closely. That haze slowly fades away.
Oh.
Even though everything remains flawlessly white, Alva has already recognized it. She is in that mansion. The carpet, the walls, and the furniture, all white, blend perfectly into the white background. However, if one looks carefully, their shapes can still be discerned through light and shadow. If she were equipped with wolf eye, she would have figured it out much more easily, Alva thinks.
やっと来たわね、アルバ。
You finally made it here, Alva.
アンジェ。
Oh. Oh, poor Alva, no. You gotta go through so much, don't you? Look at this. You quit the internet? What do you mean? I mean, probably for the best for you, to be honest, but what do you mean? You live in a cabin in the woods due to sad gun girls. Oh. As if she has known Angelia would appear all along, Alva turns toward the source of the voice. Angelia is wearing a long, pure white dress, almost completely merging with the background. Only her familiar face and confident smile stand out clearly. She looks more mellow than Alva remembers, without a trace of battle left upon her. Alva was slightly taken aback by Angelia's unfamiliar appearance. Angelia steps forward lightly and reaches out to stroke Alva's cheek. The sensation is warm and real.
久しぶりね、アルバ。
I always forget how long her hair actually is. But dang! Alva, it's been a long time. Seeing Angelia dressed like this fills Alva with an inexplicable sense of familiarity and comfort. She doesn't know what to say. She can only keep drinking in the sight of Angelia, as if trying to etch this image deep into her neural cloud.
10年ぶりかしら。
It's been 10 years, hasn't it?
はい。
That's right. 10 years.
一瞬だったわね。
Good heavens. So much time has passed in the blink of an eye. Angelia scratches her head with a self-mocking smile, unsure where to begin.
どう？みんな元気？
By the way, how have you all been these past 10 years? Oh, poor Alva. Alva wants to speak, but it feels as though something is lodged in her throat. Ah!
I just need to say that I'm gonna let you have your moment, but the fact that this game made me cry over a character I didn't even know has me very upset. Also, I will. It's gonna take a while to forgive the main dev for being like, somebody familiar is gonna be up here, and then like show Kruger, and we're like, oh, Kruger's back, cool, and then pull this shit. That's all. Okay, have a good one. Bye. I'm gonna go cry in a corner.
Alva wants to speak, but it feels as though something is lodged in her throat. She gazes at Angelia, a flood of complex, indescribable emotions surging within her. Angelia takes Alva's hand and leads her slowly through the pure white mansion. Alva steadies herself and tells Angelia about Task Force Defy's battles over the past 10 years, about forming a new anti-relic organization, about dismantling Paradeo spaces one after another. Anja simply listens with a smile as 10 years worth of words gush out of Alva all at once.
ケビンもネーレも助けてくれました。
Kevin and Nell have been helping us as well.
潜水艦基地で助けた子供のこと覚えていますか？
Do you remember the child we rescued from the submarine base?
私と同じ名前の子？
The one with the same name as me?
はい。アンナです。
Yes, Anna.
成長して今やもう一人前に。
She's all grown up now. She can stand on her own 2 feet.
一緒にいた子供たちも元気です。
Oh my gosh, wait. We finally have confirmation that they're all okay? I was wondering what happened to them. And the other children who were with her, they're all alive and well.
そう。よかった。
Is that so? It's wonderful. Suddenly Angelia stops walking. It turns to Alva and asks her in the same casual tone one might use to ask what to eat for lunch.
あれば、この10年で諦めようと思ったことはないの？
It's been 10 years, Alva. Don't you want to give up?
どうしてそんなことを？
Why bring that up all of a sudden?
パラデウスは巨大すぎるわ。根絶するなんて無理かもしれない。
Patadeus is too vast. Maybe you'll never be able to defeat it.
すべてを投げ出すのも選択の一つよ。
Maybe you could stop and find a life of your own.
と言っても、あなたは聞かないでしょうね。
I say that, but I'm sure you'd never agree to that, would you?
はい。私はまだ止まるわけには。
No, I can't stop yet. Before Alva can finish, Angelia gently pulls her into an embrace, speaking in a voice like she's soothing an exhausted child to sleep.
あなたたちに何もかも押し付けて申し訳なく思ってるわ。
I'm sorry. I just went and left everything to you lot.
この10年辛かったでしょう。
These 10 years must have been hard on you and the others. Alva doesn't reply. She just holds Angelia tightly.
それでもあなたたちはここまで来た。
Even through all that pain, all that confusion, you've kept going all this time.
見違えるように頼もしくなって
You've
安
grown
心したわ。
mature, dependable, reassuring. Reluctantly, Alva lifts her head. After a long while, she whispers something so softly it's almost inaudible.
もしあなたが生きていたら。
If only you were still here.
私もあなたたちのそばにずっといたい。でも受け入れるしかないのよ。
I wish I were too. But you have to accept the fact that I'm already gone.
一番大変な時なのにごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. When everything became even harder to bear, all I could do was stand by, powerless.
いえ。昔一緒にいてくれた。それだけで十分です。
It's okay. You once lived. That's good enough for me.
そう。
That's true.
でもいつまでも私を引きずらないで。メンタルをすり減らしてまでこんなシミュレーションをして。
A dead person isn't worth all this pining. It's time to end this. Stop frying your own neural cloud with this simulation.
アンジェ、私はどうすれば。
What should I do?
諦めたくないけれど、どうすればいいかわかりません。
I don't want to give up, but sometimes I really don't know what I should do to make things better.
私も同じよ。
To be honest, I don't know either.
今のあなたは私なんかよりしっかりしてる。あの時の私も同じぐらいしっかりしてたらこんなことには。冗談よ。
You're already far more dependable than I ever was. If I'd been as reliable as you are now, maybe things wouldn't have turned out that way. Just kidding.
アンジェ。
But
でも一つだけ忠告させて。
the T. Real answer, the T stands for tactical. But right now, the T stands for tears. For tearing up. For torment. Still, maybe I can offer you a small piece of advice.
忠告。
Advice?
私の影を追わずに自分が正しいと思ったことをして。
Make doing the right thing your goal, rather than following my obsessions.
私と同じことに執着するのが意志を継ぐことじゃない。自分だけの目標を探して。
Carrying on my will doesn't mean being trapped by past doctrines. Find a purpose that you believe in.
私の目標。
My purpose.
昔と同じことをすればいい。この10年たくさんの人を救ってきたんでしょ。そのためにしたこと後悔していない？
You must have saved a lot of people over these 10 years. Just like we used to. Do you regret putting effort into that?
するわけがないよ。
How could I ever regret saving lives?
なら救い続けなさい。あなたの力で。答えが見つかるその日まで。
Then keep at it. Use your strength to save innocent people. Keep doing it again and again until the day you truly find the right path.
大丈夫。きっと見つかるわ。私たちはそうやって進んできたじゃない。
Yeah, Jew. She is on this mission. One day we'll realize where the path of righteousness and justice in our hearts truly lies. Haven't we always been feeling our way forward like this? Yeah.
あなたたちがいる限り悪人どもも好き勝手できないわ。
As long as you girls are around, those people full of bad intentions won't have a peaceful night's sleep.
思う存分反逆しなさい。
So go ahead and keep defying them. Noah chuckles in relief, and Angelia laughs along with her.
いつか必ず奴らを根絶やしにします。
You're right. One day I'll put them to a good sleep they'll never wake up from.
ねえ、楽しみにしているわ。
I'm looking forward to that day. Angelia stretches, walks a few steps forward, then turns back to look at Alva.
そろそろね。
Alright. It's about time.
私らしくないことをいっぱい喋ったけど、私は私じゃないしね。
It said a lot of things that don't sound very unlike me. After all, the me here isn't really me.
でも、私が伝えたいこともきっと同じよ。今の私ほど優しく伝えられないかもしれないけど。
But I believe Angelia would have said pretty much the same. Maybe a bit more gruffly. The me in your memories is far too gentle.
帰り道、わかるわよね。
You know the way back, right?
はい。
Eva takes out the cube. Before activating it, she prepares to say her final goodbye to Angelia.
アンジェ、話せてよかったです。
Angie, so glad I could talk with you.
あなたの防壁を突破するための演算力を逆に利用してこんなことしてると分かったら怒るわよね、あなたの敵。
You're quite sly, you know. If those people realized you were using the computing power from their attacks to do something like this, they'd be grinding their teeth in fury. Eva laughs and shakes her head.
彼女のおかげです。
That's thanks to her help. Otherwise, I don't know if I could have held on.
そうね。あの子たちにもよろしく伝えといて。
True enough. Send my regards to the others for me. And tell them it's time they let me go.
はい。
I will. Eva opens her palm. The cube glows brightly. She closes her hand. When she opens it again, the cube has transformed into a familiar MP443.
元気でね、アルバ。
Do it, Alpha.
さようなら、アンジェ。
Right. Goodbye, Angie. Oh, that's what she has to do to get out? Are you kidding me? Alva raises the pistol. In the sights, Angelia smiles and waves at her. As Angelia falls, her body dissolves into countless specks of light. The white space finally fails to hold, collapsing in vast swaths and revealing the endless darkness beyond. Before everything returns to nothingness, Alva seems to glimpse a blurry figure standing in the distance. The figure simply nods once, then turns away, fading away along with the collapsing white world.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
私は進み続けます。ハンジェ。
Now keep moving forward, Anje.
次の目標を教えてください。
Okay, you have to shoot the tech ghost of me when I die. You can do this. Oh my. Oh, right, yep. The date changed. Have a sad Alva. Oh right, it's a week reset too. Ooh, 300, nice. Okay, well I have to open this up again, right? Like I have to. Like to check it, you know. Oh wait, right. Weekly reset. That means I can rebuy all this. This needs to be updated. There's just not enough stuff for the amount of stuff you get in there. No, I didn't. Not yet. It's just that it reset. It forced me out because it reset. I really gotta progress in this. I'm missing so many. There's another 25, there's another 30, another 30, another 40, like... It's a lot that I'm missing out on. Here, let me go to crew deck and do the things in the crew deck real quick. Oh no. Like, look where Cheetah's head is, and then for Boy Messina, her head reaches all the way up here. She didn't blow up the food. Delicious creation. Every mouthful tastes like this. What do you think? Fantastic on all fronts. Pleasant surprise. Yes, such a myself as Johnson in the culinary arts. Cooking prodigy. Oh, it's Sabrina. I don't have her drink. The affogato. Yeah, well, I'll be able to get it eventually, it's fine. Every mouthful tastes like bliss. Commander, welcome to my live stream. She's live streaming right now. Better personal channel. Subscriber count increased after uploading that video of me preparing dinner for the commander. You're really active on your personal channel?
チャンネル登録よろしくね
Yes, as long as the connection and conditions allow, I try to upload as frequently as possible. Remember to keep following me, commander. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Keep forgetting she has a cooking channel. Which I mean makes sense. Also, I do wanted to, was it this one? Armory, was it? Or maybe not armory, it was like the passages. I wanted to change the windows. Because these I can just buy. It's the closest thing to the like it's the closest thing I can do that doesn't involve actually buying the whole thing. I'm gonna bonk you. You shush. No, I don't want a preset. Wait. Must not contain any content that violates regional or national law, and contain any content that discriminates, contain regulation violating content. Not contain content that insults or defames others. Not contain. Okay, yeah. I forgot. You can make like your own little things and like blah 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 blah. You know. Oh, hold on. Do you have anything else to unlock in the lounge? No, lounge is complete. Rec room. Wait, no! I wanted those there! I just forgot that dang it! I forgot that I never did it because I wanted to keep those there. Well, rest in peace. Weapon rack 2. Channel device 3. 4. Let me check the other spots first. That's done. That's done. Okay, so it's literally just the stuff in the armor. We are eventually getting a gem, by the way. I think it's what goes over this way. Pretty sure. Poor Alva. You know what, here, have another level. Okay, was that in here I was looking? I'm sad that it costs so much. It's unfair. Oh, I got confused why this looked nice, and I realized it's because it was giving me the wrong one. You know what? These that looks at least look closer to like the woods type of thicker decor. We'll leave it in this one. Leave it on that one. I'll do this. Leave it on that one. Leave it on this one. Oh, this is nice actually. Oh, wait, this is nice. Okay, these. Anything in the rec room I can change? These look nice, but let me look around. You're in zoomies. Look at this campfire thing. I know there's this thing, but the campfire is nice. Time for trip. Ooh, wait, this is nice. I'll do this one. Hey G, are you happy that I'm finally decorating? I don't think I can really do anything out here, can I? I wish I could grab this. But I can't. I can't. See the hangar passage, this is all I can do. Oh, I'm sorry. You are content. Oh. Give me a second. Trying to see how high I can get this stack going. Arm day. Hold on. Hold on. It's spamming fast ones at me. It's not giving me a chance. Come on. I'm at 30. Dang it. Fine. Hold on. Do my lottery here real quick. Nothing good. Dang. Wait, what? I didn't see this. Where'd that come from? Wait, this is another survey? Wait, is it... I'm confused. 2 surveys? Oh no, I got that from this. Right. Okay, never mind. Wishful orange. Remoting quarter level 60. Own 50 furniture appearances. Oh, it's raised them to levels. Okay. Oh, these are the foods. Okay. This one? Oh, eat the foods. That's pain. That's pain. $40 drinks at the counter. Unlock all conversation lines for $10. Okay, I need to do that again. I need to keep doing these as much as possible. Private meeting logs. I gotta do these. I gotta do these. Okay. I could buy a bunch of these, but Alright. Hold up. I gotta go back to crew deck. And then I'll do the exercises. I gotta go to this curio thing in here. This thing right here. I should have more. Yeah, there we go. Edit display. What? How do I only have one? It just said I had multiple. I guess not. What do these do? Oh. Also all these things.
Don't tell me I missed my 2025 cake. Nah.
I'm sad. I'm saving. There's so much time. I'm hoping that Sapo comes before this timer runs out so I can get an outfit for her for free. I have so many boxes. So many boxes. You know what? Fine. Let me go look at this. A Quick Eye Salt outfit? Okay. Oh. I need to check so then. What do you mean Quick Eye Salt outfit? I'm gonna just keep saving these just in case. And I'm tempted to keep going for this because I don't know. But I kind of don't know. How many have I done? Okay, that's 6, 12, 18, 20. So I've done 20. Which means I'd have to do another 60 to actually guarantee it. You know what, I'm just saving. I'd rather just save, just in case, because I don't want to end up getting something for Cook Guy rather than someone else, if I can help it. You know what, hold on, I want to see. Do we have any, like, fake? There's a camera. The Fleur-de-Lis, Guns and Bullets, The Ghost of the Opera, King of Boxer, Supreme Vehicle, Prime Experience on Elmo Cinema, Gorge Frontline Echoes, Other Side in the Universe, Gorge Frontline 2, only available on the Elmo. Phone keeps being annoying, like I just want to walk on treadmill and watch stream. That's fair. Prime Experience on Elmo, Supreme Vehicle. Do they have like books up here, maybe? Can't read that. I can't turn that way for some reason. What's Crimnova? Actually, can't I earn something here? Oh, it's just leaves. Never been this one. Leaves, okay. Now I can leave. We're almost done with part 1.5. Well, sort of. Oh wait, right. Hold on. Let me do the redeems. Oh, my legs. You know what? Maybe this way. It's easier. Oh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, my foot. Okay. And yeah, hydrate. Sorry. Yeah, it's just the cough still hasn't gone away. Give me a sec. Okay. The familiar hum echoes in our ears. Sounds of countless instruments and machines interweave into an endless industrial symphony. You're way too powerful right now. Inside the hibernation capsule, the cold touch of metal presses in from all sides, binding Alva tightly and leaving her unable to move. Alva slowly opens her eyes. Her vision shifts from a blur to clarity. The scene before her is no different from before. She's in the same narrow, specially designed capsule, same busy marionette doll researchers milling about outside. And through the observation window, legs crossed as she perches on a high stool, is Chilovig. My oh my, Sleeping Beauty's finally awake. Chilovig springs up exaggeratedly and scampers to the observation window, pressing her entire face against the glass. The distorted grin looks eerie and slightly comical. She taps the glass with her fingers with knocking on a fish tank. Okay, fish tank, that's a little better than a bowl. How absolutely marvelous. Chilling falls back a step, cupping her face with one hand, eyes wide. Oh, she's actually wearing clothes this time. I thought your little brain would be turned into total mush this time for sure, and yet you regained consciousness. Miss Ziegler cranked the power dial way past the red line. How terrifying. The big spins as she talks, making a little gesture beside her temple convey how mind-blowing she finds the situation. Then abruptly freezes, bends down and presses her face close to the window again.
さすがサマンサ賞。
Looks like I really underestimated Pandora's endurance. Samantha Shaw's masterpiece indeed. She bares her teeth in a wide grin, then suddenly slumps in disappointment, letting out an exaggerated sigh as her shoulders droop.
はあ、あんたのメンタルのかけらをジグソーパズルのように組み立てるの楽しみにしてたのに。
What a shame. I was actually planning to recover your data fragments and put your neural cloud back together piece by piece like a puzzle. Might have found something interesting. It traces shapes in the air, as if assembling an imaginary jigsaw.
まさかバラすことすらできないなんてね。
It's now apparent that even if I really wanted to destroy your little brain, I probably couldn't. She shrugs and abruptly puts on an expression of sympathy, blinking her big eyes and pouting her lips in an exaggerated manner.
おう、そうだった。苦しめちゃってごめんね、アルバちゃん。
Oh, right. My dear Vodka, I'm so terribly sorry for the pain you just went through. She strikes an over-the-top pose in apology. Right hand to her chest, left hand drawing circles in the air.
まさかあのすかした人形があんたのあんな単純な挑発に乗るとは思わないじゃん。
Who could have guessed that my dear partner, the ever elegant and refined Miss Igla, who always says please to everyone, would completely lose her temper over a few harmless jabs from you?
出力を最大まで上げたのは私じゃなくてイグラだから。そこんとこよろしく。
But don't worry, sweetheart, I wasn't the one who turned the power up that high. Miss Igla was the violent maniac who twisted the dial all the way. He presses a finger to her lips in a conspirational shushing gesture.
もう完全にあんたへのダメージを度外視した操作だったから。いやー、怖かったね。
What Igla did went way past the safety limits. Past even what I expected. My goodness, I was scared out of my mind.
私ですらためらうのに、一歩間違えるとここが吹っ飛ぶかもしれないからさ。
Even I wouldn't dare turn the power up that high. Who knows what might have happened? The whole lab could have blown up.
でも私にイグラは止められないんだよ。知っての通り、あいつは化け物だから。
But really, darling, I couldn't stop her. You know better than I do. She's a complete monster.
恨みを買ったら何されるか分かったもんじゃないよ。
If she loses her temper again, who knows what'll happen? I might really get chopped into little pieces. She makes a throat-slitting gesture, sticks out her tongue, then breaks into giggles. Elva merely watches her manic display in silence, her eyes utterly flat.
おっといけない。イグラのことで熱くなっちゃった。
Oh dear, did I ramble too much about Igla? Chilovig suddenly stops and lightly smacks her own cheeks as if admonishing herself.
主役はあんただもんね、アルバちゃん。
You're the star here, isn't that right, Advochka? She smiles sweetly, licking her lips as her tone suddenly becomes low and enticing.
意識が戻ったのは予想外だけど、奇跡はそう何度も起きないよ。
So you survived that. Impressive. But miracles aren't infinite, you know. You of all people should understand how painful a neural assault can be. She leans against the observation window, fingertips gliding lightly across the glass.
ちょっとはあんたの秘密話してくれる気になったかな。
So maybe now you'd be more inclined to tell me a little secret? She tilts her head, her voice almost coquettish? Coquettish? Yet a dangerous glint shines in her eyes. Elva doesn't answer right away, even though she senses that she has regained the ability to speak, whether because her condition is improved, or because Chilovig has disabled some restrictions, she doesn't know. Regardless, she simply stares at Chilovig. Her gaze is utterly calm and still, like stagnant water, without the slightest ripple.
チェ、これくらいじゃダメか。
So that little bit of pain was nothing to you, huh? Chilovig pouts and stomps her foot like a child denied candy. Then her expression rapidly shifts. She leans close to the glass at a cruel smile spreading across her face.
ま、死すら知らない化け物だから。当然ちゃ当然か。
Figures. After all, you're a bunch of monsters who've never even experienced pain. Or experienced death, I mean. Whoops. Elva's eyelids twitch.
私から何を聞き出したい？ボイマスティナと O43 の居場所なら今やお前たちの方が詳しいはず。
What do you want me to tell you? I've been in prison here for a long time. You're probably more aware of Voimistina or 043's whereabouts than me.
反逆正体についてならパラデウスはすでに十分把握しているはずだ。お前たちと違って私たちは正々堂々表で動いているからな。
As for information about Task Force Defy, Botadeus already knows more than enough. You're the ones hiding in the shadows. We're the hunters.
なん勘違いだぞ。
No, my dear. You've got it all wrong. Chilvig wags a finger and prances away.
そういうのはイグラしか興味ないから。
I'm not interested in that stuff at all. Only Miss Igla worries about that kind of boring nonsense.
仲間じゃないのか。
I thought you were partners.
ちょっと違うかな。
Allow me to correct you, sweetheart.
私たちはただ利害が一致しているだけ。ナゲットとポテトはセットで出てくるでしょ。は、ちょっと違うか。まあそんなもん。
We're just collaborators. It's a working relationship. A pure exchange of interests. Like pizza and cola. Totally different, but they sometimes show up together. He wags a finger like a strict teacher, even though the analogy might have as well come from a child.
てなわけだから仲間じゃないね。私はイグラの腕っぷしを、イグラは私の頭脳が欲しいだけ。
At the moment, we just happen to share a goal. That hardly makes us comrades. I like her sword. She needs my brain. Simple as that.
私には十分仲間に聞こえるが。
I said partners.
志も違うのに。
Our aspirations aren't even the same. How long do you think this partnership can last? Her smile suddenly vanishes and her tone turns grave.
反逆正体は利害の一致で集まったわけ？
Tell me, did Task Force Defy make it this far bound together by interest alone? Elva lifts her head slightly. Since their encounter at that base, this is the first time she truly meets Chilivig's eyes.
じゃあお前の志は何だ？
Then what is your aspiration? Chilvig snaps her fingers lightly and her grin reappears. With that gesture, the marionette doll researchers bustling around the lab all freeze, turn, and stare at Alva with hollow eyes. They stand in perfect unison, like soldiers awaiting orders, silently watching her, an oppressive presence. Chilvig slowly walks back to the observation window, her voice dripping with temptation.
私は喋るの好きだし、いろいろ知ってるけど、あんたたち反逆正体のことはまだよく分かってないんだよね。
To be honest, even though I love chatting and talking and acting like I know everything, I still think I don't know enough about you Defy dolls. You're always scurrying around like rats after all.
あんたたちがパラデウスに対して変質的とも言える恨みを抱いているのはわかる。
But this much I know. You harbor an almost obsessive hatred for Petadeus.
でも、その理由がわからないし、知りたい。
I find that hatred fascinating and confusing. Her tone grows somber and a fanatic light blazes in her eyes.
パラデウスのやろうとしていることは、現人類が到底たどり着けない領域なんだよ。
To me, Petadeus research is nothing short of a miracle. Technology that surpasses humanity's current limits. She throws her arms wide, as if embracing the entire world.
生命の神秘、進化の奇跡。まるで魔法のようだけど、科学そのものなんだ。
We're exploring the mysteries of life, creating miracles of evolution. It's like magic, only better because it's science. Her eyes gleam as she stares into empty space.
その過程にわずかな犠牲があっても。
Even if it requires some small sacrifices along the way, incurs a few negligible costs.
結果オーライならどうでもよくない？ケーキを作るのだって卵を割らないといけないし。
The final result would be beautiful. Worth it. So dazzling, so exquisite. Just like baking a cake, you have to break a few eggs. She mimes cracking eggs and lifts her fingers as if presenting an invisible cake. Lifts her hands as if presenting an invisible cake.
人類を次のステップに導いて新たな世界を作るんだよ。
We'll lead humanity into the next stage of evolution. We'll create a brand new, better world. She pauses, her tone softening like she's speaking to a lost child, though the fervor in her eyes remains.
そしてアルバちゃん、あんたはその世界の一員になれる。
And you, sweet Alva, You could have been part of that new world.
これだけ計り知れない潜在能力とメンタルを持ちながら古びた体と無意味な恨みにとらわれちゃって
You have such a powerful neural cloud, such extraordinary potential. Yet you're trapped in this outdated shell, bound by meaningless hatred.
惜しいよ本当に惜しい
Give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. What a waste, such a terrible waste. Chilveg theatrically wipes away non-existent tears, lamenting Elva's incomprehensible choice.
チャンスをあげる
So how about it, Vochka? I'll give you a chance.
過去から抜け出して未来へ進むチャンスを
A chance to let go of the past and embrace the future.
私と手を組んでくれたらあんたが絶対に叶えたい願いを叶えてあげよ
If you join us, I grant you one wish when you can't possibly refuse.
う願い
A wish.
それはねただ
That would be
ーんあんたたちのかつての指揮官
reviving your former commander.
アンジェリアを
Oh, whoops. Hold on.
アンジェリアを生き返らせちゃうぞ
She drags out each syllable, her voice tantalizing. At the sound of Angelia's name, Alva's pupils contract sharply.
私が生き返るとこ見たでしょしかも2度もだよ
You've seen me come back from the dead. Twice. You know I can do it. She grins as she mimes clawing her way out of a grave.
10年経っちゃったけどアンジェリアの人格データはパラデウスのデータベースにあるから大丈夫
Even though 10 years have passed, the engram of Angelia's consciousness has been preserved in Paradeo's database this whole time.
他のメンバーはどうでもいいあんたさえうなずいてくれればアンジェリアはすぐにでも帰ってくるよ
The moment you give the green light, I don't even need all Defy members' approval. Just yours, I'll give her back to you.
私の知る限りだと彼女の死がパラデウスへの恨みの根源だからね
As far as I know, that's the biggest source of hatred you have toward Paradeos anyway.
どうこれ以上ないウィンウィンだと思わない
Well, it's a fair deal, right? A perfect win-win if you ask me. Chilveg sways smugly, watching Alva's reaction, convinced she struck her weakness.
本当にできるのか
Do you really mean it? Chilveg's eyes light up, a satisfied smile spreading across her face.
もちろんこのチルロビグに二言はないよ
Of course, sweetheart. I'm Dr. Chilveg. Chilveg never lies, at least not to her friends. She places one hand over her heart and raises the other high in solemn oath.
そんな保証はどこにある
How do I know you're not lying?
王43を手に入れるための嘘とも考えられる
Maybe everything you've said was just to trick me into handing over 043.
お前とイグラの会話は聞いていた楽園計画の完遂がお前たち共通の目的
I heard your conversation. You're trying to complete Project Eden. That's the common goal you share with Igla.
それより私を引き入れる方を優先するのか
I don't believe you'd abandon something that important just to convert me. Alva's voice trembles slightly, but she tries to keep it steady. She peers at Chilveg with a mix of hope and doubt, waiting for an answer, seeking confirmation the woman before her is telling the truth. Chilveg slaps her thigh and bursts into exaggerated laughter.
私を誰だと思ってんのさマルチタスクくらい余裕余裕
Oh, darling, you underestimate me. I'm a genius who can multitask.
あんたを味方につけることも楽園計画を進めることも同時にできるんだから
I can win you over and complete Project Eden at once, like dancing a perfect duet. My feet stepping one way, my hands moving another.
楽園計画の実態は何だ
Then, what exactly is Project Eden?
へえそんなに知りたい
You really want to know that badly? She arches an eyebrow, leaning forward as if sharing a grand secret. In her eyes, Alva has clearly been shaken by the offer and is starting to waver.
しょうがないなじゃあちょっとだけ
Alright then, since you're so curious, I'll let you in on the gist of it. She steps closer to the observation window, lowering her voice.
楽園計画は人類に変革をもたらす計画
Project Eden is a magnificent project, one that can change humanity's destiny.
蝶を誘うある花を使って前人未到の新世界へ
Through a flower that draws in butterflies, we'll get a glimpse of a new world no one has ever set foot in.
戦争も病も痛みもなく
A world without war, without disease, without pain.
幸福と永劫だけがある世界へ訪れる
A world of nothing but joy, happiness, and eternity. Spreads her arms and closes her eyes as if already seeing it.
誰もが肉体から解き放たれ永遠の命を得られて
In that world, everyone can shed the shackles of flesh and gain eternal life.
誰もが夢を叶えられる無限の可能性を秘めた世界へ
Everyone can realize their dreams. The possibilities are endless.
それを叶える鍵として花が必要なんだよね
All this requires a qualified flower to serve as the essential key. Her eyes snap open and blaze with frenetic light. She's revealed another new term. Key.
分かってくれたそろそろ答えを聞かせてほしいな
You understand now, sweetheart. It's time for you to decide. Chilveg smiles faintly, tossing the key toward Alva. She doesn't notice that, while she was busy making her impassioned speech, Alva's gaze has already grown cold. The faint hesitation has vanished completely, leaving only scorn and fury.
それはまた随分と偉大だな
It really does sound magnificent.
だから王43を利用して遺跡の扉を開くつもりか
So basically, you're planning to use that child to open the gateway that activates the relics.
モルスカヤズビズダーを小型化したものを作ったのか道理で大量のコーラプス粒子が必要なわけだ
You built a device that imitates the starfish, didn't you? No wonder you needed the Gerard group to gather collapsed particles.
遺跡の作り出すあの空間何に使うつもりだ
What exactly do you plan to do with this space triggered by the relics? Alva's rapid-fire questions cuts Chilveg completely off guard.
あんた
You...
どうしてそれを知ってるわけ
Wait, how do you know all this? Chilveg's smile freezes, shock and anger flashing across her face. She rushes to a terminal only to discover the central system's firewall has already completely failed. That's when it dawns on her. Alva has infiltrated the servers. She may have read all the classified data.
バカにしてるの？
You played me? Her voice turned sharp, her sweet smile twisting into something grotesque.
どうやらお前は自分が思うほど頭は良くないよ
There we go, Alva. Looks like you're not as smart as you think.
うな。私が何のためにここに来たと思ってる。
Why did you think I came? This time it is Alva whose voice is dripping with open mockery.
だがお前は一つだけ正しいことを言っ
But at least you got one thing right.
た。お前なんか小に遠く及ばない。
You don't hold a candle to Dr. Shaw. Chilovic's expression shifts rapidly. Anger, hurt, rage, before finally settling into a warped smile.
ああ、せっかくチャンスをあげようと思ったのに、あんたはそれをミスミスと。
What a pity. I was going to give you a chance. How generous of me. But since you don't know what's good for you, she slams her hand against the observation window with a deafening bang.
残念だけど、今まで通りに扱わせてもらうね。メンタル攻撃から生き延びられても、物理的なダメージはどうだろうね。
I see you preferred your previous treatment. No matter. Since you survived the neural attacks, let's see how you'd fare in reality.
いつまでその生意気な態度でいられるかな。
I sure hope you can keep up that tough attitude next time, sweetheart. A sick smile spreads across her face as she presses her face up close to the glass. Eva no longer hides her fury. She glares at Chilovig with open contempt and disgust.
ずっとだ。
Oh, I will.
いつかお前たちパラデウスとジラードが罪の代価を払うまで。
I will make Patadeos as well as the Gerard group pay for everything you've done.
特にお前はこの手で頭を引きちぎる。
As for you, I will personally twist your head off.
アンジを侮辱したことを後悔させてやる。
I'll make you pay for insulting Anja. Chilovig guffaws as if she's just heard the funniest joke.
いやー、楽しみだよ、アルバちゃん。
I'm really looking forward to it, Alvochka. Very much looking. Suddenly, red lights flash throughout the lab. Alarms flood the room.
Huh?
Forward? Remember my cursed meal? Yes, I remember your cursed meal. Don't let me do it again. It hurt so bad I died. Oh my.
I told you not to do it, and you didn't listen to me. Go rest. Lay down. Lay down and rest. Okay, water bluebell. Make sure all the things are closed. Properly closed. Or do you want me to remind you tomorrow or later? She had like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was like what are they called? Pizza bites or bagel bites? No, pizza rolls and something else. I don't remember. She had whatever this is. The smile freezes on Chilovig's face as she stares at Elva in disbelief.
何をした？
What have you done? Elva answers her with a hint of derision.
さあ
What do you think? Chilovig stands stunned for 3 seconds and snaps out of it. She rushes back to the terminal trying to initiate self-destruction, but the system rejects her again and again.
あるが
You.
同じ手は二度も通用しない。
You really shouldn't make the same mistake twice.
自決剤を持ってないのなら早く逃げるんだな。
By the way, have you brought poison this time? If not, you'd better run, or it'll be too late.
用事を済ませたらまた遊び相手になってあげる。
You just remembered I've got lots of things to take care of. I'll come back for you once I'm done. Don't miss me. She blows an exaggerated kiss and turns and sachets out of the lab without looking back.
出番だよ、ボイマスティナ。
You're up, Mestina. Eva closes her eyes. There is no panic, no hesitation, just calmness that seems out of place on a prisoner in enemy captivity. Her fingers twitch lightly, as if playing a silent melody. Meanwhile, deep beneath the Gerard Group's facilities, Vomistina makes her final preparations within the labyrinthine sewer system. Vomistina is leaning against a damp wall. Before her floats a holographic projection of the Gerard Group's underground complex. This is one of the things she prepared before Vomistina and Alva entered Lviv, originally intended as a retreat plan. No one thought it would now be used for an assault. Vomistina is laden with carefully prepared tactical gear. Breaching tools, electronic jammers, spare magazines, and several compact EMP devices. Each has been checked and calibrated to ensure flawless performance. She finishes her third equipment check, shuts down the map, and stands upright. In a corner of the sewer, Helena keeps a clear distance from Vomistina. She curls up on a protruding pipe in the shadows, watching Vomistina's every move with vigilance. 3 metospheres orbit her, ready to form a defensive array. Do you please never do that again, and please hydrate.
突入1分前。
Moving in 1 minute. Vomistina's voice is low and steady, though it's unclear who she's addressing. She inspects her assault rifle, making sure that every mechanical component is optimal, then seats the magazine in one smooth, silent motion. Helena watches her proficient handling of the weapon and instinctively shrinks back. 3 metospheres move at once, forming a miniature protective barrier before her. Jill, you know people are gonna be stupid. Because they can't fathom things that they don't 100%... Like, they can't fathom not knowing things. They can't fathom seeing things that they don't know about because, oh no, if it's not the exact way that they know, nope, it has to be something else. It has to be wrong. Vomistina notices the movement, but shows no emotional response. She simply continues with her preparations, scanning the surroundings with wolf eye and running self-diagnostics.
ルート確認完了。
Route confirmed. Ellen leans forward slightly, seemingly curious about Vomistina's muttering, but quickly withdraws when Vomistina looks up at her.
あいつ上にいる？
Is she up there? Vomistina nods briefly, takes a small device from her tactical pack. After a moment of hesitation, she sets it on the ground between herself and Helena without moving closer.
ジャミング装置だ。いざという時に押せ。
For emergency, press it and it'll release a wide area interference signal. Helena stares at the device but doesn't reach for it. One of her metal spheres glides over, lightly prodding it as if checking for danger, then carefully carries it back to her. Vomistina watches calmly, offering no comment. Once Helena has it, she turns back to her own gear.
"私とアルバ、そして彼女にはお互いにしかわからない発信機が取り付けられている。
We Defy members all have inbuilt trackers that only respond to each other.
型は古く、受信範囲は2キロしかないが、
The range is only 2 kilometers. Barricade signal, but only the 3 of us recognize. So AK-12 is around. Because I keep mentioning 3, but we've only seen Voimistina and Alva. It's the key component of her and Alva's breach formation and now the lifeline of this rescue mission. Edna listens, her weariness easing slightly, but she still keeps her distance.
あいつどうして逃げなかった？
Why did she stay behind? The question catches Voimistina off guard. She pauses what she's doing and looks at Helena. Something subtle shifts in her eyes.
任務のためお前のためだ
For the mission. For you. The short direct answer seems to weigh on Helena. She lowers her head and murmurs softly.
あいつ私知らない。
She and Helena are strangers. Helena falls silent, as if pondering what Voimistina just told her.
あいつ助ける？
You save her? The question once again gives Voimistina a pause. She meets Helena's gaze.
あ
I will.
本当？
Save? Yes. Voimistina nods.
だがお前は一緒に来るな
I can't take you along. Helena's eyes widen.
やだ！
Take me.
ダメだ
No. Voimistina shakes her head.
お前を守る余裕はない
It's dangerous. I can't protect you.
私強い？
Very strong. Helena points at herself. Voimistina draws her broken combat knife and uses that snapped blade to carve a grotesque face into the ground.
あいつは強い
She's strong.
私よりも
Stronger than me. Anna looks down at the crude drawing. Even generously speaking, it's terrible, but she recognizes Iglet all the same.
そっか。
Your PSA? Super strong. Anna droops, dejected.
ここで待っていろ
So wait here.
アルバを助けたら迎えに来る
I'll rescue Alpha, then come back for you. Okay. Anna seems to remember something. The 3 metal spheres beside her begin to rotate slowly, emitting a faint hum. One of the spheres breaks formation and floats up in front of her. Helena reaches out with her small hands, gently cups the sphere and offers it to Voimistina.
これあげる。
This for you,
守ってくれる？
to protect you. Her tone is serious, resolute, like entrusting something precious. I didn't even know she could do that. Voimistina freezes slightly as she looks at the sphere. She may not fully understand Helena's specific circumstances, but she knows the spheres are Helena's weapon as well as her defense system. She wants to refuse. Helena needs it more. But seeing the expectant look in Helena's eyes, she finally relents and accepts it.
ありがとう
Thank you. The sphere feels cold in her hand, but the texture doesn't feel exactly metallic to her. Once the sphere comes in contact with Voimistina, it seems to gain awareness and floats up to hover at her side. What is happening? Thought I got it. I guess not. Okay. Helena nods with satisfaction. She steps back slightly, her eyes never leaving Voimistina. Voimistina rises to her full height and looks up toward the sewer exit once more. Her gaze sharpens, resolute, like a beast about to strike. She takes a deep breath and rolls her shoulders. Her joints crackle softly. She is ready. No one will stop her. She launches upward like a battering ram, smashing through the metal grate in an instant. The entrance is torn open and a shaft of bright light comes pouring down. The light falls on Helena, who has stayed behind on her own. She shifts her head slightly. Dang it! It's... I hate when it does that. Let me go look at the video thing again. I'm just gonna refresh this page. It just takes forever for it to actually register that I'm mousing over something. Right here, maybe? Oh, she lifts her head slightly, waiting in silent obedience. This place looks friendly. I'm in, sending over the security system plans now. Coordinates shared. Copy that. Wait for me. Alright, let's just go nuke him real quick. Tango. Allied unit reaches designated area. Okay, well.
逃げられる。エンジン起動。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。エンジン起動。ご命令を。
Rapid heavy footsteps echo through the empty corridor. If not for Alpha's signal guiding her, Mistina would never have discovered the secret Paradeus laboratory hidden inside this glossy, immaculate building. She can't find, nor does she bother to look for, the switch to any hidden door. After confirming the location, she simply smashes through the wall with brute force, revealing the dark passage beyond. Alice Meadow Sphere follows closely behind. It emits a beam of blue light to scan the passage for traps and surveillance devices. Then it precisely fires several jamming pulses that cripple the electronics along the way. After destroying the automated sentry turrets lining the corridor, she drives a powerful kick into the heavy metal door standing at the far end, producing a deafening crash. Under tremendous force, the metal door twists and caves inward, nearly tearing free from its frame. The hinges let out, an agonized screech like a cry of pain under unbearable strain. Debris flies, dust fills the air. As the door finally collapses completely, Vormistina's figure appears in the laboratory entrance like an inscalable mountain. She takes in the busy marionette doll, researches the complex instruments and machinery, but in the end her gaze settles on the specially designed hibernation capsule. Even without confirming the signal, she knows that Alva is in there.
Boy, Mastina.
Likewise, despite being trapped inside the capsule, Alva is aware of Vormistina's arrival. Her voice, coming from within the capsule, sounds weak. Utterly different from when she confronted Chilovig earlier. Weak, but unmistakably clear. More importantly, there's an air of inevitability in her tone, as if everything has unfolded exactly as she calculated. The moment Vormistina steps into the lab, the once busy marionette dolls abruptly turn toward her in unison, their eyes glowing a terrifying red. Blades and firearms extend from hands once used for research with a whoosh. In the very next second, they all lunge at Vormistina together. At that instant, Helena's metal sphere deploys its full weapon system, transforming into a floating spherical turret. Precise energy beams fire from multiple angles, striking key points on several marionette dolls and opening a path for Vormistina. These dolls are even stronger than the guards outside. The blade hacks into Vormistina's frame, carving a deep wound. Move. Vormistina pays it no mind. Grabs one of them and yanks hard, tearing off the arm with a polymer vibration blade attached to it. With a single paw, she swings the severed limb like a weapon. The limb slams into another doll's head with tremendous force. Its skull explodes instantly, electronic components and oil spraying everywhere. Vomestina's movements are clean, decisive and packed with raw power. In the next moment, she has already closed in on the remaining dolls. Weapons extended from their arms fire continuously. Bullets rain down on Vomestina, sending sparks flying violently across her flame. Yet she seems unfazed, her steps never slowing. Soon only one figure remains standing in the laboratory. She stands amid the wreckage, her body splattered with synthetic blood and machine oil. Strong as she may be, Vomestina is still covered in wounds. The metal sphere hovers at her side, scanning the remains on the floor, checking for any units that haven't been fully disabled. Ignoring the sphere, she strides straight toward the capsule holding Alva. She lifts her right arm and drives it straight into the metal hatch like a blade. She hooks her thumb in and rips it hard, tearing the capsule door right off. Alva sits quietly inside.
アルバ
大丈夫全部計画通り
I'm fine. Everything went according to plan. Her voice is still soft, but her eyes are razor sharp and fully alert. Luciana lowers her gaze at the cables and chains binding Alva's frame. Having fought her way here with sheer violence, she now becomes careful and precise, slowly removing each restraint. The torn cables, still sparking, silently testify to the torment Alva endured while imprisoned. Wires snap with crackling pops, sending sparks flying. Restraints tear loose with ripping hisses, falling to the floor. Soon Alva's completely free. The moment she regains her freedom, she stands up on her own without waiting for Vomestina's help. No greetings, no visible relief, she just gently pushes Vomestina aside and walks straight toward the terminal at the center of the lab. Her objective is crystal clear, as if every step has long been planned. At this moment, Alva looks less like a rescued captive and more like an operative who has finally reached her target.
ヘレナは
Where's Helena? Alva extracts an auxiliary digit from her hand, then draws a data cable from the back of her neck and plugs it directly into the terminal. The motion is fluid, nothing like someone who has just survived an almost lethal neural attack, and far more like a hunter finally lunging for her prey.
下水道だ
In the sewers.
置いてきた
I told her to stay there. Alva frowns slightly with some concern. Vomestina keeps her eyes on Alva, running rapid diagnostics with the Wi-Fi. When she confirms there's no severe damage, the tension in her body eases almost imperceptibly.
あそこの方が安全だからな
It's safer there. She then scans the room and locates the equipment stripped from Alva. Alva says nothing. Her eyes are already flashing once more with cascading green data streams.
それと通信機だ
Also, there's a comms link. Having retrieved Alva's gear, she moves to her side and re-equips everything piece by piece as Alva focuses on copying data. At the same time, she points at the hovering metal sphere Helena gave her, indicating that it can serve as a communicator.
お前のメンタルは著しく損傷しているハッキングはリスクが高い
Your neural cloud has taken quite a hit. I don't recommend hacking at this time.
でも時間がない今やらないと全てが無駄になる
Every second counts for Vomestina. If I don't do this, there'll be no point to everything we've done.
楽園計画の実態についても少し掴むことができた
I'll learn more about the truth behind Project Eden.
でもまだまだ情報が足りない
As expected, it's far more complex than we thought. I need to know more.
それと
And there's something else.
アンジェの人格データがパラデウスのデータベースに残されていた
They say that the engram of Ange's consciousness is still in Paradeo's database, even now.
誰にもアンジェの眠りを邪魔させない
That engram needs to be deleted. She deserves to rest in peace, Vomestina. Alva doesn't turn her head. Even as Vomestina finishes helping her gear up, she remains fully focused on the terminal.
イグラが戻ってくる前にできるだけデータをダウンロードしないと
Before the reinforcements arrive, before Igla returns, we must decrypt and copy as much data as possible.
やっぱり私たちはパラデウスについてあまりにも知らなすぎる
We still know far too little about Paradeos.
侵入してからここにたどり着くまで2分42秒費やしたそろそろ敵が来るだろう
It took me 2 minutes and 42 seconds to breach the building and reach this lab. They've had plenty of time to react.
今撤退しないと苦戦する
If we don't retreat in time, breaking out would be extremely difficult once that doll returns.
分かってる
I know. Alva doesn't waver. On the monitor before her, the data scroll mirrors her flashing eyes.
ここのデータを持ち出すことができれば、素体が破壊されてもお釣りが来る。
The data here is critical. If we can send them out, even if we fall here, it'll be worth it.
分かった。
Understood. Boomstina nods, no longer objecting. She heads toward the lab entrance that she has wrecked, crouches down, and begins setting traps. Alarms continue to wail throughout the lab and corridors, amid flashing red lights and piercing sirens. Boomstina and Alva work in silence, swiftly assuming their respective roles. Even after completing every preparation she can, Boomstina says nothing more. She simply positions herself behind Alva and stands guard. She will protect Alva and fight for her decisions in turn. Alva handles everything else, pointing Vomistina toward the path forward. Just as it's always been.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Almost. Almost. My throat. It hurts.
Inside the laboratory, aside from the shrill alarm looping endlessly, the only sounds are the low hum of operating machinery and the soft tapping of Alva's fingers striking the keyboard. On the screen, a progress bar crawls forward at an agonizing pace, as if racing against time itself. Every second seems unbearably long.
次からは
Next time,
こんな無茶な作戦はこれっきりだ。
don't pull this kind of stunt again.
保証はできないけど、努力するよ。
No promises, but it probably won't happen again, Vomistina.
この方法が通用するのも多分今回だけ。次捕まったら、メンタルを直接破壊されるだろうね。
The same trick won't work twice. If they catch me next time, they'll fry my neural cloud outright.
次があればな。
They could have done that this time.
あなたがいるから大丈夫だよ。
But you came.
ヘレナが待ってる。
Helena's hidden.
終わったらすぐに迎えに行こう。
Once things are settled here, we'll leave together. Alva's gaze is focused and intent. Even as she speaks to Vomistina, her eyes remain locked on the progress bar. Her fingers dance rapidly across the keyboard, as if playing an impassioned piece of music. Suddenly at this critical moment, a thunderous explosion erupts from outside the door, so loud it drowns out even the blaring alarm. The laboratory walls shudder as if struck by an earthquake. Alva's hands pause for less than half a second before calmly resuming their work. Welcome back. Unlike last time, Alva did not give Chivlove a good chance to self-destruct. She could not destroy the data in the computer or wipe the hard drives. There's far too much intelligence here that they need, including the true detailed files of Project Eden. Boomstina raises her head. She gazes to the laboratory door, through the long corridor beyond and into the distance.
来た。
She's here. This says calmly, as if stating something utterly trivial. She racks the bolt and grips a high polymer vibrating blade stripped from a marionette doll.
行ってくる。
Going.
うん。
Good luck.
頑張
Whoops. I cut her off. I'm sorry.
頑張って。
Ava does not turn around, but she feels the faint movement of air behind her. Soundlessly, Boomstina's figure vanishes from the laboratory. And I getcha. In the corridor, dust and smoke slowly disperse, revealing a graceful silhouette. Eagle calmly strides to the wreckage left by the explosion, as though out for a leisurely stroll. Her suit remains perfectly pressed. Her high heels click crisply against the rubble. Behind her follows a fully armed elite unit. Behind her follows a fully armed elite unit. Igla comes to a halt, lightly straightening her cuff. Her gaze settles ahead on Boy Mastina, who is standing like an unbreakable bulwark, blocking the way to the lab.
Oh.
Give me a second. I'm back. Mika's voice is soft as velvet, yet carries undeniable force. She inclines her head slightly as if greeting an old friend.
こんなところでお会いするとは意外ですね。ボイマスティナさん。
Miss Foy Mestina, what an unexpected encounter. I thought I would be meeting Miss Alva instead. But after only a few steps, she stops once more. None of the guards behind her are human soldiers. All of them are marionette dolls directly under Igla's command, each personally selected and modified by her, capable of making short work of an ordinary tactical squad. Igla stands at the doorway, her gaze cold and sharp like a blade. And before her, on the road leading to the laboratory, that familiar figure blocks her path once again. This alone is reason enough for her to stop. Mestina does not respond. She gently sets the assault rifle in her hands down against the wall, then retrieves two long blades from her waist, gripping one in each hand. After their previous clash, both she and Igla know full well that conventional firearms are meaningless against tactical dolls of their caliber. Igla watches for Mestina's movements, her lips curling into a smile.
その武器。なるほど。確かにそうですね。
Your choice of weapons reveals your intent. I understand. She lifts a hand lightly, signaling the unit behind her to halt.
手出し無用です。
Please wait, my friends. This is a private invitation from an honored guest. Yes, it is 7:37 a.m. and there are people smoking once again, being a nuisance to people around them because they know that it gets into other people's houses and they don't care. Igla steps forward. Their movements fluid and elegant, like a ballerina taking center stage. Her right hand brushes the slender rapier at her waist. Her left draws the silver and gold pistol, only to return it to its holster a moment later.
私たちの対話に重火器は薄い。
Firearms at our level of discourse do seem a bit lacking in taste. She holsters a pistol and calmly draws the rapier from her waist. Under the lights, the blade gleams with a cold luster.
ようやく全体像を把握できました。
I must admit, I'm beginning to see the whole picture now. Her voice remains gentle. It carries a peculiar note of admiration.
アルバさんの作戦には驚かされました。まさか私に捕まるのも計画のうちだったとは。
Miss Alva's plan is indeed impressive. Her capture was no accident. It was a deliberate arrangement.
結果的に彼女を機密に触れさせてしまった。
Meticulously designed trap meant to lure us into bringing her into the core area, granting her access to classified data she otherwise could never reach.
アルバさんがデータを盗む間、あなたがそれを援護する。
And you, Miss Foy Mestina, are now the final piece on the board, tasked with blocking any force that might interrupt the data transmission. Igla lightly flicks her rapier, tracing a graceful arc through the air.
その大胆さ、驚嘆に値します。
Such audacity, such courageous execution. It is truly astonishing.
反逆正体は確かにその名にたがわぬ精鋭ぞ。アルバさんには後ほど謝罪させていただきます。
Best Force Defy's reputation is well deserved. When I come face to face with Miss Alva again, I must formally apologize for my earlier discourtesy. But Mestina remains silent. She lowers her center of gravity slightly and shifts into an optimal combat stance. Her wolf eye is running at high speed, analyzing Igla's every movement and possible lines of attack.
その沈黙、賛同と捉えてもよろしいですか？
I take your silence as confirmation.
私たちは敵対する定めにありますが、あなたやアルバさんには敬意を表したいと思います。
Still, allow me to express my personal respect. Though we stand on opposing sides, I sincerely admire your and Miss Alva's courage and yours and Miss Alva's courage and intellect. This tone is earnest, yet a dangerous glint flashes in her eyes.
しかし、職務は全うせねばなりません。
However, respect is respect and duty is duty.
あなた方を見逃すわけにはいきません。
You cannot allow your plan to succeed.
お嬢様やジラードグループの未来、そして楽園計画は何より優先されます。
Just now you spilled it? Please tell me you weren't saying just now. Please tell me you're talking about like what happened before. Also blank. Oh wait, he told wait, no, it says do not proceed, never mind. Okay, you're talking about yesterday, good. Excuse me. Miss Orphaluni's future, the fate of the Gerard Group, and the completion of Project Eden all outweigh my personal feelings. She raises her rapier and points it at Boy Mestina menacingly.
データのダウンロード、あとどれくらいかかりそうですか？ 5分？それとも10分？
How much longer? How long does Miss Alva need to finish the data transfer? 5 minutes? 10? Ida studies Boy Mestina's reaction closely, though she remains utterly stoic and unresponsive.
なるほど。急がなければならないようですね。
I see. Then it seems I must quicken the pace. Steps forward, the sound of her high heels striking the floor crisp and clear.
ボイマスティナさん、無礼をお許しください。
Miss Mestina, please forgive my forthcoming discourtesy.
そろそろ対話を切り上げさせていただきます。
I will endeavor to ensure this process is both efficient and dignified.
無駄話が多い。
You talk too much. Mestina finally speaks, her comment brief and blunt. Igla lets out a soft chuckle. The warmth in her eyes vanishes, replaced by icy focus.
では、言葉ではなく行動で示しましょう。
Then let action replace words. She bends her knees and assumes the en-garde position in fencing.
アルバさんを全力で阻止させていただきます。
I apologize, I'm afraid I must interrupt Miss Alva's work. Do I fight her here? Oh look, there she is. Are we gonna be able to pull off the funny? Because it'd be really funny to pull off the funny. You see how much damage she took before she even got her animation off? So like I mean I'll activate this, sure. But I really don't think it'll be necessary. Oh, it doesn't end there, okay. I doubt we're gonna need them, but sure. I think I should be fine. Clash of metal on metal echoes through the empty corridor, like a piece of meticulously composed music. Every thrust of Igla's great blade is graceful and dazzling, as though she is dancing a waltz rather than fighting for her life. Her rapier traces perfect arcs through the air. Her movements are filled with flourishes, each strike is measured to the millimeter, leaving no opening at all. Mestina answers with steady, precise blocks. The twin blades in her hands become extensions of her body. Every motion stripped of excess, just like her personality. The battle between two top-tier tactical dolls has long surpassed the bounds of ordinary combat, resembling an intense performance instead.
あなたの戦い方には目を見張るものがあります。
I must admit, your fighting style is impressive, Miss Voimistina. Iga's voice remains mild and velvety, yet every word carries a razor-sharp killing intent. She speaks even as she threads her attack through nearly impossible angles, their rapier seeming almost alive as it hunts for the tiniest gap in Voimistina's defense.
花はありませんが、実用的で無駄がない。
So plain yet exquisitely precise, truly a pleasure to behold.
刃を交えて、あなたへの敬意がより深まりました。
Even in battle, I can't help but offer you my sincere respect. Their high heels strike the floor in an elegant rhythm, each step part of a dance, each step carrying lethal threat. Voimistina does not respond, all of her attention is focused on the fight. Their body is already covered in wounds. Her combat suit is slashed open in several places, exposing synthetic components beneath and the seep of biomimetic blood. Even so, her movements remain precise and efficient, without the slightest hesitation or retreat.
戦闘中の雑談はお好みではない。
You don't seem to enjoy conversation during combat.
個人的にはもう少し反逆正体について知りたいところですが。
But a pity. I'd hoped to learn more about the history of Task Force Defy. No sooner does Igla finish speaking than she abruptly accelerates her assault. The rapier leaps after images in the air, every strike viciously angled at points that are hardest for Voimistina to defend. At the same time, the few remaining marionette dolls behind her join the fray, attempting to break through Voimistina's defenses from the flanks. Voimistina's wolf eye flashes. In the next instant, she twists her body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly evading Igla's deadliest thrust. Simultaneously, her long blade sweeps sideways, cleaving a charging marionette doll cleanly in half.
見事な反射速度。
Splendid. Your reflexes truly live up to your reputation. Igla inclines her head slightly in genuine admiration.
ですが、こちら側が有利です。
But I'm afraid time is on my side.
あなたの素材はアルバさんがダウンロードを完了するまで持ちません。
Miss Elva's data transfer requires time, and the wear on your frame is already quite severe. As it developed words, the long blade in Voimistina's left hand emits an ominous sound of metal fatigue during the next block. With a sharp crack, the blade snaps in two. A broken edge spins away and embeds itself deep into the wall. Voimistina glances expressionlessly at the broken weapon in her hand, then casually discards it and grips the remaining blade with both hands. Her stance grows slightly constrained, but her gaze remains as firm as ever, without the slightest hint of retreat.
武器の消耗はそのまま形成を表します。
Weapon degradation is often a harbinger of a turning point. Perhaps you should consider a more dignified exit. Igla twirls her blade in a flourish, its cold sheen flashing beneath the lights. Postures unhurried as though she holds complete control over the battle.
あなたにも責務はあると思いますが。
Of course, I fully understand your duty as a guardian,
引き際は肝心ですよ。
but sometimes recognizing reality is also a form of wisdom.
残りはお前だけだ。
You're the only one left. Voimistina answers calmly. Her gaze sweeps down the corridor. The marionette doll unit under Igla's command has been almost entirely annihilated, leaving only a few that are barely able to move.
戦績の自慢ですか。
Taking pride in your accomplishments. It is indeed something to be proud of. Igla smiles faintly, her eyes sharpening further.
ですが、ダミーを倒しただけで有頂天になってもらっては困ります。
But you seem to have forgotten. Even if I am the only one left, the outcome will not change.
あなたを倒し、アルバさんの元へ向かいます。
I will win, and then I will give my regards to Miss Elva personally.
そしてあなたにはデータベースの一部になっていただきましょう。
As for you, you will become just another line of data in the Jarred Group's archives. Voimistina eyes Igla.
確かにお前は強い。
You really are strong,
私のようにな。
as strong as me. Igla quirks an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes.
これはまた独特な自己評価軸ですね。
That's a rather unusual way to evaluate yourself.
ショーが私を作った時、私より強い人形はいなかった。
When Dr. Shaw first created me, there was no doll in the world stronger than me.
お前の性格は最悪だ。私も同じだ。
We both have terrible personalities, and that we're the same. Messina's words are calm and definitive, not boastful, just merely stating facts.
面白い。私たちが似ているとでも。
An interesting observation. Are you implying there is some kind of similarity between us? Trace of wariness flashes in Nikla's eyes as she subtly adjusts her stance, preparing for the next exchange.
いや忠告だ。
You remind me of myself, so I thought I'd offer you a bit of advice. Messina lifts a hand to her head and rolls her neck.
最強の人形という肩書きを外した自分に何が残るのか。
If losing the title of the strongest doll leaves you with nothing. Before she gets to the end of the sentence, Messina suddenly drops low to evade Igla's thrust at an unbelievable angle. The cold glint of the rapier skims just above her head, severing a few strands of hair.
考えるんだな。
Then you are nothing at all.
ご通報感謝します。
An insightful take.
ですが、的外れと言わざるを得ません。
But I'm afraid you overlooked something crucial. Igla's voice remains calm, but an icy edge creeps into her tone. Her movements suddenly accelerate, the rapier transforming into a curtain of silver light that assaults Messina from every direction.
私の存在意義は強さではなく、お嬢様への忠誠です。
My reason for existence goes far beyond strength. It lies in my unshakable loyalty to the young mistress.
あなたには理解できないと思います。
That is something you will never understand. What are you confused by? But Messina strains to block the relentless barrage. Fine cracks spread along her remaining blade. Her movements begin to slow slightly, yet her eyes remain keen as ever. At that moment, a burst of precise gunfire rings out from the far end of the corridor. The bullets travel along nearly impossible trajectories through the complex environment, aimed straight at Igla's vitals. As she put, it's duty. As in, like, she sees it as, oh, Project Eden must continue for Luna, because that's her, like, life project. Even if she can't stand Chilovig. Igla reacts instantly. A rapier arcs flawlessly through the air, knocking the bullets aside with ringing clangs, except for one. A single round pierces her shoulder, punching a hole through her pristine suit. Igla's movement falters for an instant. Disbelief flashes across her eyes before hardening into ice fury.
タイヤまでに的確な射撃ですね。
Such precise shooting. How unexpected.
ボイマスチナ、避けて。
Don't stay, go around her. Now his voice rings out from the end of the corridor, clear and resolute. He stands at a perfect firing position, posture steady, muzzle trained directly on Igla. Without the slightest hesitation, Messina turns and sprints down the corridor at extraordinary speed.
させません。
Afraid I cannot allow that. Igla's about to give chase when she notices Alva's muzzle dip slightly, revealing several small devices on the ground, blinking with red light.
今だ。
Now! A chain of explosions erupt, instantly turning the corridor into an inferno. Smoke, debris, and shattered concrete surge from all sides, engulfing Igla in the ruins.
無粋な。
How rude. From within dust comes Igla's cold, restrained voice. Thunderous crash, piled up rubble is hurled aside by immense force, and her figure slowly emerges. Her suit is coated in dust, her flawless hair slightly disheveled. Yet her posture remains immaculate, her murderous gaze sharper than ever. However, when the smoke finally clears, Alva and Messina are already gone, vanished around the bend of the corridor.
見事なコンビネーションです。
Such perfect coordination. Truly awe-inspiring. Igla calmly dusts off her suit and straightens her cuffs. Her movements are unhurried, as though the explosion moments ago was nothing more than a trivial mishap. Touches the communicator at her ear, her voice cold and composed.
総員、限界態勢。
All security units enter full alert immediately. What's funny is, she pushed with the marionette dolls in the 1v1. So she is the first one to turn it into a 1v more than, or less of a 1v1. So she has no right to be angry, especially because Messina withstood the 1v, like, what, 8? Is what I'm
目標
assuming.
逃走中。絶対に逃がしてはなりません。
The retreating targets are extremely dangerous. Do not allow them to escape.
施設全体を封鎖してください。
I want this entire building under my surveillance. She smooths the wrinkles from her suit, her gaze sharpening like a blade.
お嬢様の夕食まで型をつけます。
I'll have this resolved completely before the young mistress's dinner time.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
At the end. I got the picture. No, there's still more. But my throat hurts. In a luxurious suite, Zimmerman stands before the full-height window, looking down at the nightscape of Lviv. His fingers drum the window frame lightly, his eyes flashing with apparent anxiety. After a moment's hesitation, he walks over to the sofa and sits down, then produces a specially modified encrypted communicator from his inner pocket. He enters a long complex password and dials a number. The call connects almost instantly.
シルロビグさん、これはどういうことですか？
Miss Shilovig, care to explain your actions?
おお、議員先生じゃん。何のことかな？
Legislator, which part are you referring to? Shilovig's teasing voice comes through the communicator, light and buoyant as if she's letting him in on some inside joke.
おとぼけはなしでお願いします。
I suggest you stop wasting both our time.
私は今、冷静に話せる自信はありません。
I'm not nearly as good a mood as you seem to think.
怖いな。ちょっと手伝ってあげようと思っただけじゃん。
Don't be so snappy, legislator. I was only trying to help. Her drawl is playful, yet carries a pointed undercurrent.
手伝い。
Help.
私が動く前に目標の一人を研究所から遠ざけたことがですが。
By help, you mean pulling one of the mission targets out of the research institute just as my people were preparing to move?
ジャジャ馬のオルフェルーネより、あの第三世代人形こそ最優先で始末すべきだ。
You knew perfectly well that compared to killing the disobedient Orphalune, the third gen doll was the far more important objective. Uh-oh. They really are aiming for Orphalune then. The line suddenly goes quiet. Only Chilovig's faint breathing can be heard.
私に楽園計画への投資をすると申し出たのはあなたです。
You were the one who approached me in the first place, asking me to invest in Project Eden.
良い関係を築けたと思ったのですが。
I assumed we were in a close cooperative relationship.
恩をあだで返すとは。
And this is how you repay me.
で、作戦は成功したの？
So was this mission a success?
何？
What?
失敗を招いた張本人がどの口で？
Of course it failed, and whose fault do you think that is?
じゃあオルフェルーネはまだ生きてるんだ。
Meaning Orphalune is still alive. Zimmerman is suddenly at a loss for words. From the other end comes an intentionally exaggerated peal of laughter.
イグラがいなかったのに、世間知らずのお嬢様一人殺せなかったんだ。
Yep, so Chilovig was in on killing Orphalune. Even without the third-gen doll assistant present, you still couldn't eliminate a pampered young girl whose hands have only ever touched lab equipment. Chilovig's voice suddenly turned sharp like a blade scraping across glass.
じゃあ、イグラがいたらあんたの手下全員ミンチになってたよね。
If Igla had been there, wouldn't she have slaughtered your people like dogs? I don't know. I don't get it.
なのに、私がイグラを引き離したことを責めるわけ？バカじゃないの？
And you still have the nerve to ask me why I sent the third gen doll away? Are you an idiot? Jimin is left speechless by the barrage of insults. After venting her anger, Chilovig smoothly slips back into her usual teasing tone.
せっかく時間を稼いであげたんだから、ちゃんと有効利用しようね、議員先生。
The time I bought for you wasn't meant to be wasted like this, you know, dear legislator.
私につきまとう暇があったら失敗した原因を探った方がいいんじゃない？
Instead of lashing out at me, maybe you should hurry up and investigate why the assassination failed despite sending your most capable subordinates. Tilvig's voice suddenly drops into a soft whisper, which sounds more menacing than any shout.
それは
You mean
ジラードはもう泥船も同然。だからあんたに接触した。
Legislator, Gerard's ship is about to sink. That's why we came to you in the first place.
あんたは投資してるんじゃなくて投資させてもらってるの。立場をわきまえてね。
But perhaps you misunderstood something. You're not investing in us. We chose you to continue the investment.
私たちの信頼に応えてほしいな。
I do hope your performance proves worthy of our trust.
じゃないとどうなるかわからないよ。
Otherwise, you know how
私は気まぐれだからね。
Otherwise, you know how fickle I can be. The call cuts off abruptly, leaving only a burst of harsh static. Duran stares at the communicator, the expression unreadable. Takes a deep breath, slips it back into his inner pocket, and sinks into thought. With ample personnel and combat resources, attacking a research institute located in the White Zone should have been effortless. So why did the mission still fail? Could someone have been obstructing his actions all along? They don't know we're here, do they? That's our edge over this. That they don't know we're involved. The only one who kinda knows is Igla, but she doesn't get that the people they're supposedly coordinating with is directly involved in trying to take out Orphaline. And if she did, so she has no reason to tell anybody about the people who saved Orphaline. And if she did know they were going for more reason, she wouldn't tell them about the people gunning for Orphaline. So we're actually in a pretty good position. A firm knock at the door interrupts Zimmerman's thoughts. Without waiting for a response, the door opens on its own. A tall man in military uniform strides inside. Zimmerman is about to erupt, but when he recognizes the man, he swallows his anger at once and puts on the flawless professional smile from his campaign posters.
アポなしで失礼します。ズイマン。
Legislator apologies for coming without an appointment. The soldier's tone is level and detached, devoid of any real apology and more a statement of fact.
副部長とイベントに出席されたはずじゃ。
I thought you were accompanying the deputy minister at the event.
その副部長の命令で参りました。
The deputy minister sent me.
議員、もう時間は残りわずかです。
She asked me to remind you, legislator, that your time is running short.
ジェラードグループは風前の灯火ですが、賭けに出る資本が残されています。
You said also I set things on fire. That's my A. Subtlety? Nah, set them on literal fire, and then more fire, and then more fire, and then more fire. Boy Mestina, heals, heals, oh look, fire again. Read that out loud or I'll cry. Though the Gerard group is already on its last legs, it still holds the capital for a final gamble.
明日の実験が順調に進めば、楽園計画によって影響力を取り戻すことでしょう。
If tomorrow's experiment proceeds smoothly, Project Eden will restore their global influence to its peak.
あなたは大変聡明な方です。ロレン政府及び軍内部にも多くの支持者がいます。
Legislator, you're a smart man. Within the Uran Sea and across the entire military system, you've earned many supporters.
しかし、今回の件でファルベングループが誠意を示すことができなければ、この関係を見直す必要があるかもしれません。
But if such Fabin can't produce some convincing results soon, those above may reconsider this cooperation.
そのつもりで。
Please be prepared for that.
わかりました。
Understood. Zimmerman finally mutters a reply, the confidence in his voice clearly replaced by distress.
明日までに
They will personally deliver that third gen doll into your hands by the end of the day. The officer nods and turns to leave the room without another word. Once the door closes, Zimmerman's smile vanishes instantly, his face twisting into a grotesque expression. He snatches up a nearby wine glass and hurls it violently against the wall. She begins the call and looks at the small figure behind her. My, you're finally back, my little flower.
No! 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 Are you kidding me? How did she find her? How? She had to have left for like a while after Alva activated all the alarms and turned down all the defenses. Trembles uncontrollably as she stares wide-eyed at the woman before her. She tries to make the floating spheres protect her, but they aren't responding at all. Hello, little flower. Did you forget who gave them to you? Chillick produces a button and presses it lightly. Spheres immediately dim and drop lifelessly to the ground. Even though Miss Snowwolf managed to outplay me, I still have my own trump card. Thanks to it, I was able to find you. His voice is barely a whisper, but Chillick can still make out her words. Someone will come save me. Who? Those two dolls. Chillick burst into laughter. They abandoned you all alone in that filthy sewer for the sake of their own plan, and you still trust them. That's hilarious. If they cared about you even a little more, I wouldn't have been able to catch you at all. Also, they thoroughly enraged that third gen doll. Bet they're getting beaten to a pulp right about now. Helena, the thing that boy Mestina gave you. You should be activating that right now. Alright, my dear, let's not dwell on such unpleasant things. Come now, the reason you exist in this world is about to appear. Let's hurry and get everything ready. Faced with this absurd and bizarre woman, Helena's body continues to shake uncontrollably, but her fear doesn't last long, because her consciousness soon succumbs to darkness. No! 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 I got Helena! In that short time, they got her. I can't believe it. In that short time, they got her.
手加減の必要はご命令を逃げられるエンジン起動
Well, let's kill that one.
さっさと倒れたらどうだ
Move a little more this way. What? Excuse me? Did he barely get out of range or something? Okay, 1.5 is done, which means I can probably take it a little easier on part 2. My voice would definitely appreciate that. And I can play other games. Do other things. Live other lives. All that good stuff.
ご命令を。逃げられる。エンジン起動。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
どうってことないわ。
Oh no, 32 damage. Whatever shall I do? No, 312 damage. Whatever shall I do?
昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。
I need as many of these things as possible for preparing for you know who. Oh, part 2 is long. Okay, so there's a T-dog called Ribby Rollies. Also known, well, people just call her Ribby. She's like an old World War I gun. But she's super sickly. Oh, dang it. That's unfair. Constantly has, like, IV bags attached to her. Come on, give me food. And, the community has memed. What is this? What is that effect? The community has memed that, so she has an ability that buffs other, like, other ARs, and the meme that the community has come up with is that the reason... Oh. It's fine, I got enough points. The reason she got, the reason the other T-Dolls the other ARs get buffed is because they see how sickly she is and don't want her to die, so they fight even harder to make sure she lives. We're doing the pure gamble mode. All the gamba. Not quite. Hold on. Let me do one of these first. I need some currency. There we go. Dang it, I only got a 3. I could have had like a 12. Hydrate. Okay, I'll hydrate in a bit. Hold on. I any more money. Sure. Just in case. Go with that one. Yes. Ooh, 7. That's pretty good. Give me some good, come on. Give me some good, come on. Dang it. Give me some good, come on. No, that's too much. No, my money. Nah, I don't want it. You know what? Let's just roll. I don't want that either. Okay, go this way. Yeah! Yeah! Dang it. I wanted like the big number. Dang it. Yes! Dang it. Yeah! Yeah! Money! Money! Dang it. One, two, three, four. Let's go with 4 here. Okay, so we have one of these already. Okay, there we go. This is the one we need. You got spoiled? No! How did you get spoiled? Dang it. Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll go for 2. Dang it. It's an event tile. I guess we'll go for the event tile. Yeah, but then it wouldn't be called Girls Frontline. It wouldn't work anymore, would it? It'd be like People Frontline. I'm almost back to at least 70k. I'm curious, do we have a set of the thing? Or no, we don't. Okay. Thought we might, but we don't. Oh. We leveled up. Yes. Now what? I guess I could go do this real quick. No, not that one. I meant the expansion. This one. I could do one more. Like one of these, just real quick. Not more story, no.
手加減の必要は？
I do this. We'll have to continue the story another time, okay? Okay.
ご命令を。
What do you mean no?
逃げられる。エンジン起動。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
はい。お待たせしました。
Just in case.
わかった。
I probably don't need to do all this, I'll be honest.
Not for months? What do you mean? Not for months? Excuse me? Oh, right. I forgot Boomista has that. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Let's move her closer this way. You know what? I probably don't even need... Let's be honest. I can probably just do it all with Boomista. Wow. Did so much damage. I did get a stun though, so that might be annoying. Never mind, she unstunned herself. Never mind, she did stun
了
herself.
解しました。
Yeah, sure.
デザートはいかがですか？
No, it didn't do it.
Hi.
Oh well.
進歩は必須よ。
Right. No way, I can't do that yet.
エンジン起動。
訓練の成果ね。 降参するなら今のうちよ。
Not enough damage, dang it.
エンジン起動。
進歩は必須よ。
Over this one.
エンジン起動。
Have you probably a little more this way. Oh, that's fantastic.
了解しました。
That works.
お茶をお出ししましょう。
Oh, there's still 3 units that need to be taken care of. Okay. Do this, this.
現実を知りなさい。邪魔よ。わかった。昔みたいに私に感謝するといいわ。
I'm sorry, you guys have to deal with that kind of garbage. It's ridiculous. Absurd. Look, Pepley. And Nagat. Oh, Vepley's dead.
ご命令を
Vepley just freaking died.
逃げられるエンジン起動
You know what? Oh, well, I guess I do have to do this. Blast him.
さっさと倒れたらどうだ
Oh, I thought I'd get the extra turn. Apparently not.
味方立ってろ
No.
分かったどうってことないわはいはいどうってことないわ分かった
逃げられるエンジン起動さっさと倒れたらどうだエンジン起動
はいお待たせしました分かったくるきちれ分かったそのまま消えて
Still alive, dang.
私が終わらせる
There we go.
404を敵に回したのが運のつ
I need to get as many collapse crystals as possible for preparation for softball. I've never been able to do one of these though. These like final ones, so wish me luck. And then I'm going to sleep though, because my throat hurts and I feel terrible. This isn't the smartest way to start, like, hold off the enemy attack and protect the allied target. Oh, well that's fantastic. Sure, whatever. Oh. Ice barrels, that's cool.
ご命令を
No, wait, hold on.
逃げられるエンジン起動さっさと倒れたらどうだ
どうってことないわ了解しましたお待たせしました
I'm ignoring them. You know what? Actually, let me put her here. No, hold on. Let me put you. Sure.
どいてわかった進歩
I
は
put
必
you
要
here. You activate this. Or shoot the frog.
私が終わらせるわかった
Push you here. You're dropping this here.
くるけちらわかったそのまま消えて
11 enemy attack for 7 turns. Or kill. Oh, that's a lot of enemies to take out.
教 茶をお出ししましょう。はい。
Oh, yeah, let's focus on this big guy. The other guys we can probably deal with. Let's get you away this way. Oh, let's leave you there and bomb this one.
エンジン起動。最大出力。
Alright. Oh wait, I see Darcher. There's the Darcher. You can just stay right there.
エンジン起動。
訓練の成果ね。
No view. Just get rid of him. So we don't have a guy right there on us.
逃げられる。エンジン起動。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
Okay. The rabbits are like the worst thing to deal with. That wouldn't do enough damage.
訓練の成果ね。
ご命令を。
She has some sort of thing on her.
訓練の成果ね。
I do have the wide range one, okay.
降参するのは今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。了解。進歩は必須よ。進歩は必須よ。
Yeah, nah, I would rather get rid of some of these guys because these guys are really annoying.
私が終わらせる。分かった。
Go over there.
Hi.
Put you right there. And drop this on her.
お待たせしました。
エンジン起動。ターミネーター最大出力。知れ者め。
Bruh. I forgot you could do that. Yeah, probably not gonna be able to kill enough enemies in that time.
進歩は必須よ。味方立ってろ。
Let me just finish one off.
消えろ。はい。了解。砕け散らった。わかった。そのまま消えた。
Let's push him back this way.
はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。
She has such insane range, it's amazing. Alright, do that.
ハンデをあげる。
逃げられる。エンジン起動。
Just so much
さっさと倒れたら
health.
どうだ。
あがいたところで無意味でしたよ。確かにこれを使うだなんて無駄もいいところですわ。
Why aren't they getting hit? It says it's active. She gets stunned or
ご
something?
命令を。
I think she might have gotten stunned in some way.
了解しました。
Is
進歩は
everyone
必須よ。
everyone is stunned or taunted? I don't know.
訓練の成果ね。
This might work.
ハンデをあげる。
Oh yeah, everyone's gotten affected by something or other. Dang it. Forgot how annoying Darcher is to deal with. Okay.
了解しました。
there. Actually, let's move you right there so you have a more direct line of sight. Can do more damage.
お茶をお出ししましょう。はい。
There we go, this will help.
お待たせしました。わかった。
No, I think I'd rather just do this, yeah.
どうってことないわ。現実を知りなさい。どうってことないわ。
Gotta keep him alive, so...
逃げられる。エンジン起動。ターミネーター最大出力。ご命令を。
今よ。知れ者め。
Okay, well, we did it. We didn't kill her, but we did it.
私に感謝するといいわ。
Yay, I did it. I did it. And then this, I don't get anything worth. Hold on. Yeah, okay, this is not really worth it. I really don't feel good. Let's stream next. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Brain no work. Okay. I go now. Goodbye. Is there anyone on right now that I could raid real quick? No. Okay. I'll see you guys. Good night. See y'all. Peace. Bye.